straight out of the Big Easy and into your cab. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself, Jimmy Mack.
I got to come up with a new name. That was something I think that an AI thing generated. Somebody generated some copy and handed
Who
it.
put ChatGPT in
Who
here?
put ChatGPT? I mean, and by the way, that's really, I actually owe everybody an apology for that. Not for Madison, who is terrific and can be reached for the next half hour. And the next half hour, you can call her. I mean, she'll answer the phone and be like, well, thanks. Hey, good to hear from you. I'm going to be heading off to Texas in about 30 minutes or so. I won't be heading off to Texas immediately in 30 minutes. My plane doesn't leave until a little bit later on this morning. Going to TXTA. Going to be joining Lindsay and the Turtle in short order over there for TXTA. See our friend John Esparza and all of the folks that Tara previewed yesterday in Breaker Talkback. We got a full lineup. Plus, we're going to be doing a live version of We Should Write from Austin as well with a guest that we had on before, as a matter of fact. We got a really fun, curated lineup for you. An earlier edition of Maintenance Matters. That stuff, by the way, tends to be really evergreen, except for yesterday when Kevin and myself kind of rumbled, bumbled, and stumbled our way through the first 5 minutes. Eric must have thought he walked into amateur hour. Not from Kevin, but from me. Jeremy Kirkpatrick is previewing the ATA's new podcast. We're going to replay that as well. Mike Mueller did a really popular segment. A real popular segment on Corvettes about a month ago. We're going to be rebroadcasting that. You guys should check it out. A lot of people really dug it. Lindsay, who knows a little bit more about cars than you think she does, is, pretty terrific in that segment as well. And then Hillary Reynolds, the performance artist, Seek Texas. We're going to replay that because we're going to go Seek Texas in just a little bit. Kayley Bishop, and then finally, my friends from the HP Podcraft, which is now Strange Studies of Strange Stories, Chad Fifer and Chris Lackey are going to kind of fill this out. And then we're going to rumble, bumble, stumble into Trucking with OIDA. They don't rumble, they don't bumble, they don't stumble. They got it as smooth as the other side of the pillow. Or is it cool as the other side of the pillow? It's all groovy here. If you're listening on YouTube, if you're listening on the Heart of I, if you have the audacity to sign up for Odyssey, if you've made your way to RadioNemo.com and hit that play button for 365, you're in the house. And good morning to all of our friends over at Facebook for this, quiet, easy, first time on the road edition of Road Gang Radio. Let me tell you about Trucking with OIDA really quickly. When you've been a truck driver for more than 50 years, you're going to have to do more than just kind of lay back on your laurels. You're also going to have to share a whole lot of stories. That tracks for OIDA board member Doug Smith, who joins the show to share how he got started, somewhat reluctantly, and why he's still doing it years later. Spoiler alert, just like you guys do, he loves it. Doug's also going to tell Ashley and Scott, our good friends over there, about the spiritual experience, his quotes, not mine, of hauling the wall that heals. Dave and I got a chance to do that. Madison, it is a 3/4 replica of the Vietnam War Memorial.
Wow.
I mean, it's literally 3/4 scale. So it's a big, big thing. It ain't as big as the wall, but it's big.
Yeah.
And there are pictures out there on my Facebook page. Maybe I'll dig them up and post them later on. You can find me at Jimmy Mack, by the way. If you are a trucker or the friend of a trucker or the friend of friends, I'm probably going to friend you. It takes a little bit of work to find me. I'm not out there on the social medias probably the way I should be. But if you find me, I'll friend you. Just reach out. Dave and I got a chance to do that wall thing, and it was a big deal, and it was a big thing. 50,000 plus names over that wall, by the way, and it's a deeply moving experience. And Doug Smith is going to join the kids, and by the way, I use that as call myself a kid. The kids from OIDA, by the way, he's going to join up with them and kind of shoot the breeze. He's also going to talk about what it was like being on a reality show and his ever so brief cameo in a classic baseball movie and much, much more. That's Trucking with OIDA, and that shows up at 11 in the center, 12 in the east on RadioNemo, right after Road Gang Radio takes its leave. After that, we are back to full throttle, full programming, and much, much more as we make our way over to TXTA. Hope you guys will jump into the conversation and give us a call at 615-292-6366. Let me do my perfunctory. I'm the one that hangs out on the tube of you. Dave hangs out on the Book of Face. He is recovering nicely. Sounded better already. Paul, good morning to you. Going from Iowa to Missouri. He says, be safe, everyone. Be safe, Paul. Joe J. is actually giving us a shout out from Iowa, taking a break from the heat. 71 in the morning after a storm rolled through. Man, do we know that here, Madison.
Sure do.
The difference the day after, it's funny, I saw a meme once. Every dad after it rains all night long. Boy, we needed that. Every single dad you ever know. And boy, we did need any rain coming these days is a good thing. There's a lot of heat out there. Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR. He's headed to Buckeye, Arizona. The heat is at 108 over there today. So we're dealing with a lot of the whiplash of this. Think about it, guys. Iowa to Missouri, Iowa. Somebody's headed to Buckeye, Arizona. The heat is on. Lots of folks jumping in. The Paranormal Pie Man is here for a few. So are we, by the way, Paranormal Pie Man. And Beach Bum is actually over in Collier, Kansas on his way to Denver. We are crossing the country here at Road Gang Radio. All right. So Chowder sent me a text message this morning. Something I was planning on talking about. We got to talk about
Chowder.
So, it's National Get Gnarly Day. That's a thing.
Get gnarly.
Get gnarly. And by the way, one of the pictures I saw when they had like the posting for it, there's a whole bunch of different sites talk about the National Days of, is all these people jumping out of an airplane together. Let's get gnarly. That's what it means. And I was very relieved to see that it was that, because it's also National Lasagna Day. It's a big food for guys who like food kind of day, because the big day, skip the gnarly, skip the lasagna, although we love lasagna. It's National Wing Day.
Ooh.
You a wing fan?
I love chicken wings.
Okay, how do you like them, though? This is a big question.
How do I like them?
I mean, there are people who I love chicken wings, and then like going, dude, you're eating boneless mini chicken fingers.
Oh, no, I'll eat bone-in. I like some bone-in
You
wings.
like some bone-in?
Yeah,
Okay.
I like a flat over a drum, though. What about you?
I like them both.
You like them both?
I do not like any sort of breading on them.
Okay.
Really
yes.
don't. I once again, it's that's mini fried chicken.
Right,
That's
yeah.
not wings. Please stop telling me that's wings. Don't tell me that things without bones in them are wings. They're not.
Yeah.
Those are
They're
bits.
chicken nuggets.
It's chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
Just big chicken nuggets.
Saucy nuggets.
Saucy nuggets.
Yeah.
Don't like them fried. Not a fan of them. I like them fried, but I don't like them,
Like breaded. Yeah.
battered, any of that stuff. Once again, great stuff. That's fried chicken.
Yep.
That's not wings. Wings to me are chicken goes into the fryer as it is, and then it comes out. Somebody puts it in a big bowl of the sauce that they want to put it in, and then you start tossing that bowl.
Yep.
And you start tossing it. And then whatever is remaining after you've tossed it, you pour it on top of it. What I do like, I don't mind getting a little fancy pants, though. Get a little get a little sprinkled blue cheese.
Ooh.
Sprinkle on top of it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a ranch girl.
Oh, I said sprinkled blue cheese on top of it.
Oh.
The dip
Is
is
ranch.
ranch.
Okay.
And what I really like is to get some really fresh cut crispy fries along with that and dip them in the ranch after the sauce has
You're making
mixed
me
into
hungry.
the ranch. That's what we do here. We're not nice people. Nobody's nice around here, and we don't claim to be nice. We told everybody we weren't nice. Give us a call at 615-292-6366. I told you yesterday that Mark Schwemmer wrote a really interesting piece. Interesting, compelling, thought-provoking. In 2019, the U.S. Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Statistics published a report that refuted any claims that there is a driver shortage in the trucking industry. The report concluded that any quote-unquote tightness in the labor market could be corrected. I remember that too, by the way, Madison. That was like he got in front of that committee, that congressional committee, this guy, and basically said, oh, yeah, we could fix everything if we would actually figure out detention time and pay people more. You understand detention time?
Mm-mm. What is that?
Actually, you do.
Oh.
So detention, as a schoolgirl, what is detention?
You get in trouble and you sit in a room for an hour?
Yeah. Now imagine not getting in trouble and sitting in a room for an hour.
Okay.
So the truck arrives for its deal. It arrives for its pickup time and then is forced to wait 1, 2, 3, 4 hours.
Oh, gosh.
The average wait time at the time this guy talked about it was 18 minutes. He says, that's not too bad. Think about all the people that are on time.
Yeah.
And that's actually pulling into the average. 18 minutes is a disaster. And think about it. That means that every single truck has 18 minutes of detention time. Now add up every single truck in America, all the OTRs,
Yeah.
and you can see the problem. So we could say that fixing detention time, but the big thing was driver pay. He said we could cure almost any sort of labor shortage because people go where the jobs are.
Right.
I mean, in the late 70s, when the country was in a really bad period of stagflation, in the early 80s, before, Paul Volcker decided we'd suffered enough and basically took the throttle off of the interest rates and Morning in America started, we actually had a really good situation in regards to the Gulf Coast with oil. We were producing oil at a very large scale. We were competing, because we had to, with the Saudis, who had put an oil embargo on us, and we said, that's not going to happen again. Let's get our domestic production up. And the jobs paid really well. All you got to do is watch Urban Cowboy. People were going down there in droves. People go where the money is. If you raise driver pay, if there is, in fact, a shortage, you would end it immediately. If this wasn't enough, Mark's words, not mine, the Institute of Labor Economics published similar findings in 2023, and a year later, the National Academies, that means 2024, of Sciences driver pay study not only dismissed claims of a driver shortage, but also said the assertion conflicts with the basic economic principles of supply and demand. You follow me? If there was a shortage, pay would be off the chart.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Exactly. And since 2022, the trucking industry has been struggling through a freight recession, which can be attributed to an overcapacity problem. Overcapacity. Translation. You know what that means, overcapacity?
Yeah.
There's too much space in the trucks.
Yeah,
too much space. Yeah, too much space. Too much space. Translation. There are more trucks than needed to meet the current demand for freight. And Mark goes on, but here's his money sentence. This all amounts to a mountain's worth of evidence, to be sure. However, none of it has appeared to deter the American trucking associations. How about that? And by the way, this is what they call a zombie idea. Don't know if you ever heard the expression, guys, zombie idea. It means ideas that you bury, that you think are done, speed limiters, although it looks like they may be done. Louis Pugh's got a great Randy Savage video putting an end to that. Says he's going after the brokers next. You should check out that video, by the way, Madison. It's quality stuff. That being said, a zombie idea gets buried. You think you're done with it. You walk out of the graveyard. You're headed back, triumphant, and then you hear, speed limit, trucking shortage. Okay, you get the idea. You should check it out, by the way. It's a much longer piece than I just shared with you, and Mark's writing is always worth reading. Congratulations to him. As if things weren't bad enough, listen to this. Indiana lawmakers voted to seek federal authority to become the first state that charges tolls on interstate highway. By the way, it's a move that has been taken over the objections of state truckers. It's a 33-page bipartisan bill, so you can be angry at everybody, by the way. Signed in May by Governor Mike Braun, contains a tolling clause along with sections addressing bridges, low water crossings, transportation infrastructure bonds, a railroad tax credit, and a wheel and excise surtax. The so-called road funding bill was introduced in January by State Representative Jim Pressel, Republican, and co-authored by 3 other House Republicans. It arrived in the state Senate in March, where it received backing from 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. I'm not sure this is bipartisan yet. 2 tolling stipulations focus: allowing Indiana to ask the Federal Highway Administration for a waiver allowing toll lanes on interstate highways within its boundaries, removing a past requirement that the General Assembly must first pass legislation to approve tolling. Oh, my God. Really? Actually, I already knew that before I read it. I don't want to act like I was shocked. I was shocked when I read it earlier. Think about this. First of all, we want to tax the nation's highways for our own state's revenue purposes, number one. Number two, we don't want to put any of our legislators in harm's way. You follow me? Therefore, nobody voted on a toll increase. It just allows them to do it. Come on, man. People are calling. Let's get to a phone call before we actually head off to our break, before I shuffle off this radio coil. Who do I got?
You have Jody from Virginia, and he wants to talk to you about something that happened to him last week related to what you were talking about.
Go on, Jody.
What is going on, man? You doing all right?
I don't have any complaints. I mean, I'm going to be gone here in about 15 minutes to head over to TXTA. Got a lot of replay stuff, but I thought I'd say good morning and let people know what the hell's going on. What's happening with you?
Same old, you know, just cruising around, trying to look pretty, you know. But I heard you talk about some of this trucking stuff going on, and the shortages and stuff like that, and yada yada yada. Now, me and another guy, you're going to love this. We loaded at the same place last week out of Jacksonville, Florida, going to Lima, Ohio. 1 pallet each of empty soap jugs going to the P&G plant up there in Lima. Because I heard you kind of talking about, the truckloads and stuff like that, and, yada, yada, yada. 500 pounds. That's all we had. With the pallet and everything else was 500 pounds. 1 pallet each. Same jugs. There was no difference in the jugs. No difference in the loading at the loading dock. No difference in the offloading at the place where we were going. A lot of people would come across, and this is where economics comes in. Well, that's great. You make great money. No fuel, blah, blah, blah. No, Einstein, because in the long run, we all have to pay for that kind of stupidity. They're not doing it for free. They're going to get their money back. That's what a lot of people don't understand with all this stuff. And I mean, yes, in the short term, I made good money going on up there, and it paid crazy money to go on up there. But in the long term, it affects everybody that has to go shopping. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, Jody, thank you for making the call. More importantly, that is the whole point of what Dean, Croak, myself, and a number of us do. What you just did is helping people understand that if you're just in it for you, nothing wrong with a little enlightened self-interest. We all got to make some money. But at some point, you begin to see things that there are people. Okay, this is a really weird story. So the light on cars, when cars first had headlights, they were powered by the rotation of the wheel. I don't know if you know that. The wheel would turn, and that's what would power the light. The man who cornered the market in it, Jody, the guy who basically eliminated the competition, the moment he eliminated his last competitor, he sold the product and got out of the business. And somebody asked him why, and he said, it's done. And he said, what do you mean? He said, because nobody can compete with me. I've kind of cornered the market, so somebody's going to come up with something new to light headlights, probably something along the lines of a battery. And that was the ball game, if you follow me that. And the idea is that you've got to be able, even when you're making money in the industry, to see its overall impact on the industry, because it's going to allow you to make your choices next. And you got it. And a downturn in the overall economy is going to impact you. Very few people clean up in a downturn in the economy. And that's really kind of what, the idea that you've got to see the bigger picture, even if you're making a little bit of money off of it. Am I understanding you correctly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now that you brought up the headlight thing, years ago, pulling out of I'm not going to say it, was a plant, an automotive plant out there in Ypsilanti, Michigan. I did it for 2 weeks. 1 pallet with a rim on it, taking it down to Ohio, back into a dock. The guy would come out, put a sticker on that rim, and then take it right back up to the same plant so they could take it off the trailer. It paid $25 more coming back with that sticker on than it did going down there. Figure that one out. And I asked him one day, I said, what's the story with this? Oh, well, that's the union down there that puts the stickers on it. We do it up here, we'll get in trouble. Run that by me one more time. But in short, who's going to pay for that vehicle? We are. When we go to buy a new vehicle, because they're going to recoup their money. So by the time they paid somebody to put it on the trailer, paid the company to take it down there, paid somebody to walk onto the back of that trailer, put the sticker on, give me back my paperwork, take it back up there, have the guy take it off the truck, say the total cost was $3,000, they're going to charge you $7,000 just for that inconvenience when they put that car together. Figure of speech, of course. But you know what I'm saying? They're going to get their money back. They're going to double their money.
Figure of speech, of course. Jody, I got to take the break. I got to do my thing. But it's good to hear from you, my friend. We're going to be in Texas, and we're going to be live for quite some time. This is like one of the few times we're ever going to do replays. Thanks for joining me in the early part of the ride. And how do you like your wings, dude?
I do like them kind of battered. I heard what you were saying, but I like them the spicier, the better. I mean, the next day when everything kicks in, I want to know that I made a mistake.
I understand. I want to continue to make bad choices as an active participant in this planet called Earth. And by the way, like your wings the way you like your wings. This isn't me yucking your yum. That's just not my thing. I actually, every once in a while, like a little something small and fried. I just don't call it wings. Get out of here, Jody. Love you, buddy.
Love you guys. We'll talk to you later. A week from today is vacation time, and you know where I'll be.
Oh, I have a bet that it involves a cocktail and a beach. Madison, without further ado or a don't, would you give us a moment to reflect upon the greatness of this country and then get a bracing cup of Java?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you had a restful night. Pray all is well with you. I want to share something with you today from Psalms 9, verse 10. From the easy, it's going to be so easy for you to catch on to what I'm saying this morning, because it's going to really and truly jump off the page at you. And that's Psalm 9, verse 10. It says, "And those who know your name put their trust in you. For you, O Lord, have not forsaken those who seek you." Did you catch what he just did? He just told us the people that are constantly seeking after God, constantly trying to do God's divine will, those are the ones that God exposes himself to. And when God exposes himself to us, what God is actually doing is giving us confidence, and he's renewing our faith in him. So my brothers and sisters, as you prepare for this great day, remember what the songwriter said. Those who know your name put their trust in you. So if you don't know his name, guess what? That's why you don't have any trust in him.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
And that was Java with Pastor John. Do you know his name, Jimmy?
Yeah.
You know his name?
John.
Yeah. He was talking about on his sermon how he's like, you must know his name.
I
know his name?
I know his name. I know his name. I also know Paul's name, Paul Starkey. Good morning, RGR. Sorry, I've been away for a while. I was on vacation and had a death in the family, too. My mother-in-law passed away on Wednesday night on my brother-in-law's birthday. I'm back on the road now. Paul, I'm sorry for your loss. We're all thinking of you, and we're glad that you're back on the road. Always
I think
great.
we have Paul on the phone. If
Do
it's
we?
the same, we have a Paul.
Well, let's get a Paul on the phone,
Okay.
shall we? Let's get him on here. Say good morning to you. How are you, sir?
I'm good. It's a different Paul.
Different
Howdy.
Paul.
It's a different Paul.
Got
Yeah,
it.
it's a howdy
Yeah.
Paul. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man? We're not. You got me
me and
before I
Paul.
leave. You got me before I leave. What's going on?
Early bird gets the worm.
That's right, man.
Second mouse gets the cheese.
I
So
have-
about the hot weather.
yeah.
So I've lived in Oklahoma for about 22, 23 years. So the weatherman comes on yesterday, and I live just south of Oklahoma City. So far this year, Oklahoma City has not had a 100-degree day. In 2011, by this time, we had 35 100-degree days, and in 2011 we had 62 total 100-degree days, 100 or more. So this year is not as hot as 2011, is the way I see it.
Oh, and here in New Orleans, it isn't either. Paul, I'll tell you that straight up. I will tell you straight up. And the biggest difference this year has been, after 2 years of it not happening, right around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock every afternoon in the city of New Orleans, there's rain. And
okay. Yeah, that makes a difference.
It makes a massive difference. And the other thing is, somebody made the joke, it also is all the swimming pools around New Orleans are suddenly cool again, because it isn't just sitting there and becoming soup over the course of the day. They're filling up with rainwater. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, and you notice it when it's different, don't you? Has it been merciful?
Yeah. I don't mind heat and humidity. I'll take that any day over cold weather. So.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. The hottest place and the coldest place I've ever been in my life is the exact same place, Oklahoma. So
that makes perfect sense. By the way, there is it happens every once in a blue moon. Speaking of my own territory, that because of New Orleans' location on the river, you can literally get to negative temperatures, while Lake Charles and Biloxi are still in the 60s. Because of what cold fronts do on the river. But Oklahoma City, man, the only thing between you and the wind sometimes is barbed wire. Whoo, man.
Yeah, they go straight through it. Yeah, so when I left home this morning, it was starting to get a little bit soupy, but there wasn't any breeze. But as long as it'll be a hot breeze today, but my wife's already got the doors open. She don't like AC, so mostly we don't even use it. It don't actually work enough. Quite often I'll put a window unit in for just in case, but I haven't even put that in this year. So
yeah, the big reason.
They say tomorrow's going to be the hottest day. So
the thing is, you don't have mold. You don't have mold at the level some places that have humidity have. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you guys have humidity. Don't get me wrong. Believe me, I've been to Oklahoma City. I've been to Tulsa. I know you do. But yeah, that's the biggest reason they run AC so cold here, is to prevent the paper from getting moist. That's the thing. It's air conditioning. That's the big thing. Do I have breathable air? That's the deal. Paul, I can't believe it. You ran the clock out on me, man. I came back from my break and hear you and I talking. Where are you headed?
Going down to Fort Worth to pick up a load that's going back up to Oklahoma, to load it today, deliver it today, get back to my house, and probably jump in the swimming pool. So,
oh, good God.
That's my plan.
I like your plan. I'm sticking by it. When I get to Texas this afternoon, I'm actually going to go straight to the hotel, check into my room, go downstairs, do a sound check, and then walk away and walk into the pool. Thank you, Paul.
All right, I'm out. See you, bye.
All right, my man. That's it, Madison. I'm going to do some odds and ends of bureaucracy around here, pack my stuff up, and head on down the road. We got a little Maintenance Matters, an earlier one. It's an evergreen. All of them are evergreen. It's always, you can hear Kevin, Lindsay, and I shoot the breeze. All those episodes are available as well. Nice curated content today. Hey, guys, go to RadioNemo.com. For all of you who've been listening for this first 30 minutes of live, don't forget, we are racked, packed, and stacked for TXTA. You're going to want to tune into that. It is Texas trucking en masse, and a whole lot of groovy people, too, including another edition tomorrow of We Should Write. One really quick thing, Madison, before I get out of here, let me make sure I take care of our friends over at Trucking with OOIDA, which is at 11 o'clock this morning. When you've been a truck driver for more than 50 years, you're going to have a few stories to share. And that's what's happening with Doug Smith, OOIDA board member, who joins the show and joins Ashley and our good friend Scott to share how he got started. He got into it a little reluctantly, but he's still doing it years later. You know why? Like you, he loves it. Doug's also going to tell those guys about the spiritual experience of hauling the wall that heals, what it was like to be in a reality show, and his ever so brief cameo in a classic baseball movie, and much, much more on Trucking with OOIDA. We're going to be back with evergreen content. Keep chatting over there, guys. Don't be surprised if, we'll further down the road, an hour or so, I join in the chat. Lindsay's lurking around. Tara's lurking around. I'm going to see both of them. Oh, and by the way, welcome Sean, our newest member.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Hey guys, the Nemo crew is out on the road bringing you fresh on-site content from the TXTA annual conference in Austin, Texas. But don't worry, Madison with the T is here to bring you some of the best of Road Gang Radio. Up next, we've got some Maintenance Matters back from July 15th. Let's hear what Kevin Lindsay has to say.
By the way, if you don't know him, I don't know where you've been all my life, but he is the manager of technical service over at Travel Centers of America. This is Maintenance Matters. And speaking of the truth, today the truth doesn't hurt. Today the truth will set you free, because it turns out that if you focus on affordability and sustainability, retreads are actually the way to go. Right, Kevin? Hey, man.
Hey, yeah, that's right. That's right. How you doing, dude?
I don't have any complaints. On a more groovy birthday than Jesse Ventura, although I don't know what could be more groovy. It's also Linda Ronstadt's birthday. She was born on this day in 1946, which makes me feel really old. Do you feel old yet?
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding.
I mean, good God Almighty, she looks great. By the way,
well,
she's doing fine. So there you go.
I think that's a true statement for my entire life that I can remember. She always has.
She always has, man. And by the way, she actually has a great quote.
And sounds great.
Oh, she sounds terrific. I can't, like I said, and by the way, she's one of those artists that if you're a country and western fan, she's got something for you. If you're a soft rock fan, she's got something for you. If you like old time 1930s and 40s music, she's got something for you. It's all groovy stuff. It's all pretty terrific. So I wanted to kind of jump in here because we're talking about everything old is new again. So let's kind of unpack, give us a 30,000-foot view of all this stuff, and then we can kind of go from there.
Yeah. Well, are we talking about my subject matter on tires and retreads now?
Yeah, no, Linda Ronstadt. We can go with that still. No, of course. We're talking about retreads and tires and all that stuff. So I'm sorry.
Hey, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I know you want. Oh, by the way, here's one more birthday that you will love. Speaking of Blazing Saddles, which we talked about earlier, today is Alex Mongo is a pawn in the game of life's Karras' birthday. He was born on this day, which is a pretty groovy thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let's talk about retreads.
Well, I was always one of those guys for years. I've been in this industry a long time. Retreads have always been one of those things. In the back of my mind, I'm like, I really can't stand, because it seems like you have so many issues with retreads and everything. But you got to remember, retreads, when I was younger and actually physically working on these on trucks all the time and actually busting my butt and changing tires and everything on the side of the road, all that good stuff. There's a lot has changed in retreads and the way retreads are manufactured. You know, all these processes are so much better than they used to be. And you know, there's a lot of standards that are so much better than they used to be for these things now. So to me, that's one of the things that's, you know, when something gets a stigma from a generational stigma like retreads seem to have a lot of times, it's because, you know, it was well founded in the beginning. You know, there was probably a lot of issues with retreads, especially on heavy duty big truck tires, you know, for several years. But, you know, that's all changed. It really has. And one of the things, I did a little thing here about a year ago, actually at Matt's, a couple shows ago. And some of the research I did, I got to noticing, but about 80%, and this scares a lot of people, but it goes back to one of the reasons I'm really not crazy about flying, but 80% of aircraft tires in the U.S. are retreads. That tells you how safe they really are, in my opinion.
Well, no, and when I saw that number, by the way, it actually made me feel really good, because I'll tell you this, there are two things at play there, is that the airlines, despite the fact that they gouge us every direction they possibly can, are also looking for ways, given the high overhead of what things cost, of looking for the most sustainable and cheapest ways they can do things. They also know, stockholders know, that if anything goes wrong, even if they don't care about human life, and some of them do actually, even if they don't care, there's no worse way to tank your stock in the airlines than have things go wrong. So they're not going to put tires on those planes that they think are going to tank their stock. It's actually a really good sign of how far far retreads have come in regards to their safety and sustainability, right?
Yeah, and you know, to be honest with you, it kind of goes back to one of these things. There was kind of a quote I had many years ago now. I actually was working for this major manufacturer of they make truck components. They make all kinds of things worldwide, and I was a service rep for them, and I had a class. It was kind of a strange class we went to, but it was the first time they had brought a lot of different people together from their different segments of the business. And I remember one of the guys I was in class with was actually manufactured parts for aircraft, you know, some of the valves and different things used in hydraulics. And we got to talking about, you know, failures and parts per million in the manufacturing processes. And I was like, yeah, you know, on the truck side, you know, we're dealing with this. And he's like, see, that never flies with aircraft. He said, we can't even have one in a billion, you know, because that could cause. I said, yeah. I said, no, I agree. I like that. No. So that's one reason those parts for aircraft and things like that cost so much more, because they have to meet so strict of standards. And that's what, you know, and I know that sounds kind of funny telling a story like that, but to me that kind of ties back into, that goes to show you just how good the process of retreading tires really are nowadays, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that when I saw that was, and by the way, when Kevin sent me his notes, that was the first thing framed at the top, and I did not know that stat, Kevin, and I saw it and I went, that is a great time. My grandfather was a pilot, and I remember one time one of my first cousins was on a plane with us, and he was complaining about the fact that we were sitting on the tarmac, and my grandfather turned around and he goes, you would much rather have a problem on the ground than in the air. You need to trust me on this. They cross their T's and dot their I's, and like I said, some of it is done out of the altruism of respect for human life. The other side is the fact that, man, anybody can tell you, anything goes wrong in a plane, even when it's not, you know, catastrophic, fatal, stock doesn't recover well. They have to do everything right, and it's a really kind of great thing. I wanted to also at the top, since we're at a 30,000-foot view, pun intended, to remind people as well, too, that the number one problem, this really goes back to maintenance, isn't retreads. It's people don't have a good maintenance plan. It's underinflation. It's people not putting enough air in their tires that is the real big killer here, right?
It is. It is because not enough air pressure causes a lot of heat generation. Heat is really what kills tires. Not only retreads, new tires. The new tires can blow out just as easy as retreads can. One thing, there was something else I looked at, and I don't think I ever put it in this document, but I think it was a DOT study or something they did of, because we all know about driving down the interstate.
You put it in, Kevin.
This time
Kevin,
of year.
you put it in, brother. I know exactly where you're going. It's the bits and pieces. I was telling Dre and Madison before the show started, the bits and pieces on the side of the road. This is a great stat.
Yeah.
Hit people with this one.
Well, you've got all of these gators, right? I mean, that's what I've always called them.
That's
You
what I
got
call
these
them,
gators in the road, I mean, they're all over the place, but 68% of those you see, according to this study, actually comes from new tires, not retreads. But I can tell you why they're there: underinflation. That's the thing, You've got to keep that air pressure right.
Let me ask you a question of clarification, since the title of this place is that maintenance does matter, is the fact that all of those gators, whether they are retreads or whether they're brand spanking new, are usually a result of a lack of proper maintenance and application rather than a result of the tires themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's true. And that's one reason I kind of wanted to bring this subject up, because first of all, it's that time of year. Yesterday I was on the road from Tennessee all the way up here to south of Cleveland, stuck in Lodi again up here. So, but we're getting ready for our internal tech competition up here this week, which is next week. But all these bits and pieces of tires I saw on the side of the road. I said, I haven't talked about tires in a while. I need to dig into my retread thing and let's talk about this stuff.
Yeah, and it's also, like I said, the other thing is the fact that everybody's got suspicions about why their tires go wrong, and we're going to debunk a whole bunch of myths today, but at the core of all of this is the fact that most of the reason, other than genuinely faulty tires, but that's a bad maintenance plan too. If you have genuinely bad tires, it means you haven't done your diligence in picking them out. Kevin, before I get to these 4 big myths that you are going to systemically debunk across the course of the next 20 minutes or so, we do have a phone call. I do want to take that really quickly. Who do we got coming in here, Dre? Hey, man. Hey, Jerry. What's going on, dude?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody on the tube of you. Sorry, I don't mean to hijack your segment. I don't have any questions.
That's okay.
But I do have a question. Of all them gators, I wonder how many percentage of them are caused by people exceeding the speed rating of the tires. Because, what I'm hearing is that the tires are speed rated for 75, and I've seen people pass me going a lot faster than that.
Oh,
so I'm just wondering if that plays into it.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Absolutely, yeah, it sure does. I mean, I would say probably behind under in pressure. What? That's a new word.
Underinflation. By the way, I like underimpression. I like under in pressure, by the way. It sounds like a Queen song I haven't heard yet. I'm really thrilled.
Yeah, well, it's groovy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But besides that, exceeding speed ratings is probably a huge factor. Because, when tire manufacturers make these tires and everything's put together, and I know this is kind of maybe a little bit of a stretch, but if you ever have a chance, it don't matter if it's an automotive or a big truck tire plant, if you ever have a chance to see anything on how tires are manufactured, it will absolutely blow your mind. It did mine. I've always thought, hey, tires are, they're black, they're round, they roll, blah, blah, blah. What is it to tires? Well, let me tell you, there's a lot goes into those tires. There's so much engineering goes into these things, even in the manufacturing process of the way the little wire beads, these radial tires with the wires through the rubber and all this stuff. It's amazing how they put all this together. But, they're all designed for certain speeds at certain loads. So the load rating and the speed rating play a huge factor. And I think in a lot of that we see that may not be due to under inflation.
By the way, though, Diver makes a really good point, too, and we're talking about death by 1,000 rotations, in the sense that if you are driving too fast and your tires are underinflated, it's a toxic combination for a much shorter lifespan on that tire. That's a really good insight, Diver. What's happening with you today before I shuffle you off this radio coil? Final thought.
Today's my Friday, and I'm excited to hear Lindsay LaRue's musical guest, because, the name of the band is
Cowboy Mouth. Yeah. Cowboy Mouth. Cowboy Mouth. All right, get out of here. Good to talk to you, Diver.
Have a good one.
You too, sir. By the way, Kevin, we've already debunked one of the big ones. That a lot of people think, well, it's, we'll get to myth number one. They're not safe, and we've already kind of debunked that. They're not only not safe, but it turns out that the kind of work that goes into them, making sure that they are as retreads, ensures their safety. Correct?
That's absolutely correct. Yes, absolutely. So, and if you, a lot of people think they don't perform as well as new tires either. That's another one of those myths. But when you really stop and think about some of the things, that I just brought up about how they're actually made and manufactured and everything, they actually have to meet even stronger or more stringent standards than new tires do, simply because they have already been used. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense.
There's a lot more goes into actually making a recap or a retread than there actually is a new tire, because that casing has to go through such rigorous testing and everything just to be a good casing. So.
That's the most expensive part of the process as well, right? I mean, it's the casing where most of the money and research goes into, kind of the development and the actual manufacture of the casing is where the real action is in regards to cost, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And, not to get too far off here, but kind of to jump back to that manufacturing thing and this whole thing about, you see a lot of these blowouts from new tires as well. But a lot of people, I think, really don't realize that a new tire being manufactured from scratch, the casing, and the sidewalls and everything, all that casing is made first, and then the tread is put on, much like the process of a retread. So it's really not that much different anyway. So,
Well, I wanted to ask you a question. I've got a weird comp here, weird comparison. It's the thing is the fact that if I buy a new pair of boots, they're brand spanking new, and yes, they're up to standard and all that kind of stuff. They don't feel anywhere near as good as they feel 6 months later. I mean, is it a matter of also, like I said, getting them broken in? I hate to use the word broken, but getting them kind of used to what they're supposed to do. And the fact that I put on new shoes, they don't feel very comfortable at first. I mean, they don't feel as good as they could possibly feel. But once I get them on the road and rolling, walking, they start to really work, correct?
Absolutely. And that's a great analogy, Jimmy, because think about that. Now, think about that. What happens if you put on a pair of my boots that I've broken in? They're not going to feel as comfortable to you, are they?
No,
so
absolutely not.
We start swapping these tires off of one truck onto another. There's some more of your issue, right? So it could be.
Well, it goes back to one of your notes that kept coming up throughout the notes, by the way, and it's and one that I that you kind of intuitively know, but it always helps to kind of articulate it, is that you've got to make sure that when you're swapping tires out, you're swapping them into the proper application as well. That's a big thing that gets people in trouble. Can you kind of unpack that a little bit for us, Kevin?
Well, much what was already alluded to here. You've got to have the right load rating, speed rating, and all that. But not only that, but the position, because a lot of times, some tires are manufactured to just go on trailers.
Right.
And, I'll be honest with you, I've had customers that have spare tires, on their trailer, and they need a steer tire, but, they don't want to spend the money right now, or they want to get it back home. Hey, can you just put that? No, you can't do that, because you can't put a trailer tire on a steer tire. That's not how that works. Steer tires are for steering position on heavy-duty trucks. There's no way around that. That's one of those, because you think about that, anything happens, anyone that's ever had a blowout on a steer tire, even in your car, it's a scary situation. Can you imagine 80,000 pounds pushing with that blowout? That's even scarier, and that's the last thing you ever want happening, is anything like that.
The other thing that I thought was really interesting, we talked about the aircraft carrier operators. If you think that if you think they don't perform as well as new tires, ask anybody who's a pilot. But you can also ask ambulance drivers. You can also ask the folks that drive the fire trucks as well too. These are used by people, and like I said, when you're dealing with airplanes, you're also dealing with corporations that are looking at the bottom line. But many a fire truck has no other obligation other than the safety of the men and women inside of those trucks and the people that they are serving. They're not going to be making these choices. It's just kind of a way of example to put these tires on if, in fact, they're going to put, the ability to control a city's fire problems in harm's way. It just doesn't make much sense. It's a great example of how far this has come, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. So, another part of that is, it's amazing. So many times we think, hey, and one of these myths is about how much tire retreads cost. Some people think they actually end up costing you more. They really don't, because overall, as an industry, it's close to $3 billion a year that is saved in tires. Because you stop and think about it in trucking, what's the top two things that trucking companies, owner-operators, if you're doing trucking as a business, your top two expenses for years has been what? Fuel, tires, right? That's where the rubber meets the road, right? It's one of those things. It can save so much money, it truly can. So.
Yeah, and I'm always curious about that too, in the sense that it's like people don't realize that if we were just simply buying more and more and more new tires, the cost would be astronomical. But at the end of the day, I'm laughing about this because anybody listening now and from Diver Driver's phone call knows this as well too, is the fact that none of this really works without a really good maintenance plan. That's really what it kind of comes down to, because all those blowouts we talked about are about deflation. Is that so much of it, we do the combination we talked about with Diver Driver. The idea is that you underinflate, you push the truck too hard, it's not on the proper application. So much of this is about human decisions rather than the quality of the equipment. Even with the best equipment you pick, if you don't have a good maintenance plan, that's where the problem comes in. So talk about what it means, even when you get retreads, what it means to have a good maintenance plan to maintain your tires for the longest possible life.
Well, obviously, first and foremost is inflation. Keeping air pressure up is that has always been the number one cause of any premature tire failure. Is underinflation. So air pressure is so critical, but also there's the aspect of keeping tread depths relatively close, because what can happen if you have, say, a set of duals on an axle on a tractor, all four tires on that axle all the way across. When you stop and think about that two sets of duals that make that up going across, you really want those things within a few 30 seconds of each other as far as tread wear, because what can happen is if you end up putting the, one new tire on, and let's say it has, 20, let's just say 20, 30 seconds of tread depth, and the one next to it is down to, 6 or 8, something like that, you can be talking about a half-inch difference. What that really means, once you put that weight on that tire and it goes down the road, now all of a sudden that new one is actually carrying more of the weight, which is also compressing it down in the road as it rotates, every rotation. But what you don't think about here is once you get up to speed, now that tire that's actually smaller in diameter, maybe a half inch shorter, or whatever, now it has room to expand, because you think about it, as you spin something, it tries to go out away from the center part of where it's spinning. So as it does that, it's going to be the center part of that tread. So even though it has less tread, now it's going to wear in that center much, much quicker, because that's all that's catching that weight going down that road. And then next thing you know, if it was down to 6 or 8 30 seconds, you may only go a few hundred miles, and it can wear, 2 or 3 30 seconds off of that thing when they're out of whack like that, not the same size. So when you really stop to think about the physics of how all that works, it's like, wow, and now when it does that, now you've got a concentrated heat area that can actually cause those problems, because that heat is what kills them, whether it's under inflation or not, evenly wearing across the road, distributing the weight and then the torque from the truck. So,
by the way, that is, Kevin, the best description, the best explanation for why things seem to go so bad so quickly sometimes. Because that's it. It becomes almost a domino effect, kind of a catastrophic failure, in the sense that it's like one thing goes wrong and then other things start compensating. Their compensation then actually creates wear and tear, and that accelerates the deterioration right across the, I hate to say platform, but right across the tires. I mean, literally, as each tire begins to have problems, it sets off other problems in tires that otherwise would be functioning just fine, correct?
Absolutely. And and that's why there's standards out there to follow as far as tread depth goes and things like that, right? And that's why they're there. And to be honest, even though there's standards there, I get the fact that you're stuck on the side of the road, in the middle of nowhere. You got to get it fixed quick. Well, that's fine. I was in the military. I understand the importance of hey, this is mission critical. It's got to get up, got to get going. But here's the thing: don't forget about that, right? And I think what happens, especially in larger fleets, possibly bigger operations, a lot of times there's a truth to that conception that in the bigger a company is, the more little things seem to fall through the cracks. Well, those types of things like that. Hey, well, yeah, this trailer or this truck had a blowout. They had a new tire put next to an old tire. It was supposed to come right back in, but for whatever reason, it got dispatched out differently, and now we've got all these problems with it. And you can even see rear axle wear issues come out of things like that. It is the same. So you want that consistency.
By the way, a quick fix often can get you to the next location, but shouldn't take you any further. The last word I'm actually going to give to Chowder, who actually spoke up on YouTube. You'll love this. What if you use something correctly and it lasts longer and works properly? Who would ever guess that could happen? Kevin Lindsay has joined us this morning. Ain't that something? Kevin Lindsay, as he is off to do on Tuesdays, joins us for Maintenance Matters. He, of course, is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. Kevin, masterfully done. Thank you, my friend. It's good to talk to you. And happy birthday to Linda Ronstadt as well. That's my final thought. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side with trucking tributes from our friends at Reeves Across America. Big thanks, by the way. Go to ta-petro.com and find out more about everything that they can do for you. That's been Maintenance Matters. It's
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Good morning, guys. You are listening to Road Gang Radio. All by my lonesome, this is Madison with a T, and I am bringing you our best of content. And next up, we are going to be talking about Jeremy Kirkpatrick with his segment, Nothing Without Trucking, that aired on July 24th. Let's give it a listen.
Kirkpatrick of the ATA joins us this morning. Hey, man, welcome back. Tara says hello, by the way. Good to have you.
Thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate you having me on. It's great to connect again. And, hey, congratulations to you and the whole team on the new venture, the new platform, the leap into the streaming world. It's super exciting. Love to see what you guys are doing, and really just appreciate you extending this platform to us at ATA.
Oh, you're quite welcome, by the way, and we like to get the perspective of what's going on out there. And you know, so many drivers don't. The other thing is, too, and I wanted to kind of ask you this question first off, and then we'll get to the actual campaign itself. A lot of people, when and Marshall is going to, our good friend Marshall is going to talk about this later on. Marketing money is so difficult to come by, and yet it is so deadly important. Marketing is so important in regards to making a living on the road, whether you're an independent operator or whether you own a small fleet or a mid-sized fleet. And people often give it kind of short shrift. One of the things the ATA does, this is a talking point for every single person who's out there on the road. The idea when you come up with an image campaign, it's one that you're actually sharing with the industry as a whole. They can use it. I mean, it's literally there. They can actually put it out there. And so as part of the consideration, giving your members and giving the trucking industry in general an opportunity saying, hey, this might work for you. You might want to apply this as we do as well. That's kind of the thinking behind it, correct?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Jimmy. We're really trying to build out a storytelling campaign here that leans heavily into narrative and the power of story. So we're creating content, and that content that can arm the industry and stories they can take to various public audiences to get our messages out, and that takes resources to produce these stories and to tell these stories. So you're spot on with that.
Okay, so the image campaign, I'll let you kind of unpack this. Let's talk about this new image campaign, and then we'll talk about the practical steps, because in many ways, like I said, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of your members, who don't have a good understanding of marketing. You guys do. I mean, it's part of what your job is supposed to be, to make sure the industry comes across in its best and truest light. So talk to us about the image campaign.
Yeah, so Nothing Without Trucking is a broad-based public awareness campaign, and our goal here really, Jimmy, is to elevate the importance of the industry in the minds of the American public, whether that's the American consumer, whether that's the motoring public, whether that's policymakers up on Capitol Hill or in state houses across the country. And that's because this workforce deserves recognition. Everyone in this country depends on it every single day. The conveniences of modern life that we all, too often take for granted don't happen through magic, right? It takes the dedication, the skill, and the hard work of 8.5 million professionals who work throughout trucking, including the 3.5 million professional drivers. They're the ones who make that happen. And so we want to remind people of that undeniable fact. We saw this during the height of the pandemic, when there were runs on the grocery store, runs on toilet paper. The economy kind of came to a halt, but truckers kept moving, and the meaning of essential worker really came into focus, right? We saw that groundswell of recognition for the industry and for professional truck drivers, and people were sort of forced to realize just how important trucking is. And it's, somewhat unfortunate that it takes a pandemic, a mass catastrophe to draw that sort of attention. But we're hoping, this campaign through content and storytelling is, one platform that we can continue to deliver that message and reach public audiences.
One of the things, Jeremy, that we're learning, and in case you guys are absolutely just jumping in and joining us, Jeremy Kirkpatrick of the ATA is here to talk about the public image campaign for the ATA of Nothing Without Trucking. One of the things that has to be acknowledged now is we have a show called Nemo Nation. It's every Monday, and Dave talks to anywhere between 12 and 14 guests over the course of 4 hours. That, of course, gives us anywhere from 7 to 11 minutes of an opportunity to talk to each one of those men and women that makes their way onto our platform. We do that, too, because we know the idea that the average listener now kind of consumes things in bits. And so much of it, in order to avoid just simply being bits of noise, we have to be bits of really intense kind of impacted content. How can we kind of kernelize that content? So much of what you guys are trying to do here is not just about, a television campaign or a radio campaign, but it's working in the same space, right? And so I think it's kind of important. How do you kernelize? The statement does it itself. Nothing without trucking. We get that. But then we got to expand a little bit more and breathe into that. Talk about the efforts you guys are making and what that campaign looks like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Nothing Without Trucking is that bottom line, that kind of factual, hard-hitting reminder. But wrapped around that is really leaning into, like I said, stories and capturing stories, whether that's short form, long form, and trying to reach people where they are. We know studies in neuroscience show the power of narrative, of stories, how when reading or listening to or viewing a story, the brain is activated in ways that no other medium can. It generates empathy and primes the mind for action. So stories are an incredibly powerful tool. So to change the way America sees trucking, we need to tell stories that matter. And one initiative that we're leaning really heavily into this year is a new documentary series called Driven. And your listeners can view Driven on YouTube. You can go to drivendoc.org. That's drivendoc.org. And this is a episodic long-form series where we're going to be documenting professionals throughout the industry. We have 2 episodes that are streaming now. We have a third that's going to drop in a few weeks. You make a great point, Jimmy, about kernelizing and finding those snackable nuggets. And so this long form series, we're going to break down and have a lot of cut down pieces that are optimized for social media. But, our aim with the series was to tell the industry story writ large. And that's a fun and interesting challenge when you think of how vast and sprawling and complex this industry is, such immense size and scope. How do you capture all of that in just a nugget or a kernel? And so myself and my partner on this project, Nikki Thomas, we decided an episodic series gives us the runway, kind of the canvas, the canvas that's big enough to tell that story effectively. And so each episode or cluster of episodes will focus on a few individuals in the industry. And people can be drawn to, different stories, different individuals, or different episodes as they appeal to them. But we thought this kind of episodic documentary series is the canvas we need to industry story. So we're super excited about it.
Yeah, and it's so okay. Let's get really in the weeds here. And people, by the way, have been talking on our platform about getting in the weeds. And often truckers say, "I love getting into the weeds, except when it comes to the actual job itself." So I'm completely sympathetic, Mark, out there in Ohio, who's listening and making comments like that. Totally, Jeremy and I are totally with you. This is what's crucial. I realize, when people go to grammar school, late grammar school, early high school, they're taught that five paragraph writing system. You know what I'm saying? Say what you're going to say. Tell us what the three things you're going to say are. Say it in 3 paragraphs, and then at the end, tell them what you said and tell them how they can connect all the dots to draw a conclusion from it. The great thing about that is that it means that you can remove any of those paragraphs and present the simple paragraph as the thing itself, and it should be able to reflect on the other 4 paragraphs. I hope people are following me here. But the idea is that you've always got to kind of keep repeating the message of what the content is, nothing without trucking, while at the same time allowing people an entry point, an access point, and that is through the human beings who do the job. And that's what the interesting point of this pitch is. Just give people a little preview of what those human beings are, who they are, and what they're doing. Did you follow me,
no,
by the way?
absolutely.
Am I making sense?
You are. No, I'm tracking, Jimmy. I'm tracking. And so we wanted to begin in telling the industry story. We wanted to begin with the professional driver, of course. So we identified 3 individuals, and what's really cool about these 3 in particular, they come from, very different backgrounds, very unique backgrounds, and different corners of the country. One is a woman driver from Alaska. She drives the Dalton Highway up in the north slope of Alaska. One is Roland Bolduc, he's no stranger to you, Jimmy. He's
champion Roland Bolduc.
A legend from the National Truck Driving Championship World. He drives in Massachusetts and Connecticut. And then one is from South Dallas, and he kind of came up through he was really the inspiration for the South Dallas Driving Academy. I don't know if you're familiar with that nonprofit organization that's connecting inner city youth.
Very. We've had its founder on the show a couple of times. Yeah, great guy.
Yeah. So very different corners of the country. Different walks of life, but they're each connected by first of all their love of trucking and the transformation it has made in their personal lives, but also connected through their essential role in the supply chain and how they connect our economy. They also represent different segments of the industry. Tiffany drives; she's the single mother up in Alaska. She drives tank truck, hauls hazmat. Roland drives a day cab for an LTL company, and Germany Williams from South Dallas, he drives drive-in over the road truckload. So a good cross-section of the industry, we think, and just different. They bring different perspectives to the story. So that's how we settled on those 3, and I'm happy to dive into each of their own stories a little deeper too.
Really quickly, by the way, I want to point out, too, we went from Alaska to the northeastern corridor and then found ourselves in the wide open spaces of Texas. That's the other, people don't realize, that's the other consideration here, because you can't just go from Texas to Oklahoma and then over to Arkansas. You can't just do, the New England states and then drop into the mid-Atlantic and then move back and forth. And you can't just head over to Alaska and then find people who drive their way from Alaska along up to British Columbia and then back into the States. It's important, too, to kind of make people realize that the human face of trucking is everywhere, and it is, as Lindsay likes to say, both kinds and all kinds, that there's lots of folks out there who are kind of engaged in it. You don't have 8 million people, 3.5 million people doing this if everybody looks the same and everybody's driving the same route. Okay, I do want to dive in because the first one is so much fun and so, at times gut-wrenching and nerve-wracking. Let's talk a little bit about Tiffany and those tankers up in Alaska. Tell people about that a little bit, what they're going to find.
Yeah, Tiffany's amazing. She's a single mother of three, and she drives the Dalton Highway at least once a week. So for those who don't know, this is I think, 415-mile stretch of remote highway in Alaska that runs from Fairbanks all the way to Dead Horse, which is the northern coast up along the Arctic Ocean. It really is the edge of the world. And, I had an awesome opportunity to embed with Tiffany and to follow her on that journey in a pilot car and to experience that road, which is iconic. It is beautiful, but it is also, as you indicated, Jimmy, pretty arduous. I think 75% of it is either gravel or unpaved. In the summertime, in the winter, it's often coated with snow or ice, and it goes through a mountain range all the way up there to the Arctic Ocean. And those drivers are performing a critical service. They're servicing the oil fields up there, the energy workers up there. So they're driving north, and then parallel to the highway is a pipeline that's pumping oil south. And that oil provides energy to the entire state of Alaska, and then it's also exported down to the West Coast. So, her story conveys a few messages. One is economic opportunity. She makes a great living supporting her family as a single mother driving that road. She embodies a spirit of adventure and resilience. It takes some fortitude to make that drive. And I think, she kind of sheds some stereotypes, I think, of what a professional driver, especially up in that corner of the country, looks like. But her story also speaks to the far reach of the industry and the far-flung impact, as you mentioned. Again, that energy is reaching all the way down to the continental United States. So really cool story. Amazing person. She has her own YouTube channel. If your listeners want to check it out, Dalton Darlin is her name, and so she posts a lot of content. But we capture her story in our series Driven, which your listeners can find on YouTube. Also, if you go to drivendoc.org, that's drivendoc.org, you can find these episodes that we're producing.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, and many of the tough guys and tough gals who are listening do know this, by the way, the Dalton Highway, for those people who don't know, is one of the great acts of inter-country national security that has ever been created. I mean, it is one of the great national security routes of all time. It was actually put there for the purposes of radar. It was put there for the purposes of interconnecting Alaska to Canada to the United States with the purpose of giving an early warning sign. And I think, if I remember this correctly, it's the distant early warning line is where the whole conception of the road comes up. But it, in many ways, the documentary that you guys do, this bit of information, is also kind of a really nice little mini history lesson that's going to make people dig in more to figure out how rough and tumble that world is and how important it is. It was also built to support the Trans-Alaskan pipeline system in 1974. Yep. There's a lot of groovy stuff about this. It is a great value lesson in what people are doing. Let's pivot to Roland Baldock, because, man, that guy is the man. And talk, I mean, like I said, and by the way, we can talk about this all we like. We're not ruining it for you, okay? No spoilers. They're all doing great. They're great stories about what's going on in trucking, so you should check out the content itself. But talk a little bit about, because we go from somebody that a lot of people might not know to somebody that a lot of people absolutely do know, because trucking does have its set of celebrities in it as well, too, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Roland he's an amazing guy, super charismatic. And he, we kind of focused in on him because he really embodies, I would say, the skill and dedication and passion that can be found throughout the industry, especially in the area of safety. Safety for him isn't just a talking point; it's a core value. It's a state of mind, and it's something he puts on display every year through the National Truck Driving Championship. So we saw his personal story as a way to kind of expose audiences to NTDC's and to the culture that surrounds NTDCs, which is it's such an awesome event, Jamie. I know you've been there a bunch covering it over the years. Just a fantastic event that really celebrates the mission of safety and puts the skill and professionalism of America's truck drivers on full display. So he, Jimmy, you're far more articulate than I am, but I'd say Roland approaches his job almost like he has a sort of a cerebral scientific approach to the competitions and to safety generally. And so we capture some of that in the documentary, how he analyzes the course, how he knows the dimensions of his equipment, of his tractor and trailer down to the inch, and how he kind of is able to, produce these wins year over year. He's got such an incredible record. So it was awesome spending more time with Roland and letting him kind of put his skill and passion on display.
I'll tell you this, for those who don't know Roland, by the way, but know baseball, Roland Bolduc is to trucking and trucking safety as Ted Williams or Tony Gwynn are to hitting.
Yes.
And I'm not being exaggerative when I say that. Literally, because Dave Nemo once asked me about him, and I said, Dave, the way you and I talk about programming issues, and we can get really into the weeds there. Roland can talk about how much space he has to pass a duck. And anybody who knows what I'm talking about knows exactly what I'm talking about. The idea that it's like it gets down to, this kind of truck, that kind of truck. I need to know the dimensions. I need to know the kind of wherewithal, front and backwards and forward. He's a master of the pre-trip, I guess, is a good way to kind of explain who he is. I mean, right down to the point of like, and what's interesting. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. He practices, and so he spends a lot of time throughout the year practicing for these competitions. So in the series, I don't remember if it's episode 2 or 3, but we spend time with him practicing out in a lot, and he kind of walks through his methodology, and it's awesome. It's really cool to see.
Well, and it's a great reminder too, because it's an obsession of mine. Practice is an obsession of mine, and I make the joke all the time, Jeremy, that people say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is insanity. I also say it's also the definition of practice. And and the idea, but the difference between insanity and practice is that insanity means you don't go and evaluate what you've done. He will do something. That's what's really cool in the documentary. You'll watch him not just do the thing, but then he stops and goes back and says, okay, what did I do wrong, or what can I make better the next time through? It's really good. We'll talk about the last one here real quickly, about the South Dallas route and about Germany Williams. Tell people a little bit about both the program that Germany kind of emanates from, but also what that route is like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Germany, another just amazing guy. Love spending time with him. He comes from the Bonton neighborhood of South Dallas, which I believe is, I think, one of the top 5 poor zip codes in the United States. And he's somebody, he talks about it very beautifully throughout the series. He wanted to find a way out of the inner city and the pitfalls and the trappings that many can find, in the streets in the inner city. And he found his way out through trucking. He got his CDL, which for him, it was his ticket out. It was, it really gave him a license to dream and to think about what's possible. And so that sort of inspired the foundation of the South Dallas Driving Academy, which is a nonprofit organization founded by Von Miner. He's the president. Chris Peterson with Rally Fleet Services, he co-founded it. And their mission is to break through the systemic barrier of driver's license access. So real quickly, people in the inner city have trouble getting access to driver's licenses. That curriculum's been pulled out of many public schools. It's been privatized, and the private schools are not in the inner city. They're where really the money is. And so as a result, I believe it's 40% of the urban poor in the country do not have a valid driver's license. Obviously, to work, to get an education, to go buy groceries, you need transportation. And so a lot of people end up driving without a driver's license. They get a violation leads to a fine, unpaid fine leads to convictions, and this kind of feeds a cycle of generational poverty. So South Dallas Driving Academy is connecting youth in the inner city, getting them a Class C driver's license, a CDL, and kind of building pipelines into the industry. And Germany was kind of the inspiration for that program. So he just speaks to economic opportunity in the industry. His personal story of success has led others in his community to look at trucking. And our hope is we can kind of put a spotlight on this barrier to entry in the industry, this issue of driver's license access, and hopefully see this program replicated in other cities across the country, as well as hopefully I hope some fleets and carriers listening look to this program perhaps as a pipeline for new talent into their companies.
We actually, our good friend Craig Daniels, who was a Citizen Driver of the Year, has often called this show and talked called for exactly what Von Miner is up to over there. He's an incredibly charismatic cat. We've got a chance to talk to him on a number of occasions. I am deeply rooting for them to kind of really make this work, to get people out there, because sometimes nothing without trucking. Sometimes the only way forward for a lot of these young men and women is actually getting out there on the road and getting away from where they were to get to the next place that they want to go. Jeremy, we are out of time. We actually ran over time. I don't care. I love having you on. drivendoc.org. Let me make that really clear. I didn't say driven.org. I said drivendoc, DOC.org is where you want to go, and that will take you to Driven, the heart of trucking, nothing without trucking. Jeremy Kirkpatrick of the ATA has joined us this morning. Thank you for making the time, my brother.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Hey there, guys, it's Madison with the T, and I'm taking you guys through Road Gang Radio's Best of today, while our gang is over at TXTA doing all things trucking. So next up, we are going to listen to a recording of Mike Mueller from his segment on Corvettes that happened on June 20th.
If you've got a fan of Corvettes, if you've got a veterinarian who happens to love Corvettes, there was a vet here in New Orleans called the Vet. this book is so much fun. He has worked, by the way, Mike is who we're talking to and about. Mike Mueller has worked as an automotive photojournalist since '87. He's a lifetime car enthusiast. It really shows in the book. Has written and photographed more than 30 automotive and truck history books and contributed photography to at least that many more. His byline, you can find it in Vet, Corvette Fever. Among his long list of titles are motor books, Chevrolet, 50 Years, the complete book of classic Dodge and Plymouth, Muscle, Camaro, 50 Years of Chevy Performance. That's a really cool book, by the way. And the complete book of Ford Mustang, another awesome thing. We like Mike. He's terrific. We're bringing him back.
Like
Mike Mueller.
If I could be like Mike, wanna be like Mike.
I'd write books about Corvettes. Hey, man, good morning. Welcome to your first appearance on Road Gang Radio, our new platform. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing great. I knew I was in the right place when I heard the 38 special rendition there moments ago.
Oh, my God. Hold on loosely. Oh, my God.
Hold on loosely. I'll keep going.
There is, by the way, in that song, a moment that actually where the engine turns over. As good as that song is, there's a moment that goes into the stratosphere, by the way. That just, you know what I'm talking about? Is when you turn and walk away. Oh, that moment is just like literally like. By the way, it feels like a Corvette. That song feels like a muscle car, doesn't it? It really does.
Yeah. Are you talking to me now?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, yeah, Mike, I forgot to tell you, we play this game called Ignore the Guest, and then we remember what we're doing. So hello, welcome to the program. For here on out, we are talking to you.
Yes, and also I'd like to enter in here with another comment. Be glad that there's no camera here because I'm sitting here scantily clad right now.
Ooh, happy Friday! What are you wearing, Mike?
Nothing.
Well, yeah, I guess you call these undies.
Ooh, dun dun dun.
And I don't know what Friday. And then, that's the benefit of doing what I've done for so long. I forgot what Fridays were about 30 years ago. And now there's a two sides to that. I do wish I could remember what living for the weekend was like, but a lot of times my Mondays are Fridays.
Yeah, so it's a good place. It's a good place, Mike, to start the conversation before we dive into this beautiful piece of art and work that you've done. Because it's an interesting thing with creatives, with writers, and with truckers, as we've talked about. It's I think two truths can be the same at once. I can be like, I'm glad that I don't have to worry about what day it is anymore. That I'm not like just living for the weekend, but then also. I did like that when I was in a world where I could kind of sign off at Friday at 5. I did play that part at once upon a time in my life. And there is something, this is also way before social media and before our brains could exhaustingly always have something to be staring at. But there is something nice to be like, come Friday at 5, that the cliche, I'm going to the game, going to the lake, going to the bar, friends, whatever it is that you do. There is something nostalgic or that I would miss about that, balancing those two worlds, right?
Yes, yeah. But then again, when my happy hour at Hooters started at 10 in the morning, I
like you, Mike.
Well, I can relate to the truckers world. I mean, I did drive heavy trucks when I was young, but also all these years of chasing after cars to photograph for these books, I've driven from one end of the country to the other, and I've done it. Often in my younger days, I did it in one setting, 1,000 miles in one bite. And when I had a car to shoot in California, I just hop in the car, and here I am in Atlanta, and a lot of times I just drive straight through, So put a lot of miles on the road in my day, and it was always worth it because I couldn't wait to see the car that I was going to photograph. So I was always like a little kid.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm going to share a paragraph here, by the way, that is really fun. Suffice it to say that Icon is not a big enough world either for Chevrolet's beloved two-seater or the man behind it. And that sets off a paragraph that really is kind of the balancing act because Lindsay's right. This is a work of art. This is beyond just a story being told. This is it's almost like a miniature installation art piece because you've got to strike a balance between telling the human story that kind of plays through here. And this made me think about the weekend too, Lindsay, because you might not have a weekend, but I have to tell you, if your job has you in open areas looking at Corvettes and taking photos of Camaros, your life is kind of the weekend. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
good point.
There's a truth to that, by the way. But I wanted you to talk for our listeners out here, many of whom have been to the Corvette Museum, we actually drive by it on a regular basis when we go to Louisville for the Mid-American Trucking Show. But for all those people out there who have a deep passion for this machinery, and people just love this car, you know, why it's so important historically and how it is you tell the story through both words and pictures while including the human factor in it. Because Lindsay loves all that human factor stuff. I could care less about people, but she seems to.
Human, go.
Well, it's the human factor on both ends. I mean, it's the people who have created the car, and the people who buy them are just as crazy on both ends. You know, and by crazy I mean a good thing. I feel guilty that I've got to meet all these people, the engineers and the designers who just love this car to death, and it shows. That's the product they've produced. It's a labor of love. And then, of course, the people who buy them, they're almost as loved as much as their pets, you know, their dogs and cats. So
sometimes more than their children, let's be honest.
Yeah, that too, or their wives.
Yeah, oh, for sure that.
Let's not even go there. But,
oh, I'm going to go there later. Don't worry. So go on.
But the men and the women. Now, obviously, there have been more men involved in building the Corvettes, but they love talking about the car too. Now, that's been a great thing for a guy like me in my work, because sometimes you can't get them to stop, and that's a good thing, you know. And all the introductions I've been to over the years, and they're just parties, you know. They're just great gatherings, and you talk about the museum there. The museum has, you know, various events throughout the year, and God, some of those events have been memorable moments for me just being there, let alone, you know, doing work. You know, to call it work is kind of silly because it's never been work; it's always been play. And I feel lucky to have found this work and to be able to play. Well, I played with all cars, but Corvettes have always been dear to my heart too. So.
Well, that clearly shows in this book that is, I don't even think you can call it a book, because here's the thing, it's ideal as both a coffee table like showcase as well as a serious reference volume. It plays both to both of those worlds, which is a cool thing to be able to look at it as a visual, but then also be able to pick it up and read some facts off and chat with people. Sorry, I have to be ridiculous for a minute. Can I go back to, you said, you know, loving it more than your wife as a joke, but like, why did the Corvette become the midlife crisis car? Why did that happen?
Well, a lot of cars play that role. I mean, obviously.
But specifically, like a red Corvette kind of feels like you know the guy in that seat, right? Or am I wrong? Am I just stereotyping it?
No, you're right. It's funny, a lot of jokes told by that aren't exactly flattering tend to ring true too often. And I won't go too far more with that because I don't want to step on any, you know, Corvette lovers' toes. But how many guys do replace what they're missing with a Corvette, you know?
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
I do.
But you know, it's one of the long-running hottest car in America. So hot carries over. It transcends. You know, you feel hot when you get in one because the car is hot, and it's beautiful, and it's just everything about it just smacks of testosterone, which hot.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hot.
If you're touching up your Corvette with a little bit of wax and a whole lot of testosterone, you're doing exactly what you want to be doing. I mean, okay, so this is really fun here because Dave Nemo loves to say the future was yesterday, and of course, when we first started off with the car, just in general, it was electric, and then it's only later on that the gasoline becomes part of the equation. It's interesting because as classic a car as the Corvette is, it's actually an attempt to recapture something that was loved by people who used to drive in the past, the two-seater. I mean, and that's important for people to understand. Can you kind of take people through the history of how the Corvette comes into existence? Because it really is a case of everything old is new again, right?
Well, initially in 1953, the two-seat Corvette came along to try to take advantage of the popularity of British sports cars coming to America after World War II. And of course, if you remember the original MGs, the little bitty ones, which even though they were two-seaters, you had to be a child to get into those. They were so small. And think of what that must have been like to have a small 2-seat car in America, again, reminiscent of what you're talking about of the earliest cars. But here it was kind of fast. It was a 6-cylinder, but relative to cars on the road then, it was sporty and fast. It played on a couple different things, and it was slow taking off. The first couple years were not so hot. And but once it did, it just of course the V8 came along in '55, and that changed everything. We didn't really know what driving fast cars. What we thought were fast cars were nothing compared to what the Corvette quickly evolved into. And it looked fast too, of course.
Yeah, it looked
fast.
It looked fast. Lindsay, you got a question?
Well, I was just going to say it's too bad that Mike doesn't know anything about Corvettes, and clearly no. But this book, like truly, I just so people know listening, and I do want to dive into a couple stories from the book. But just so you guys know, this you chronicle in this book every model since, and correct me if I get any of this wrong, please, Mike. But every model since the 1953 C1 to the hybrid E-Ray and the 1064, if I say this wrong, because I don't know what I'm talking about, and the 1064 HP ZR1 mid-engine beast. It's over 350
You actually
pages.
said that right.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's over 350 pages, 8 generations. It's really a go-to reference for diehard fans. So I just want people to understand what this book is. We're really diving in. But I'm curious because the photography in it is so beautiful, which goes back to what I was saying on making it a great coffee book. What's the most, and this is probably hard to say, but I'll say one of the most epic Corvette images that you captured, and maybe a little story behind it so people get a little idea of how we humanize a little bit the cars in this book, which is okay.
A little bit. But the only thing that humanizes cars more than this book is the movie Cars.
The movie Cars, yeah.
People ask me similar questions all the time, and that's a tough question because I hate to home in on one topic or subject in this. And I mean, all the Corvettes I've shot are gorgeous, some less than others, but there's a lot of historic ones too. And I've had the fortune of I've been fortunate enough to get chances to shoot one-of-a-kind cars, and I'd have to pick those out. The 1957 Corvette SS race car, the magnesium body beauty. They built 2. There was a test mule too, but I got to photograph that, and I spent a day up there at the Corvette Museum out back, and I mean, I just wanted the day not to end. And if you look in there, it's in there, and it's just a gorgeous machine, especially for 1957. And you got to think of context, too, of what these cars looked like when they were new. Sometimes people look back and poo-poo because the opinions or the sensibilities have changed, of course, and they just don't get it. And I feel for those people because you got to put yourself in the seat then and think of what this car looked and felt like when it was first new.
When you showed up, do you see these cars? Like, do you get sort of giddy and nervous, like you're meeting a famous person when you see these cars? Like, oh my God, there he is. He's over there. He's over there. He's in the corner. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I'm afraid. I was always afraid I was going to sneeze on him or something. Or worse. I mean, I sweated on him many times. There were times I dripped all over him when I was photographing in the heat. Then fortunately that didn't damage anything. But no, I like I said, I was always like a little kid. It was always fun for me. And by the way, I am retired, so to speak.
Congratulations.
I stepped out of retirement for this.
Oh yeah. By the way, this looks like a hell of a retirement. By the way, a 300+ page book full of pictures that you've taken with new additional stuff. The complete book of Corvette 5th edition. Its author is Mike Mueller. He's joining us this morning. I will tell you this, by the way. One of the things that I do love is the balancing act, because we've talked about this before, the idea of what pictures end up on the cutting room floor to kind of suffice. But I did want to talk about that, but I also want to kind of pivot. There you go, Lindsay.
Pivot.
I wanted to pivot because Lindsay talked about it as a coffee table book. I can see this book not only being on somebody's coffee table as a way of saying I like cars. I can actually see this in somebody's garage with the spine broken. I can see this in somebody's garage
manual of
with
sorts,
smudges on it as well. I mean, this is the kind of thing where you put pictures up. Guys, by the way, buy 2 copies. If you're going to do that, buy one for the living room and then buy one and make Mike rich.
Smart. Just makes sense.
Do that. But I wanted to ask you, because in many ways, I know there are things that must have just been agonizing. If there's one picture that didn't make it to the book, the last one that didn't make it to the book, the 13th Apostle, which one is it?
Oh, but that list is endless. I can't even tell you. Well, it's between my own photos, which of course I'm really protective of, and love every one I take, and then there's all the stuff that GM has sent me, and it's just hundreds. And that's, you could ask. Well, by the way, I got to give kudos to Zach Mueller, my main man at Motor Books, who has been with me for 30 years through all of this. And he knows, and he feels the same way. I'll send him 100 more photos than we can possibly use, and then we have to sit there and wade through and figure out which ones we're going to, cut off. And it's not just photos of the cars. I'm a gearhead. I love the stuff. I love the nuts and bolts. And of course, GM over the years has created wonderfully artistic cutaways and studio shots of brake rotors and clutches and pistons and you name it. And I want all of that stuff to be in there. And there's just not enough pages in the world to get everything that I want to put in this book in. So there's no way I can answer that question specifically. I got to say, I lean towards crying over losing a lot of the technical stuff. Like I say, we always make sure to get a good exterior focus on the car, and that comes first. And then if there's room and there's placement availability, we'll go with the technical stuff. And I like to show everything.
Really quickly, I wanted to ask you this too, by the way. Dre, I think I got a little drop off on Lindsay's side of the equation.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Oh, okay, wanted to make sure. Okay.
That was my fault.
That's okay. As long as you're with me, that's all I care about.
I'm here. I was just going to say some of the people that are commenting, so you know. But Chowder says he's been in El Camino, Chevelle. But they're just now people are just listing cars they like. Different conversation, guys. But the Corvette, Dude Odd Man's talking about the Corvette run for St. Jude. I did real quick, guys, because I thought these were interesting comments back to our working for the weekend conversation. Because this, just to throw it in, Bruce Almighty says his days off rotate, but he knows definitely when his Friday is, which makes sense. Like it doesn't have to be actually Friday, but you know when your Friday is. Your Friday might be a Tuesday. So that's one thing. And then Dude Odd Man says, which is a great point, that yes, truckers do lean into weekend days because it means less traffic and more parking. So there's that. Anyway,
there is that.
Just had to throw that out. And speaking of our drivers, I'm curious. What would you say? Because most of our audience spends their work week behind whatever that is, behind the wheel of a big rig. And so, I bet a lot of them perhaps daydream, or a lot of them do have their cars that they drive on their downtime. A lot of them call us and tell us about it. But, sometimes the idea of trading the cab for the Corvette come Friday night or whenever. So, Mike, what would be the perfect Corvette for a trucker looking to let loose on the open road over the weekend? Nice. Something that will give you freedom, but still respect their need for some grit.
Okay, excuse me. I think I understand your question, but I mean there are
somebody does finally.
Well, there are Corvettes that are better suited for daily driving and even going to the grocery store, and then there's the cars now that are just outrageous killers. You mentioned the new ZR1 with 1,000 horsepower. I never thought I'd see the day. Now, if somebody really wants to, break loose and feel what it's like to be Rocket Man, that would be the car. Of course, that's an expensive car. There are affordable Corvettes out there, and it comes and goes. There's affordable used Corvettes that you can drive and not worry too much about driving every day because you didn't pour a whole lot of money into them. That's not. All of us are in the same boat. We have our price tags and our limits. So I guess you got to figure out how much you want to spend, and then how much you want to worry about the car you're driving around. Did I answer that right, or did
Yeah. Well, you gave kind of it point. What I hear you saying is there's something for everybody. You just have to really identify your parameters and your priorities.
Okay.
Yeah. Now stop and think about this. Back in the day, now this stopped in the 60s. The basic Corvette for years had a 3-speed manual transmission. That's what Grandpa drove, and they got rarer and rarer.
Aggressive Grandpa, but Grandpa. Yeah,
could be a name.
But anyway, they finally figured out it just wasn't worth building those anymore because nobody wanted them. So the 4-speed became the standard there became a choice between a 4-speed and an automatic. And now here we have Corvettes with only one transmission. The technology has advanced so much now that you have a hybrid, a manual automatic transmission that you can shift manually, but it's still an automatic. And I never thought I'd see that day too, because I still love driving the traditional stick and a clutch on the left foot. I mean, that to me that's a real man's vehicle. So yeah.
By the way, I just wanted to share how things have changed so much. You said 1,000 horsepower. Made me think of one of my favorite quotes. This is from Car and Driver back in the day. Chevrolet insists there's only 425 horses in there, and we'll just have to take their word for it, explained a Car and Driver report, which went on to mention the only number that really counted anyway, 0 to 60 in 5.4 seconds. And I think about the fact of what it's all, as you said, we have to go back in time to kind of put it in context. We always have to put these cars on the road with the cars of their time to understand how often and how far ahead they were, right?
Yeah, isn't that amazing too? 5 point whatever seconds. They've halved that. That's another thing I never thought I'd see. When 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds, you realize that most humans, that's a whole lot of G's, and a casual driver would probably fill their pants. That's unbelievable, and it all happens so fast now. And
literally
about 425 horsepower. That used to be an unbelievable mountaintop. And now minivans have that, or whatever you want to say.
Subarus, man, a Subaru makes the jump to light speed. It's like the guys from the British show about gears, all those gearheads. Like, I got into a Subaru, dude. I'm suddenly like running along next to the Millennium Falcon. Mike, we're out of time.
Speaking of things going fast, my Lord, how did that go already over? Mike, you're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, it's called The Complete Book of Corvette, 5th edition. You guys should get it.
Every single model since 1953. That's a lot, guys.
Mike, we'll probably give you a call later on. I'll shoot the breeze with you. I can't thank you enough for joining us on our new platform at Road Gang Radio. We're so thrilled to have you, brother.
Well, thank you very much. It's been great.
The book is out now. You can get it wherever you find your books. It's out now.
Hey, I found one here on the floor.
Oh, there it is. It's out now. Literally, it's everywhere. It's falling from the sky. Check out Mike's book, The Complete Book of Corvette 5th Edition, every model since 1953. Hopefully, Mike will come back and talk fast cars again with us soon. And wearing something scantily clad. After all, it is Friday. Wear what you want.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Hey guys, the Nemo crew is out on the road bringing you fresh on-site content from the TXTA annual conference in Austin, Texas. But don't you worry, Madison with a T is here to bring you some of the best of Road Gang Radio. Next up, we have indie folk artist Hillary Reynolds from when she was on July 24th.
15292 Nemo.
We got a great guest coming up here in the next half hour, do we not?
We do. Joining us next is a musical guest who I'm very excited about. Great music. Her new record is coming out soon. We got the link to listen to it ahead of time. Her name is Hillary Reynolds. She's an indie folk artist. The single is out now, which is wonderful. I was listening to it again on the way over here today. She's a neat artist. She's a newer mom. She talks. She's certainly going to want to bring her. Yeah, I'm going to want to bring her back for We Should Write sometime to dive deeper. Because she's talks openly about being a new mom, struggling with postpartum, all those things. So she put it into song. Her new single really talks about basically to her husband, I'm not listening to you. I can't. There's too much going on. I overanalyze everything you say. I'm not listening to you. And I'm just going to send it over to my husband just to make him understand my life. I'm not listening to you. What's interesting though is the idea, Jim. It's gonna get interesting, not tricky, but we'll see when we have an artist on this show that then also is on We Should Write, how we kind of separate the two. Because tomorrow on our show is Tim Howells from the Plain White Tees. Hey there, Delilah. And he is going to be my guest on We Should Write next week, actually live from Austin where he lives. So we need to tailor it so that I don't we can dive in and then go deeper next week, but that'll be a neat way to introduce our audience on this show to Tim and then come back and go deeper with him because he's in the Plain White Tees, but he has solo music and a new record coming out.
There is a really great routine from Flip Wilson about the Church of What's Happening Now. And I think this particular show is a great opportunity to talk about what's happening now with people. Like, had Fred LeBlanc been on our show, it'd have been like, what's next? And I think We Should Write is about, let's talk about what writing means to you, that we don't dig too far in that direction. That's an easy one, too, because people can talk about, what's going on in their career now, where they're headed, what they've got cooking, as opposed to the journey of writing to kind of make them the artist that they were today. I actually think it's a great way to kind of set that up because people will then listen and go, oh, that was a nice 15, 20 minutes with that fellow, that band, those guys, those gals. I want to go deeper. I can't wait to figure out what that really means. I also want to point out our next guest has written songs that have been recorded by others that have been played on some pretty darn popular shows as well. Yeah. And that's kind of an exciting thing that I hope you will get a chance to dig into about hearing your own work done by somebody else to great acclaim. Is always a great conversation to have as well. This is hashtag RGR. This is Road Gang Radio. Our friends over at Shady Rays give you lost and broken protection custom programs. Really great customer service. And by the way, they've got your back at shadyrays.com. Madison, cross that T, dot that I. Take us into the break. We'll be right back with our next guest, Hillary Reynolds. The first album, well, it's 5 years in the making, as a matter of fact. A transformation.
Overnight success. In 5 years. The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to the conversation that drives America. This is Road Gang Radio. Back to you, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay.
Hey girl, hey, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. My husband says I gotta stop saying hey girl, hey, that it's offensive to men. I don't care. It's in my soul.
Offensive?
I don't know.
What's up, fellas? I'll do. I'll
there.
get to add that. What's up,
Hashtag
fellas?
balance me up.
Yeah, what's up,
Hey
fellas?
girl, hey.
What's up, fellas?
Done. All right, there. You're welcome, Seamus. Did that help? He's listening. He's digging a ditch out behind our house right now.
She pulled out the legal name. She pulled out the legal.
Oh no, my husband's name is Seamus.
Oh, right.
Isn't this weird?
I thought she was calling
Strange
Jimmy
days
Mack
indeed.
Seamus.
No, don't call me that on the air. Please don't call me that on the air.
So
Please don't. Then you start calling me
Mr.
Mr.
Mac?
Mr. Mac.
Mr. Mac?
I hate that too.
Mr. Mac?
Mr. Mac. Mr. Mac.
Unless it's followed by and cheese, I don't like it.
Which, by the way, the lady who did the catering yesterday, you could actually call her Pam MacFalter, although it would be my actual middle name as opposed to the shortened version of my middle name. We will
Don't
leave
fault her for anything. She
Oh,
made great
nicely
food.
done,
So
Brian.
I'm told. I didn't eat any of it. But
Everybody else did.
She was a lovely human, though.
Everybody else did, by the way. That was really funny. She sent me a message at the end. She said, look, I'm not asking for any more money for myself because after all, I'm happy to do anything for you. She said, we didn't think we'd be serving the food yesterday. They weren't supposed to serve it. They were supposed to drop it off,
Oh.
get it set up, and leave, and ended up realizing that there were some other issues that were actually played through.
Whoops.
And no problem sticking around. But my first cousin, once removed, Jack, her grandson was there, and he jumped in and did the serving.
Oh my
And-
gosh, I love it.
and
You have
she-
so many
and-
family members.
What was great
in
though,
this city.
she wrote me and she said, "Would you mind?" I said, "I've already got the envelope with his cash in it. Don't worry." They just left too early. I had a cash envelope for Jack that I went and picked up because I was like, noticing like, why is he doing this? I'm like, well, got to pay him too. That's okay.
That's what you do.
And
You
if I
get
had-
what you pay for.
And by the way, I got what I paid for. I better pay for it because I got what I paid for without paying for it. It was pretty spectacular. I mean, he was so personable, and it's really funny because Chef Desi turned to me and said, "Isn't it nice having family run things for you?" I said, "Especially when they don't expect to."
Yeah, and they're just thrown to the wolves.
And of that, you and your mom your mom and dad can totally relate. I need your help. For how long? 4 hours. Go take this cocktail.
Here we go. Okay, so join us next, and I'm excited to tell our next guest about We Should Write, the concept, the show that we launched yesterday, because we dive into the healing power of songwriting. And that, I did see a comment pop up. I saw it pop up on I wasn't sure if it's Instagram or Facebook, and it disappeared kind of quickly. So I'm unless somebody else saw it, I'm guessing this driver posted it and then thought better and took it down. But I think the gist of it was, what I did see he post, he said, "Wow, I knew RadioNemo was expanding, but I didn't realize you were expanding like you could tell it had a negative connotation in it." And I say, nay, sir, because here's the deal. Yes, we talk to the vast majority of our audiences are over there truck drivers, but truck drivers are humans too. And I believe who needs more who should be more seen in the world than these people that spend so much of their time alone. They have so much time with their thoughts. They see so much out on the road. These are songwriters, whether they put it to music or not. They could be poets, the things they see. And all a truck driver has to do is write down exactly what his day looked like, and you got a country song. I mean, that's just the honest truth. So we'll talk to some of Hillary Reynolds about that, who we're bringing on next. So, y'all, we're thrilled to welcome indie folk gem, and I'm going to say that again, gem, because she really is Hillary Reynolds. She's a storyteller, y'all. She's what I like to call, Jim, a conversational singer, while also she has this very beautifully haunting voice, which I mean as very high praise. She's penned tunes that have landed on Yellowstone and Loudermilk, which is a really funny show. She's co-written for Little Big Town and Danny Rose. Her voice has quietly really found its way into hearts and homes around the country, guys. But now, 5 years in the making, she's back with her own debut solo album, which is so exciting. I would be hugging her if she was here. It's called Changing Seasons. It's a personal exploration of becoming a first-time mom, of navigating postpartum life, and finding her artistic voice again. I'm so glad she did. Trust me, you will want to listen to this wonderful human's music. Hillary Reynolds, welcome to the show. Good morning, friend.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're so glad you're here. Hillary, where are you based?
Well, that's a funny question. In the summertime, I'm a Wisconsin Midwest girl.
Okay.
Where the cheese curds are flowing and the spotted cow is plentiful.
Take me there.
And yes, exactly. Let's go. And in the wintertime, I'm in LA. My family and I are in LA. So we kind of split our time between LA and Wisconsin.
Okay. Well, that's a nice way to do it. So meet my co-host here, Jimmy Mack, who lives in Southern California. We are currently both together in New Orleans, where our main studio is, but he knows of and I used to live in LA as well. So we're all here. We're all having a good time, Jimmy Mack.
Everybody's having a good time, Lindsay. Okay. I did want to ask you, where in LA do you live? Because people don't understand LA.
Like, what's your address?
Yeah, exactly. Tell the people where they can find you. And this is important, too, because anybody that's ever grown up in the city of New York or grown up in Chicago or Los Angeles understands this. And a lot of our friends don't. People grow up in rural communities and they hear LA and it's like they have a certain image of the city. LA is actually about 7 or 8 cities, to be honest with you, with some areas that are part of the county that aren't officially Los Angeles, but they are part of LA County, that are very different cultures. I've always said that LA has a culture for everyone. What is the world of LA that you exist in, is what I wanted to kind of ask you.
I'm in the Valley. I'm a Valley girl when I'm in LA.
Love it.
And it's specifically, Valley Village, NoHo area. That's kind of my domain, and I think you're exactly right. I think there's a little something for everyone in LA. They just don't know it, and really, it's such an eclectic city, and you could find yourself in on the West Side, which is a totally different energy, or just in a sleepy part of Playa del Rey. That's like a very sleepy kind of retirement, kind of beachy town feel, and then you can be in downtown or you could be in Culver. It's really cool. I think after being there for 7 to 8 years, you kind of just learn where you feel like your people are. And, for me, that's a lot of studio work, where whoever my peers are. I just, built that community, and then you don't really have to get in your car for over an hour, every day. You can just sort of live in your borough.
And y'all, right, there is a stigma on people. You hear LA and you think Hollywood and Paris Hilton and people that are vegan and don't understand me or whatever. I don't know, making stuff up. But like it is, totally. I lived there for almost 8 years. I've been in Nashville now for 18 years. And so when I went back to LA last year for work, I re-fell in love with it. I'm really good, Hillary, at like shutting things off and being like, okay, that's done. Look away, close the door. And then went back again. Yeah. And there's a new energy now that I don't live there anymore that I really miss. And I was thinking about this yesterday. I can't describe the energy that I get. I can't really put my finger on why I'm so drawn to it. But it's a feeling of things are happening and anything is possible. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yes. Totally. I think it is different. I host a house show in my backyard, maybe once every other month, and it's really incredible because my friends who host it are writers and comedians, and they sort of
I bet that's
find
fun.
they find the comedy aspect of the talent. I'm in charge of the music. There's poetry and there's burlesque, and it's really cool to see everyone who's, really gunning for it, right? Like hustling for it hard and have their 5 minutes totally locked in. And you get to be a part of, just a cast in one night, and everybody kind of comes together. And it's just really, I think it's inspiring and rejuvenating, and it's just, I'm in awe of how much talent is there.
That is cool.
Just on any given day.
I am going to share with you something about what happened around here last night at our Fastport Studios in New Orleans. We're at the historic Degas House, by the way. I'm not just promoting us here. I want to get to a great
Hillary,
question.
thanks for coming on our show.
Yeah.
We want to talk about us.
Okay, and by the way, if you guys if you're just joining us, by the way, she's an indie folk artist, by the way, and I love the fact that indie folk artist continues to this day, because anybody that has house concerts, house stand-ups, house parties, all of that kind of groovy stuff really fits into this. There are a number of big thinkers right now, including some very wealthy individuals, who feel like what you're doing right there is part of the future of where we're going. As platforms get bigger, as more information gets out there for this sort of mass minute consumption, as I call it, these quick bites all over the place, that human beings are kind of gathering together in real life, that there's a real deep hunger for that. The same as a truck driver sitting around a diner table. It's a constant complaint of these men and women. They want a moment where they have a little space that they carve out for themselves and get to be them and share who they are in these kind of spaces. And we got a chance to do that last night. Had it not been for a storm, the band would have gotten through more than 3 songs. They did a terrific job. But there really is something about that with what you're kind of doing over there. And a lot of your song lyrics really play to this, is that we look at the very small, these kind of grace note, small moments, these little islands of sanity in this noise that surrounds us. And we try to create worlds that at least with about, maybe 50 people, maybe 100 people, something real happens. And that's what it feels like both the process of songwriting and planning events like that are. Can you kind of talk about that a little bit, if I made any sense whatsoever?
Oh, yeah. I think what's really interesting and powerful about these experiences is that it's drawing a bunch of folks that never would know each other otherwise into the same space, and everybody's having a shared experience and maybe being turned on to somebody new that they never would have discovered otherwise, because everything is a soundbite and everything is vying for your attention all the time. And so when you are in a state of presence, you're being present and you're really tuning in to the person who is breathing in front of you and sharing their story. I think our senses are activated in ways that haven't been activated through a screen, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it's a very powerful way to, it's kind of a grassroots way, and it's a slower burn, but I think it's a more meaningful way of building community and connecting. And I think LA can be a really isolating place if you don't know good people. So that's also the other aspect of putting these concerts, these opportunities together, is just to get good people together.
And is that something people can watch online, or is that an in-person thing only?
It's an in-person thing only, unfortunately. But yeah, it's something that's just been really fostered out of the need and the desire. I grew up in my hometown of Appleton, Wisconsin, and
shout out.
People get together. People know how to throw down, have a good time, and people really, lean on each other in the community and know each other. And I just landed in LA and was just sort of like, I think I could foster some of that. And there are a lot of transplants of, Midwestern souls in Southern California. So it kind of just has become its own little thing, and it's great.
So let's talk about, because Changing Seasons, it's been in the making for a long time, and there's there's so much, Hillary, I talk on this show as well as a new show of mine that launched yesterday called We Should Write, which is about the healing power of writing. So please say that you will come back and be on that show sometime where we can dive deep.
I'd love to.
Okay, good.
I mean, I want to hear about more of that. I'm intrigued. Yeah.
I will we'll definitely dive deep. So I will reach out to have you on that. But, I talk a lot about how on this show, how people passively consume art. They don't, whether that's a movie or a painting or an album, that they listen in the background. Now, music is meditative for sure, especially when driving or whatever, puts you in that state.
Mm-hmm.
But not even just the production people don't think about, which is the whole thing. And then the songwriting process you don't think of. But then also, Hillary, the life that had to be lived in order to write those songs, which you know so well. So what I'm really curious about on this album, because you talk about this is, your journey through motherhood. I have a 6-year-old. I did not birth her. I adopted her, but I had a different kind of form of postpartum, I guess you'll say. It was a different kind of thing. But you started, correct me if I'm wrong, you started writing it. Then COVID hits, you have a child, that's all this time to get it out there, but you've gone through multiple seasons from the birth to from the conception to the birth of this album. So I guess my question and all that, what I want to figure out from you is if you can talk about how, when you put a record out into the world 5 years later, you're a whole new person when it started. Do you feel that? Do you feel that you've come through so much? And does this show you 5 years ago? Or are you already ready for the next album? That's a lot to unpack, but good luck.
It's a ton. Yeah, thank you. Bon voyage. I think that it's surreal. It feels really surreal, I'll say. I'm going to be performing the album straight through next weekend at a festival called Mile of Music, and it's a really unique festival where it's like you can only play original music, no covers.
Nice.
And so it's wonderful, and people really turn out for that. And so I guess I'm a little nervous just because I haven't had these songs I've had them in my pocket for so long, but to actually play them in front of hundreds of people will be just like a new experience, and it'll be kind of like ripping off the biggest Band-Aid ever. And yeah, I think I sang a few of them from a different place now. I think that honestly, it sounds strange to say, but giving birth deepened my voice. So
I don't think that's strange
I feel like
at
I
all.
sing from a different. Yeah, I just feel like things are different, and so I'm excited. I'm, if anything, just really excited to see, how these songs land, because unfortunately, because of the pandemic,
Yeah.
As a writer, you're out and you're testing out material. You're kind of like, you're going about seeing what lands with people, what catches a spark, and that kind of can be an indication of what feels special, not only to you, but important to record for others. And this was sort of like a big Hail Mary of like all the songs that really were too personal for me to give away to anybody else. And, sort of started from a string of 30 songs whittled down to 8, because I really was intentional about the feeling of the album being soft and for the morning, and just light and wonderful. And not all the songs that I began tracking were able to fit in that box. And so I had to make some harder decisions, but I think ultimately I ended up with, an album that I stand by, and something that I just hope people find a little bit of peace, or, just a little bit of softness in.
I love the idea. Lindsay and I both, when you said For the Morning, actually just lip synced it to each other. We both went For the Morning. That's a daring strategy, and I mean that in a positive way, because often people, when they have an album that is a long time in the making and you have a backlog of 30 songs, we all can't beat George Harrison and be like, I get to release a triple album at this point. But what is cool about this is you're making a very different decision, because a lot of people, when they release an album after a long time coming, They try to give you what I call the variety show. Here's my rocker, and here's my soft one, and here's my ballad. This is a really conscious decision to say, nope, there's something that I want to communicate over the landscape of these particular songs. There is a feeling, and it goes back to album as opposed to single. I really want to communicate a totality here. Was that always the design, or did you kind of, as you move through this selection of songs, realize, you know what, there's something I want to do here, and I'm going to start gravitating towards these particular pieces of music? By the way, we could talk about what the album achieves, but that's a very courageous decision, and I don't mean that like, boy, that's a bold move, Cotton. I actually mean that is a genuinely courageous decision. Can you talk a little bit about the process of getting to that point? Because there have been a lot of choices to make very deliberately over the time that you've been putting this together.
Yeah, I think that it's absolutely emerged. It's been something that's emerged from, looking at the bigger picture and going, what do I really want to say? And I think there's a lot of, I have to be very careful with my words now, but.
No, this is a safe space. Say something very, very inappropriate.
I guess, what happened was, I think I just started noticing that there's some really beautiful, delicate instruments, and, the musicians who played those instruments, I think, were really masterful at capturing certain vibes. And so I all of a sudden sort of started putting all of this together and realizing really what I enjoyed the most listening down was just how I felt like most of the songs lowered my blood pressure. And I kind of realized that even with my son and on a daily basis, if I need something in the morning, I'm throwing on morning classical playlists. I'm not throwing on like Elton John, Benny and the Jets. I want to just kind of ease into the day instead of like, all right, let's go.
Do this Friday.
There is a time and a place, and I am fully on board for that. Like, for sure, that side of me exists. But I think just in terms of what I thought I could offer in a space where, maybe there is space for that kind of an album. And so I didn't want to just add to noise. I wanted to do something a little more intentional.
You've said some things that are really important here. First of all, you just said what I thought I could offer, which I think is very important, because it means this is intentional, what you're putting out there, and you're aware of your responsibility as an artist. Like when you put something out, it's not that you're like, you want to tiptoe around anybody, but it's like what I put out into the world can make a difference, and I want it to. And that's when we come here, when we find something that we do well that brings us joy, and then that plus, it's able to offer someone else joy. That's the secret sauce of why we're here on this earth, and you found it with that. And so I think it's really interesting that you're saying that, to Jim's point, that it's a bold move that I'm going to put out. And but hey, if somebody listens to it every morning, well, that's pretty cool. But you're right, like setting the scene, setting you up for success. Sometimes I put on dance party music. I have a 6-year-old with my daughter in the morning when we're in the kitchen. But I do notice, Hillary, that she's a different person when I put that on versus, like you said, the classical or the jazz in the morning. She goes out. And so now I have a responsibility to her as well. So I love that you're packing that. So that's very cool. Okay, what I want to go back to as well.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Okay.
I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, I love that you have dance parties.
Oh, yeah.
That's so wonderful. Yeah.
Well, we'll have one together sometime soon. But I want to go back, because you did mention a couple minutes ago as well, the idea of picking the songs, which are for me and which are for somebody else, which is hard because you're a songwriter. Other people cut your music as well. Little Big Town, as we've mentioned, several other people have cut your songs, which keeps the lights on.
Got it from my mama. Those lyrics are terrific in their simplicity without ever being maudlin. So well done on that, by the way. Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We wrote it for our moms. So, yep.
Shout out to the moms. We do have a lot of female truck drivers who listen as well, Hillary, so this can be for them.
Hell yeah.
But the difference that has got to be hard. Can you unpack that for our listeners so that they understand? When you're a songwriter, but also an artist, and you write something, you're like, oh my God, this is so good. And I know that I would sing it well. I really want to. But also, wow, this person, little big town, they're going to cut it. They might be able to win a Grammy. I've got to let it go, or whatever it may be. That's got to be a massive internal struggle, I would think.
It is and it isn't.
Okay.
Because I think with the song, like, I think it just depends on the premise. I think a lot of sessions that I've gone into, I know from the get-go I'm not writing for myself. So
you feel that? Like you get like an actual conscious feeling? Okay.
Yes, it's because most of the time, I would say, as a writer, I'm known for writing in tandem with a couple of other writers for an artist, or I'm writing with a film composer for some like spot on like a Lifetime film or something. So it's very much not precious from the get-go.
Boy, that is crucial, isn't it?
More,
isn't that crucial?
Yeah.
And nothing actually, it makes you have more fun and be more creative than being told, hey, guess what, pal? Move on. Let it go. Because if you're going to start counting angels on the heads of needles, you're going to have a real problem moving forward, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that was what was it was just a clear line in the sand with most of these songs where I had either written them by myself or I had written them with a friend, and I knew when I was writing for myself versus other situations, the intention is totally different walking in the door, and I think with like Little Big Town, we were just me and my friends were getting together and we were writing a brief, and initially it was going to be a Peridot, like a duo song that I have, like a duo project that I have called Peridot, but it was supposed to be a song for us that was just for sync. And we got,
sync, by the way, means like TV and film placement for those listening.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. It was supposed to just be for that, but I was not feeling precious because there was a brief. It was like, here, you need to do this.
Like an assignment.
This. Yes, exactly. It was like, here's the sandbox. And with the songs that are on this album, it was really personal. And so nobody was telling me what to do. Nobody was telling me what shapes to make. And so I felt immediately like it was a personal sort of mission to get these songs together.
And here's what's
exist on their own.
Here's what's cool, that it was so personal to you, and therefore the more I talked yesterday with Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth about this, the more personal, the more specific you get, oddly enough, the wider the audience you reach when and it's kind of a backwards thing. But let me tell, so Hillary, a lot of our listeners, over the road truck drivers, and you describe this new album, which by the way, comes out August 8th. You can get a single that is available now. Just search Hillary. We will post her link, but search Hillary Reynolds for it. You describe the album as a companion to listeners. So that is the most beautiful thing for our truck driving audience, to have a companion on the road. Is there a song from the album that might stand out that you would think would be a good companion for our truck drivers on the road? Outside of, by the way, the whole album, download it, don't just stream it. But is there a song that stands out that might speak to the truck driving community in your head?
Ooh, I really do think "Can't Turn Off My Mind" is a good one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree.
Because I really do think that there's just like, when you spend so much time alone, I think it can be hard to have a conversation with somebody. You kind of have to like warm up your voice and remember that you're a human if you've gone like 8 hours without speaking to a soul. So I think that would be a good song. I think the other one, just sort of like a little bit of brightness would be no one knows I'm here.
I say that every day I come to work.
Not a single truck driver can relate to that whatsoever in any way whatsoever. Hillary, we're out of time. We got to let you go. We're out of time. You have to come back and do We Should Write with Lindsay.
Will you do that?
I so will. Yeah, absolutely, y'all. Thanks.
Oh my gosh, Hillary Reynolds, please check her out, y'all. You can get the single is out now. The full album will be out August 8th. You're coming back for We Should Write, so I will reach out because I can talk to you for 9 more hours. So we will do that.
I know. I feel the same. Thank you for having me.
Tell people the best place to find you online. Easiest place where you're the most present.
The easiest. I'm most present on Instagram. It's reynolds.hillary. That is me. And that is me.
And that is her.
And that is me.
Instagram.com/reynolds.hillary. Hillary, I will talk to you soon. Thank you for making time.
Talk to you soon, you guys. Bye.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Hey there guys, it's Madison with a T, and today I'm bringing you some Road Gang Radio best of content while our gang is over at TXTA in Austin, Texas. So next up, we're going to be listening to a segment from June 24th called Seek Texas, all about that big scavenger hunt in Texas. Let's take a listen.
In part due to the recent Forrest Fenn documentary, which people should check out too. It reignited the public fascination with kind of going seeking, is all I'll say there. Casey Wright and his mom were the big winners on Wheel of Fortune in November of 2023, and they wanted to do something fun with the money. But rather than telling you what they wanted to do, I'm going to let Lindsay ask that question. I do want people to go to www.seektexas.com. You can find them on the Book of Face at Seek Texas. You can find them on the gram of Insta at Seek Texas, and on the Tube of You, which is you should be over here by now if you're with us on the Tube of You at Seek Texas, and of course on the Talks of Tick and the Ticks of Talk at Seek Texas. Casey Wright, along with his mom, is the creator of this madness. It's a mad, mad world sort of energy, by the way, Lindsay. Would you care to say hi to our next guest?
I would care very deeply. Casey, first of all, good morning and yeehaw. Glad you are here.
Yeehaw, and thanks for having me on.
Okay, Casey, here's the thing. First of all, I'm a Texas girl. As a Texas girl myself who grew up watching Wheel of Fortune, I have to say to you, this is the most Texas way ever to spend your prize money. Very cool. And I actually saw you guys on Wheel of Fortune, the original time we watched Wheel of Fortune.
Oh,
well,
did you really?
Well, we used to watch when Pat was on, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
when
I'm
it was,
obsessed.
Pat.
Yeah, no offense to Ryan Seacrest, but Pat is the GOAT, of course. So I saw you and your mom when you were on back in November of 2023. I remembered it. So when I saw you come up as a guest, I was like, I remember him. And now the whole state of Texas can get in on this game. So welcome. Glad to have you here, and yeehaw.
Well, thank you for having me on.
Okay, here's where I want to start. Before we get into Seek Texas, everyone go to seektexas.com. I want to talk about your journey to getting on Wheel of Fortune, because a very quick story, if you will. I've dreamt of being on Wheel of Fortune, but now it's my dream has died because Pat's off. The whole idea was to be on and be with Pat. And I got really far in. I didn't tell anyone because everyone think I was crazy, but I got far along to like the same thing that you did, which you can tell everyone about, but all the interviews and the Zooms and the prize rounds. I did all that and I did really good. And I got to the very end and I told this story about, I came home one day and, I was my Google speaker. This is a much longer story, but my Google speaker was playing music, and I stepped into my house, and I was like, "Oh my God, there's somebody in my house." I'll tell the longer story later, guys. But essentially, it started playing. I said, "Is somebody here?" And then it played back the song, "The Wheel of Fortune," to me. And I was like, there's a ghost in my house. And I started telling the story, and I could see everybody's faces getting really weird. I'm like, oh, they think I'm a psychopath and that I am going to stab and murder Pat Sajak. So I did not get on the show. Tell us about how you got on the show, and I will shut up now.
Well, first of all, I did was one of those, just did a video of myself. Backyard, drinking a cup of coffee, dogs barked in the middle of it. And I said, hey, long time, guy who loves Wheel of Fortune. I said, tell you what, though, my mom is in her 90s. And if you all ever have a show where you've got a bunch of 90-year-olds on there, you all ought to have that because she will just clean up. She just loves it. And, gosh, 3 days later, they're saying, would you consider you and your mom being on? I said, yes. And then we went through the process, and my mom and I had to go independently through each of those steps. Now, I, at the time, did not own a Zoom camera. And every time I got on there and did the little Zoom thing, I took the Zoom camera back to the big box place and said, ain't ever going to need this again. I'm a miserable failure. And then, a week later, they'd call back and say, you made it to the next round. Go back and buy the stupid camera again. Get on again.
Have more faith in yourself, Casey.
I did. I had no faith in it because I just go, oh, my God, I am just horrible at this game. And then my mom and I had to do it independently. So I'd say, Mom got on there. Well, Mom, you're not very good either. You're not any better than I am. We are never getting on. And every time we just pushed it a little further. And then we finally got on. And we flew out there, and when we got out there, Mom was like, remember, Mom's 92 years old. And she looked like a 92-year-old just kind of hanging around, going, oh. And then the minute those lights came up, my mom turned into what you saw on TV. And she just lit up the place. She was like some type of savant, and just walked home with it. All I did was spin the wheel and say, well done, Mom.
That's amazing. That's amazing at 92 because A, that she was able to figure out the video, B, got on a plane, and then lights, camera, action, there she went. It's incredible. And Jem, the video of them on it's so great. She's so lovable, Jem.
At the end of the show, Vanna White comes over and says, Liz, you're my most favorite contestant in 42 years of this show.
Aww.
And that took its own life. And then my mom and Vanna White end up on Good Morning America talking about that particular concept. And then the fun part was April of last year, right after Pat Sajak does his last taping, he came to our house.
He came to their house.
I know.
Pat Sajak, his wife, Leslie, Maggie was here. It was just the most surreal experience ever. Just, hey, here's this guy coming up acting like he's the UPS man going, package for you. What?
Oh, my God. Was there any part of you that wanted to kidnap them and lock the doors a little bit?
Gosh, we just wanted to become best friends forever. Oh, my God, yes, we are best friends.
But,
Oh
you know,
my God!
it was a great experience.
Let me kind of say where we are right now. This is kind of really a fun thing, by the way, Lindsay. Vanna, I'd like to buy a vowel. Forget that. Vanna, I'd like to buy a Zoom camera. Vanna, I'd like to buy a state. Because that's where we're headed right now with SeekTexas.com. So, to kind of pick up the story, because we're going to get to the second half of the interview, to pick up the story, so you win. You win the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side, and you got a little bit of moolah. So you're a winner.
And they win the bonus round as well.
You win the whole thing. You win, as they say in Major League, and I'll leave out the curse word, they win the whole flipping thing. So you got it.
Did.
Did. Tell us what happens next.
Well, okay, so my mom and I, and my dad as well, we were puzzle people, you know, since my birth. I mean, that's all we did was treasure hunts and searching for it. My dad was a geologist, so gosh, we were constantly out there looking for stuff anyway. But it was just always this, you know, reading the story of Treasure Island and the Gold Bug and Tom Sawyer and all these things. Yeah, I just knew that I wanted to do a treasure hunt my entire life. And all of a sudden, you get some free money and go, hey, tell you what, don't need the free money. I would I could go buy something new with it. Well, let's just do a treasure hunt. And so I like to develop puzzles. So I just decided I knew where I wanted to hide the treasure. And then it was just building the puzzles. And when I mean the puzzles, it's just all the little clues inside the book that tell you exactly where the treasure is located.
That's amazing.
So that brings us, we just took the money, we sat there and said we want to do this thing, and we had the whole thing up and running in right at a year.
So I'm going to guess a lot of the money went to, you've got to build out a really great website, which y'all did. You can go to SeekTexas.com and find out where it says great website. Right away it tells you this is a Texas-sized treasure hunt, y'all. You can book on there. Each registration adds $5 to the cash portion of the treasure. So the more people that register, the more money involved. You'll get this beautiful book that comes to you. So my guess is half of the money went to, or some of the money went to obviously developing the concept, to making the website, to getting it out there, to putting together these beautiful books that comes to your house, this package that you'll receive. And then all the money is going to the cash prize, which right now is up to upwards of $42,000.
Exactly, and growing every single day. So the treasure hunt has a 3-year lifespan. It started on June 2nd of this year, and it goes through June 1st of 2028. And the reason we did 3 years, Mom's now 94. She's pretty healthy. She wants to meet the winner. She says, I want to meet the winner. Hopefully she'll be there. Yeah. But if for some reason nobody wins, nobody finds the treasure, all the treasure then, all that $5 per book, all of it goes to the Alamo Foundation in San Antonio. So it's not like, hey, KC tricked everybody and gets a big payday. Nope. It all goes to a worthy cause.
But wait, do you guys know where it is, or did not even you and your mom know?
No, I know exactly where it is. In fact, to give the thing,
where is
credibility,
where is
it?
In
Texas, I told you.
Well, that narrows it down.
But, I had 4 people go with me when I hid it. Now, remember, it's hidden, not buried. And as I like to tell everybody, I didn't tear anything up hiding it. You don't have to tear up anything to retrieve it. But it's hidden, and I had 4 people go with me so they can say, yes, we attest that KC actually hid this where it says. And then I've got the whole solution all written out, and that's in a safe deposit box. So, we try to give it its legitimacy so that people can actually believe in it.
And what did these 4 people that know, yourself included, also, what did they have? Did they have to sign their life away to you to know? Are they hidden in your basement right now?
That's right. I've got them down in my basement. I throw down just a raw meat every once in a while. It's kind of cool. No, they signed
an very Texas of you.
I know how very Texas. We all signed a little document saying we all trust each other and all that kind of stuff. And everybody involved in it really wants somebody to win. If you go back to Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak really wants you to take his money. Go, take it. Win it all. Take more. Spin again. And we're kind of the same way.
we really want somebody to win this thing. So it's not hard, it's not easy, but it's not overly difficult. If you follow the clues, you'll find it.
I just want to say, by the way, because you said something earlier, Lindsay, and of course this always gets my imagination going. I am such a big fan of treasure map novels. Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code is also his book, The Lost Symbol. I don't know if you know this, Michael Crichton, who we were talking about earlier, has Pirate Latitudes, and I think about that book a lot. And Treasure Island, of course, which you mentioned. The gold standard, which I think is the gold bug, which is so great.
Yes.
But there is, as I was looking through the website, Lindsay, there really is a sense of, and I mean this is the highest of compliments, and Lindsay will actually verify what I'm saying here. This feels like it was dreamed up by an 11-year-old boy in his backyard. Except that he had the money to actually make it happen. You know what I'm saying? And that's really the joy here. You really want people to find the adulthood of childhood. I've always said that kids between 9 and 11 really are the adults of childhood. And you really want people to find that inner sense of adventure. Get together with a gang of their friends, go out and get in the mystery machine and go solve a spooky, crime or something like that. There's a real sense of that. You really want people to play, not just to, solve, but you want people to play, because nobody ever tells a story about treasure finders. They always tell stories about treasure seekers, right?
Exactly. If you'll notice, the colors of the book are that kind of treasure map brown with a big red X. Like, there it is. X marks the spot. All of those, those childhood book images. Here's the old wrinkled up treasure map. You unroll it. You can sit there and you mark, 6 paces this way, 8 paces that way. And you're right in the middle where the treasure's supposed to be. So you're exactly right. It's that childhood dream, that wanting to put it together and just, entertain your friends and have them go, wow, you did it.
One more thing, Lindsay. I was really hoping that at some point it'd be like, in this section of the mystery, you must ride bicycles. I just kept waiting for that. You must get 3 friends, and all of you must ride a bicycle together. You talked a lot about, going out and finding, going out and making sure that, people knew where it was and figuring this out. What was the day-to-day figuring this out like, though? What was the process to get really into detail about it? What was it like to put together this imaginary world? Because you're not just drawing a map, you're actually having to create an entire world inside of Texas, right?
Exactly right. Well, let me give you one more little backstory. My wife and I decided that we wanted to visit all 254 Texas county courthouses. It was just something we wanted to do.
Why? Why was that important to you?
I will tell you why, and here is the only reason. Because my mom, being 92 years old, we couldn't take long trips without Mom. So we had to just take these day trips, these overnight trips, and this was and my wife was a Girl Scout, and so she collected merit badges, and it was kind of like, it was the merit badge for, my age group, going out and collecting all these little courthouses. And so we did that. And we also found the Quanah Parker Trail of Arrows. It goes all through the Texas Panhandle. And we started, going to all these, and there are these 22-foot high arrow sculptures, and they tell you these stories, Quanah did this, Quanah did that, the Comanche Nation did this, that, and the other thing. And so you're following all these as well. And then that's just like, that's when it all came into, that's what I want to do. We traveled all over the state. We had all of this information. We had all of these arrows. We said, now we've got free money. Let's just marry the whole thing together. And so the day-to-day was, I knew where I wanted it to be. And then it was just kind of reverse engineering it from there. How do you make it be there? At first, it was just way too easy. And then you go, well, it's got to be a little bit more difficult than that. Then you have to find a language you can speak. And it was a whole development process of trying to figure out how to make it, balance it between being too hard, too easy, interesting, not interesting.
Well, and we don't really have to dive too much into the how it works, because you will find all that out if you go to seektexas.com. You will get sent a kit. You register there. They will walk you through it. But you have to obviously physically go to Texas to be a part of this. But here's the good news, Casey. A vast majority of our listenership are over-the-road truck drivers, so they have the means, have the truck to travel.
And the book itself it's only 68 pages long. It's not a long book, and it's 80% pictures. and 20% little vignettes with no connective story all the way through it. The number one vignette is the Mother Road. I mean, so Route 66, we knew that had to be in the book. And so that's our homage to, the truckers who do all the hard work all over the world or all over the country.
Can I just say something, guys, by the way? One of the things I'm obsessed with is scouting merit badges, being that I was a Boy Scout.
There you go.
I will tell you, if anybody ever wants to have any real fun, is to look up the orienting. There is a merit badge called orienting.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
And I would tell you, if you want some real kind of tips on how to get yourself ready to go on a treasure hunt.
Nerd alert.
Nerd alert. Oh, by the way, unapologetically, by the way, and I'm looking at a nerd across from me, by the way, on the video camera, and I'm not talking about Dre LaRue.
Nerd alert.
But if you go through what is necessary to earn that orienting merit badge, you will be absolutely prepared to actually go on a treasure hunt. I have to ask, as you were talking merit badges, were you a scout at any point in your life?
Absolutely. I mean, and it was the collecting of these badges. It was so much fun. You learned a trait or a skill every single time. Build a fire, build a tent, every single time. And that orienting was an exciting one, wasn't it? Because I took that all the way through. When I stopped being a CPA, I started being a person who took people out on how to use a map and a compass and how to find yourself in the middle of nowhere if you're lost. And so that orienting is something that's been with me my whole life.
So I want to, this is interesting to me too, because and Jim and I talk about origin stories on the show a lot, but a lot about how I did this, which led to that, which led to that. I love being able to go through my life and be like, because I met that person, then 10 years later, this is happening, those kind of moments, right?
Right, those threads.
Yeah, those threads. And actually, my dad is texting me right now wanting to tell you, Casey, my dad was on Hollywood Squares when I was, and he wanted to make sure. But back in the day, back when the celebrities were in the boxes,
And had fun, yeah.
Yeah, and had fun. And he won, I think I was in my mom's belly when he was on it. He won a year supply of Mr. Bubble bath, if you remember the pink Mr. Bubble.
In the big pink box.
Yes, and he won a piano that for some reason he traded in for an organ, like a church organ, random. He won these random things. But it was but I bring that up, A, because he wants me to, and B, because it led to it led to really fun experience. But because of that, that organ in our house became a big part of my memory from growing up. And I took a lot of Mr. Bubble baths. But anyway, so this inspiration for you guys to go on the show, it was not only a bonding moment from your mom, it changed your life, this whole thing that now it's taking you down this path of joy. So if you back up again a bit, did you guys watch Wheel of Fortune growing up? What was even the inspiration to reach out and start this journey?
Oh, let me tell you a story real quick. My father passed away in 2019, all right? And my mom, and you saw it on the show, my mom came down to live with us in Texas. And so I'm taking care of Mom. And then the first time we're sitting down at a family dinner, me and my wife and my mom, we turn on Wheel of Fortune, okay? And my mom starts bawling. I mean, weeping. I mean, that really deep sobbing type thing. I'm going, Mom, what's this? And she said, that was the last show your dad watched with me before he passed. And she starts crying. It was such a tender little moment. But they watched Wheel of Fortune every single night that it was on. And, I was part of that as well. We had one of those big console TVs. We turned it around. It was either in the living room or it was in the kitchen. So we watched Wheel of Fortune in there. So it was our family bonding. And so to be on that show was fantastic. And then to have it push through to where it is today, I mean, you're talking almost a 50-plus year thread all the way through.
Yeah, and,
so cool.
And it's so funny. This all comes back earlier on in the show before Lindsay joined us. I actually had Lindsay jump in early because we had a guest in Nicole Dreisky whose specialty is watching television with your family, active, mindful watching of television.
Talking about it, discussing what's happening.
Discussing it. And so to have you have this conversation right now, it almost feels like a puzzle that we're putting together on this show right here, right now.
Gosh.
But there's something to be said about that, right? There's nothing wrong with watching television. It can be as much fun as playing a board game together as a family, as throwing the ball in the backyard as a family, as long as you're actually doing it together. Trust me, when we do Jeopardy at my house, it gets pretty ugly.
Oh my God, you're the last person I want to play Jeopardy with. I feel like such a dummy.
I mean, literally, it turns into a chorus with my mother, father, and I, like, literally saying the answer at the same time. And my 8-year-old nephew will often beat us to the punch, and we're like, come on, man, you're cheating.
Yeah, where do they get those reflexes, man? Those little eight-year-old reflexes are there.
Oh, my God,
So
it's just crazy. Go ahead.
So when we went to Century City, when we were sitting there, and the place where they take you first is you're sitting in the Jeopardy audience. So you're looking at the Jeopardy, all the 3 Jeopardy podiums. You're looking it over where, whatever the guy's name is these days.
An incestuous game show world.
It was, So, and then the Wheel of Fortune is kind of like right around the corner. And then they take you on a big tour, and here's how you start spinning the wheel. And I always thought that you could, like, aim, like, okay, I'm going to aim for that $10,000 spot. I'm going to aim for, man, you can't anymore aim that thing. And it's legit. I mean, it's heavy. It's hard to spin. You couldn't get to a place if you thought you could.
I always wondered about that, Lindsay. I often wondered if this was like, one of the labors of Hercules to spin that thing, dude. Because if you watch it enough, you begin to get a sense that since you're not looking at actors doing what I call the counter motion to get some real kind of oomph on it, I said that thing has got to be heavy. It's got to be like it's got to be like a brick. Because man, when people really spin it, I'm going like, that dude's got ripped arms. And there's always some lady that walks up and just whips it, and you're like, wow. Gun show.
I don't know if you saw on the show we were on. Mom, I spun the big one, but Mom spun the little one. So she ripped that thing around like there was no tomorrow. But there's no way she could have spun it much more than like a half a spin on the big wheel.
On the big wheel,
it's heavy.
All right, let's talk
big wheel.
Let's talk Texas here. We've got a few months left, so I want to talk Texas. Okay. First of all, I would love this, Jim. How about this? If any of our listeners listening here on Road Gang Radio, and this interview will air back, so even if you hear this later, if anyone from Road Gang Radio finds a clue, Casey, you have to come back and tell us the story behind it. Is that a deal?
Oh, absolutely. That's a deal.
Okay.
And the thing about it is, I don't have it up and going this second, but I will when I get off of here. I'm going to go ahead and throw on a discount if you put in Road Gang Radio. Road Gang Radio. If you put that in, I'll give you a 10% discount on buying the original book.
Awesome.
So, Road
All
Gang
right.
Radio. That's on there. So yes, absolutely. And
Beautiful.
I hope that people do say, because like I said, most of the book is pictures, and there's going to be people that are going to swing by and go, "Hey, I just saw that. Has anybody else been there?" And there's a whole thing right now that's kind of developed, what's the word, organically. It's called Seek Texas 2025 Treasure Hunters Field Guide on Facebook. And it's where people who've bought the book and are involved in it are exchanging ideas and tips and have you gone and where are we going. And so I think your guys who are out there and ladies who are out there on the road, they can very well be involved in all that, probably bring more value to it than anybody else.
Very cool. Yeah, they know. Okay, so if I were going to drop a clue, if I was going to hide anywhere in Texas, I'd go to I'd probably go to the stockyards personally, but I'm dying to go to Marfa. I grew up in Texas, but I haven't spent time in Marfa. So where would you hide in Texas, and what comes to mind to you when I say things like stockyards or Marfa? What comes to mind to you?
Well, I live in Fort Worth. So
there you go.
Right around the corner. We love that. Traveling the whole state now. Every time my wife and I go to a town, we go, well, we could live here. Oh, we could live here. But, one of the towns that really just got to us more than anything else was the town of Center, Texas. And it's out there on the Louisiana border. And
not in the center.
Not in the center. That would be Brady, Texas. But in the center, it's out there on the Louisiana border. It's right by the last remaining Republic of Texas border marker. And so it's, if you go to Center and then you kind of go about 5 miles out of town, right there on the Louisiana border, you see this last vestige to 1836 Texas.
Wow.
So I like that part of the state. But you know, anything behind what they call behind the piney curtain, behind the pine curtain. So all those little places are back there. If you ever saw the movie Bernie, it's true. Carthage and St. Augustine. But, you know, I like the idea that we do have treasure, all right? There's actual treasure. But I'd like to tell everybody the real treasure is discovering the history, the mystery of Texas. You know, to get off the main road, go see these little towns, because all these people like being in small towns. They don't want to be in Austin. They don't want to be in Houston. They want to be there. You know, every big city's like that except, you know, Fort Worth, because it's the best.
Jim, I think I need to send Casey my album because I have a song on my new Texas country record, Trying to Get Back to Texas, that you need to maybe use within your campaign here. Shameless plug.
Please do, because we do have that you know, an entire section devoted to the Texas music scene.
Love it. Love it, Jim.
Casey Wright has joined us this morning. We're going to get you back on. Promise us you'll come back here. There are no substitutes for hashtag RGR. There are no substitutes for SeekTexas.com. You can find them on the Book of Face, the Gram of Insta, the Tube of You, and the Tick of Talk. It's all Seek Texas. After all, that's what we're seeking. And with Casey Wright, we found it. Thank you so much, my friend.
Jimmy Mack, Lindsay, Lawler, thank you very much.
Thank you. Trying to get back to Texas. Seek Texas, guys. Seek Texas. Seek, and you shall find. Hopefully, you will find this $42,000, which more people that sign up, more money will. And listen, it's not about the money. I mean, it is. It's always about the money. But you also have find a lot of joy along the way. There are other prizes, something you can do with your family, something you can do with your friends.
Get on it.
What are you
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Hey there, guys. The RadioNemo crew is out on the road bringing you fresh on-site content from the TXTA annual conference in Austin, Texas. But don't worry, Madison with a T is here to bring you some of the best of Road Gang Radio. Next up, we have a segment from June 18th with musical artist Kayley Bishop. Let's give it a listen.
Coming in, who it be, Foam Master Dre?
Well, it's our guest.
Ooh.
Our guest is called in earlier?
Yes. No, so this is on me, Jim. I asked Ray earlier today, I'm like, and go ahead and put her on so she can hear me gush about her because I'm such a fangirl of freaking Kayley Bishop, guys. But I said to Dre a little bit ago, I said, and Tara, if you're listening, I know you are. I hope this is not going to mess up how you post our YouTube interview because I have her on early now. It'll just be a longer interview. But here's the deal. I thought it'd be fun to say hi to Kayley, give the introduction, tell you why I'm obsessed with her and hiding in her bushes, and then have her back after the break to dive into the full interview. Is that okay with you, Kayley?
Just keep your head down in the bushes.
Yeah,
Hey,
totally.
Kayley. Hey, Kayley. Hi.
Hi.
So here's the deal. Everybody listening. All right, y'all. So joining us today, my girl, Kayley Bishop. I'm going to say my girl, even though she's never met me. She's a total force. You perhaps saw her as a finalist on The Voice season 15. And since then, she's worked with, all kinds of Grammy-nominated producers, whatever. Whatever. She's the real story here, not them. Writing with some of the best in the biz. She plays shows all over Nashville and beyond around the country. She'll be in Japan, actually, coming up soon. She's from this perfect mix, I will say, Jim, of Bristol, Tennessee, and Fort Myers, Florida. She went to the Boston Conservatory. She somehow still manages to keep everything she does grounded in her faith, which I love. We'll dig into that. She's not just a singer-songwriter. She's also a published author and a speaker who brings heart to literally everything she touches. I can find that. And her new album, Little Dove, Jim, I know you feel the same. It moved me. It rocked me to my core, especially the song 7. Dear Lord in heaven, it rocked me to my core. And her song "Hold On, Honey," it was done for a video set to it for the Recovery Church here in Nashville. Straight up chills. Anyway, she's a light. She's fire. She's here with us today. Hold on, honeys, because all your dreams are about to come true with this next artist. Please make welcome to the show. Good morning, Kayley Bishop.
Good morning. That was quite the intro.
Well, you are quite the artist and human being, so thank you for being here. And Kayley, meet my friend and co-host Jimmy Mack. Good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Kayley. By the way, you made a bold statement in the description before I actually dug into the music, and it said, blends Bob Seger's rock and roll, Dolly Parton's bluegrass storytelling, and Aretha Franklin's soulful serenade. While I am not talented at the musical stuff, unless I'm in a bass that is absolutely through the floor, I love music, and I'm very familiar and love all three of those artists. And I went, okay, that's a bold statement. Got to tell you, Lindsay, especially with the Seger, and when I got the chance to listen to this music, I said, nope, there it is. It's kind of like when you told somebody is somebody's child and you don't believe it, and then they laugh and you go, nope, never mind, there they are. And I will tell you, it just knocked me on my butt. So much of this is so wonderful. I don't know where to begin specifically, but I wanted to ask you from the beginning, because like I said, Bob, Dolly, Aretha.
Did you hear her Bob Seger cover of Like a Rock?
I did.
Dude.
I did. Stand an arrow straight, man. I'm telling you right now. Okay.
Well, here, can I cut you off just so we can talk about that real quick and then come back to your question, Jim?
My question's already out there. I want to hear how much she loves Bob Seger, but go ahead. You got it.
Well, I feel like, because I know you listened to it too, Jim, I actually heard and felt the lyrics to Like a Rock for the first time when Kayley sang it in her cover. And the song, I don't know if you've heard that before, if that makes
perfect sense to me. It's
right?
the first time you heard a woman sing it extraordinarily well. I don't know of any other covers that really hit of Bob Seger sung by a woman that really hit me in the tuchus.
Yeah, stopped and made me listen. I'm like, oh, that's what he was saying all along. And the song took on a whole new meaning for me and truly reminded me, I'm a songwriter and artist here in Nashville as well, Kayley. It reminded me why it's important for artists to do their own takes on covers. Jim sends me covers all the time. He wants me to do it. I'm like, oh, I kind of get it listening to Kayley do that. We are going to let you talk in a minute. I promise, Kayley. Sorry. But it's how important it is to do, take on covers and both honor the ones that have inspired us to not only consume art, but to make art ourselves, but also to put our spins on it and express it. It's the ultimate compliment to other writers and artists to do it. So I think it only expands us. So let's just start there, because we're talking about the Bob Seger cover, Like a Rock. Because you wouldn't hear that version, his version, and think, oh, that could be a really tender, heartbreaking, bold, badass cover. And you heard that and cut through. Why?
Yeah. Well, it was December of 2020, I believe, and I was painting the porch of my divorce house. I was moving out of this house. I'd already moved out, and I was fixing it up to sell it and put it on the market. And there was it was pretty palpable. I mean, painting the house that I was trying to build a life in. And I remember that day, it was an eerie December day because it was like 60 degrees, and you can't paint in less than 50 degrees because it won't dry. And we just had a random warm day. And I'm like, okay, we're painting today. And I had to listen to Bob Seger. It was just like in my spirit, in my soul, it's like, we're listening to Bob today. And Like a Rock came on, and I just stopped. And I was like, wow, this song is my song. So it wasn't even about like, oh, I want to put my own take on this tune. It was like, this is my song now. That's what it felt like. And I knew I just had to bring it to life somehow. And so it became like a little North Star, a little dream. I was like, when am I going to do this? Finally put the band together to do it. And when I went to the studio, I cut a couple other songs that I'd really just fell in love with and wanted to make my own. And so the whole record is out. It's called Live at the Chapel. But anyway, the Bob Seger one, that's definitely the one people go back to, I think, because I think my heart and soul was just in it because it felt like mine.
Wow.
The difficulty of Seger in regards to not the songs themselves, but to capture the spirit of what he does is that few people most songs that are nostalgic are full of nothing but regret. Most nostalgic songs are like, I'm looking back on something that can never be recaptured. But whether it's Against the Wind or Like a Rock or Night Moves, there is a nostalgia, but there's also a sense that I'm going to be okay that runs through Seger's song, that there's a future ahead, and you think about Roll Me Away, took a look down a westbound road right away, I made my choice. Yes, I'm sorry I dropped off the girl in Mackinac City, but at the same time, I'm going to keep on rolling forward. That's the thing about getting Seger right, and that's what makes your cover so good. It's not just a sense of, man, I was 18 and now it is all changed. But you know what? I'm going to be okay because I'm here. Am I making sense?
No, you are, because it is that nice blend. I mean, if it was just melancholy all the time, people wouldn't revere him. They wouldn't be drawn to his music. People naturally need hope. They are drawn to hope. And that's what I love about Bob. Like, his lyrics are so authentic. It's his voice coming through just in the cadence of how he puts every lyric and every note, but it's also the storytelling of it, that, like you said, the perfect blend of nostalgia, but also I'm not living in regret. I'm celebrating who I was and how I've grown to be who I am now.
I want to bounce one more thing off of Kayley here before we get to our next question. And by the way, like in Against the Wind, that magnificent song, it's in the middle of the song that things go terribly wrong. If you listen, and my brother pointed this out to me, at the end of the song, he's kind of gotten things straightened out. There's a real sense of, okay, that time period when I was surrounded by strangers I thought were my friends, and, I wish I didn't know now what I didn't know then. All of that stuff is beginning to resolve itself. It's as if, look, life moves on, and I love the life that I have, but I'm never going to let go of those memories. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well done, by the way. Good. It's a gorgeous cover of that song. Gorgeous. And it gets the spirit right. Gets the spirit.
Good.
We got to take a break, by the way, guys. Lindsay,
and then come back and have her on when we actually said we have her on. We'll reintroduce Kayley Bishop to our whole audience listening. This is an artist who, Kayley, I don't know if you know or not, but our audience is widely over-the-road truck drivers who spend, both men and women, who spend most of their life on the road. As a touring artist, you share a lot of similarities there. But I think... I know that your voice and your music and your songs, especially off this new record, but all of them will really be a friend and a companion to these people out on the road. So I'm excited to dive in more to the new album, to talk about Little Dove, to talk about all that you have going on and the life that you have led in order to make this art. So everyone stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and come back and reintroduce you to Kayley Bishop on Road Gang Radio here, wherever you're listening. Welcome. We're glad to have you. We'll be right back.
Come on, guys. Subscribe. We're almost there. Hashtag RGR. Hashtag RGR.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Well, we are officially live from the Crescent City, coast to coast, with Lindsay and Jimmy hanging out with you. Back to you guys.
Road Gang Radio from Nashville to NOLA, from NOLA to Nashville. By the way, KayleyBishop.com. Let me make sure you get this right because there's a whole bunch of ways you can do Kayley. Kayley Bishop.com. She's a Nashville starlet. She's got that sound that blends a wee touch of the Holy Spirit, more than a little touch of rock and roll, and takes you down a country highway that, by the way, takes you home. She merges Dolly Parton's real-life storytelling, as we said, Bob Seger's Put It On Repeat anthem style, and the goosebumps from a gut-born Aretha Franklin howl. She is from Bristol, Tennessee, and Fort Myers, Florida. She weaves faith into everything she does, and by the way, she weaves it deeply into the songs that she sings, performing regularly in Nashville and around the country. She is an established and published author and speaker, and rocking out on season 15 of NBC's The Voice. Many of you might remember that, to working with Grammy-nominated producers and songwriters. Hey guys, no stranger to the stage, no stranger to building a song from the ground up. Her latest and critically acclaimed record, Hold On Honey, can be found across streaming platforms everywhere. It is our absolute pleasure, Lindsay. Welcome your friend, who you have a connection with through another friend. Kayley Bishop joins us.
Hello.
Morning, Kate.
Hello.
I like that we're saying my friend. You're my friend now, so I'm sorry if you're creeped out, and I also don't care because I love you.
You guys have a connection, though.
I'll be friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, here's what happened. Let me tell you how I came across having Kayley on the show today. So, Jim, I'm not even sure how it happened, and Kayley, but I found your song. I came across it probably through another friend or somebody you've written with. I'm not sure. Your song 7. And the song 7.
So good.
Stopped me in my ever-loving tracks. And I am happily married. For the most part. I'm just kidding. He's working now, so we didn't hear that. We just had our anniversary. No, I am happily married. But Kayley, since I was a little girl, songs about divorce, songs about that kind of heartbreak have spoken to me. And I'm going to guess you sang as a little girl, you sang all those sad Dixie Chick songs or whatnot yourself as well. Maybe or maybe not. But
oh, of course.
Yeah, of course. Okay, good. The Dixie Chick song about divorce. I'm blanking on what it is now, but that's another one I sang at the top of my lungs as a little girl, and I don't know why that is. Perhaps in another life, I had a really heartbreaking divorce, but I think it's the idea of we don't necessarily always allow ourselves to be happy, but then we also you want to feel that connection to other people and what they're going through. So anyway, I heard the song 7 and stopped me in my tracks. I figured out who you are. I went and listened to everything you did, and then I sent your name over to Claire, who books our show here. And when I saw you on the schedule today, I was so lit up. And then I found out this morning that you wrote that song with Autumn McIntyre, who is a friend of mine. Autumn McIntyre is a force to be reckoned with here in Nashville, a great songwriter.
And she happens to be Reba McEntire's niece, but that's not at all what makes Autumn great. That was just, I think, Autumn's vessel into becoming a songwriter. So thank God she was, raised in the music business because she had it in her. So anyway, all that being said, I want to talk about Seven. You mentioned about the Bob Seger song and painting your divorce house, as you called it, getting this house that you thought you were going to make a life and then getting ready to sell. And please break this down to us, because the other thing here, Kayley, I'm a big numbers and signs person. And like, for instance, my address is the day I adopted my daughter, and I read into that with all kinds of divinity behind it. So not only does the song 7 that you wrote dance around the significance of that number, but I also found it big that you wrote that song, you said, in 30 minutes, as all the good ones are. And you said that you were also divorced at 30 years old, a time when people are maybe thinking about getting married, or, even later in life these days. And you finished that phase of your life and on to the next. So please break down the song 7 and when you took it to Autumn and how you were able to wrap up your divorce in a song and say it so poetically and use that as a healing tool.
Yeah. So my divorce was official in 2020, and I remember going in to sign my paperwork. I had walked into the lawyer's office, saw my ex-husband sitting there, and it was just so eerie, because it's like the person that, we were together for 11 years, and so the person that you think you know so well feels foreign to you in that moment. You feel like strangers, and it's such a paradox. And I just remember sitting there, and he wouldn't look at me, and then we signed the paperwork. He bolted out of the room, and then I walked back to my car, and only 7 minutes had passed. And I was like, that's remarkable. We were married for 7 years. It only took 7 minutes to just sign this away. And I just journaled everything that I experienced in that room and wrote it down. And I just knew it was going to be a song. And I kind of held it close to my chest. I was like, not anybody's going to write this song with me. This is something I really have to find someone I trust. And I ended up getting set up with Autumn. She had seen me play somewhere, and she's like, I want to write with this girl. And we had a write scheduled. We'd never written together. This was the very first song we wrote. Wow. And I don't know if this one was written in 30 minutes. Hold On Honey definitely was written in 30 minutes. That was like a divine appointment between me and the Lord, is what that felt like. He just kind of whispered that song into my spirit. But 7, we weren't in there for very long. I remember I told the whole story to Autumn, and she just typed it down. And then not long later, we had the song. And gosh, it was just, I think she would say that in that moment, she knew she had written something really, really great, but it wasn't a song that she thought was going to see the light of day. As a songwriter, you write so many songs, and it really is random which ones end up getting cut by the artists you write them with, or even the artists that they get pitched to. And so I think she just felt accomplished that day, like she helped create something really impactful, but I don't think she had an idea that it would go on to impact others the way it has. And 7 has definitely been one of the standout songs that people are just like, it brings them to their knees.
Yeah, it did me.
I had a question for you by way of another Seeger story. So he wrote the line, I wish I didn't know now what I didn't know then, and he thought it was the silliest thing he'd ever written in his life. And Don Henley and Glenn Fry point blank told him to his face, if you cut that line, we're never going to talk to you again, Bob. Have you ever written anything? Have you ever written anything where you weren't quite sure of it, and like any of these wonderful songs where you're like, I don't know if this really works, and everybody kind of looked at you and said, are you out of your mind? Are you not listening to what the Lord told you? Have you ever had that moment where you weren't sure about something and everybody else thought, nope, you got it going on here?
7 in a way was that. I was like, people like this? People love it so much. I'm like, okay. It's not necessarily my favorite song that I've written, but people love it. And so that probably classifies. Even in Hold On Honey, there's a couple lines. It's like, you can't be purified without the heat. You can't grow, basically. And I'm like, you can't be purified without the heat. Who puts that in a country song? It's probably not a country song. But, that totally just was so accurate. When you think about purifying metal, you heat it up, and the dross floats to the top, and you scrape it off. And that's how you purify precious metals. And it's only through going through a fire is the bad stuff able to be burned away, and you're cleansed. But it hurts. Fire burns. So when we go through hard things, it's not going to feel pleasant. But if we lean into faith, if we get on our knees and we really partner with the Lord and go through it with Him, we come out better than ever. We come out more pure, more purified. Our lives are better. But it takes going through a hard thing, going through heat. And that's really what Hold On Honey is about. But, writing those types of songs, I'm like, they're not necessarily things that you'd hear on country radio, but it's just being authentic and leading into what I knew was the truth and what was good.
The follow-up to that is, by the way, that's your own version of C.S. Lewis. Pain is God's chisel making us perfect. Which I think is pretty spectacular in regards to that. And I do want to dive into faith here a little bit, Lindsay, because I know it's important to you. I don't know how to ask this question in a way that doesn't sound hokey in and of itself. Do you call upon the Spirit, or do you find that it finds you?
Oh, both. Totally both. It finds me when I'm actually the worst. When I'm literally the worm, I'm a butthead. I am acting ridiculous. And then all of a sudden, the Lord just blesses me with a word or with just His presence or a gift or something wonderful happens. And I love when He does that, because it reminds me that I can't earn His favor or that I can't earn His love. Because sometimes I think in faith we get really performative of okay, now I have to do all of these things in order for God to bless me. And that's how we work on earth. That's if you show up to school, you make a good grade, you get a good star. You know what I mean? A gold star. And heaven is backwards. And so I love that. I love when He encounters me when I'm just being a butthead. Because He reminds me.
God loves a butthead.
Don't be a butthead,
Yes.
be a bish. Be a bish. Come
Yes.
on. Yeah.
Come on down to the Bible bish.
But also, seek and you shall find. I mean, He also really honors when we sit with Him, and maybe I haven't heard anything for 10 minutes as I'm sitting there praying or reading His word. But then I know who He is. I'm like, no, God, I'm not going to get up and move until you talk to me today. And I think He loves that faith. I just keep Him at His word. Lord, you said if I sought you out, you would find me, or I would find you. And so I'm not going anywhere until I find you right now, and you make yourself known to me. And that's just faith. I think He loves,
Put pressure on the man.
Oh, I do all the
love
time.
it.
I'm like, God, you said this, so what's going on? You said this, so where are you? And but I can do that. I can do that because I know His word. I know what His word says. I'm like, you told me, Lord, that if I sought refuge in you, that I would have joy. So where's my joy? You know what I mean?
Where's my
it's
joy?
It's that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's you told me if I rested in you, if I literally when to take refuge in something, it's that means you trust whoever you're taking safety with. I trust God. He's never failed me. I have a track record of seeing. I have a history. I have a ledger. I keep a ledger of all the ways that God has shown up for me, and He's never failed me. And so if I'm going to trust Him and take refuge in Him, He says in His word that I will have joy. And so if I'm not happy and I'm taking refuge in Him, Lord, where's my joy?
Where's my joy? Well, I love this, Kayley, on a lot of levels, of course. But, I think that I say that I feel like prayer is talking to God and meditation is listening. And I thought for a long time I need to be sitting in an om position to meditate, whatever it. And I had a messed up woo-woo conception of what meditating was. And I realized, oh no, it's just getting in a place where you're quiet enough to listen to God speak to you. And it made me kind of change my whole take on that. And certainly moving out to the woods, Kayley helped me open up all kind. I say I get my divine downloads now being out here as opposed to being in the city. I can just walk outside and say, okay, what wants to come through in the same way that you're talking about. But what I find really interesting, especially, so I heard you say that, or I think I read it, that you said in regards to your divorce. Because here's the thing, we have to go through, the hard things are part of life. It doesn't mean that, the joy isn't coming, but those are the things that give us the inspiration to to write songs or to tell our stories. But the thing about it is that what struck me, you said you weren't really living, talking about the dark days in your marriage. And you said that, and I quote, "I used to think, oh, look at me. I'm so good. I don't get hurt." And that struck me, Kayley, because I had a friend. It's really good. And I had a friend say to me years ago, "Oh my gosh, you're so strong. I would be full fetal if I was going through everything you are." And I took that at the time, Kayley, as a badge of honor until I realized, well, screw that shit. I don't have to pretend like I'm the tough one. I can handle this on my own. I can open it up. I can give myself away. I can let God walk through this with me. And it changed everything with me. So how did you, knowing that, see that moment in your divorce and realize that was dark days? This doesn't have to be me. This doesn't have to define me. But what woke you up to, and I'm not necessarily asking what happened in your marriage, but what woke you up to be so present to realize, oh, this doesn't have to be my life?
Oh gosh. I mean, I had so many veils over my eyes. I had a misconception of what love was. I was spiritually abused. I had a misconception of who God was. And I also had a misconception of who I was. I mean, my character was assassinated all the time, and it was a means to have control over me. I mean, when you're married to someone who has clinical narcissism, they are so paranoid and so fearful. All they do is belittle people and tear them down so that they can have control. And I didn't know, because I was 19 when I met him, and I just believed that he was the one because he had Jesus on his lips. I mean, look at me. I really checked off a box. And so I ended up getting married to someone in my naivety and found myself like, okay, well, a good wife submits, so I need to submit to him. But I was submitting to abuse, and I didn't know. And so the scripture he used to like really keep me under control.
Wow.
And so there were so many veils over my eyes. And when I said like, oh, look at me, I'm so good, I don't feel bad things or whatever, it was totally my body saying it's too painful, so we actually have to mute all of your emotions. And I thought that I was a champion because I never cried, when in fact I never felt joy either. I was living in neutrality. Like I was basically indifferent. Like I was flatline, and I didn't know it. And I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, look at me, I'm so strong. No, it was totally self-preservation. I was in survival mode. And so it wasn't until I got out of that, the veils were lifted off of my eyes. And I mean, there were women that came alongside me, saw that I needed rescue, pulled me up out of the mud and told me the truth about who God was. And then that's when I encountered God for real. I always believed in him. I always, it was always special to me. But the majority of my life, I only knew of God. I didn't know him personally. And so when I went through this total shift, I began to know God on a personal level. And he became a father, like an actual father to me. And he would counsel me every day. And I would spend time with him every day, getting to know really who he was, not the brainwashed, distorted, disfigured version of him that I encountered in my marriage. And so it was all about veils coming off my eyes. And now I feel so much color in my emotions. I mean, I will sob and weep, and it's like so good and so healthy, but then I will feel complete elation and joy, like lifted high off the ground. Like it's a roller coaster of emotions that are great. And I say like the weeping and the sobbing is great because as long as you're alive, you will encounter pain. And because he is the ultimate healer, God is my healer, there are things that he takes me into. Like I had a dream a couple of nights ago, and I know he's telling me like, Kayley, I want to heal this thing in you. Let's take care of that. And a lot of times there's tears there, and it's stuff from like years ago or stuff from maybe just 3 years ago. And it's him saying like, I want to restore every part of you. And a lot of times with restoration, there's crying, but it's the healing thing. It's like allowing me to get all of my anger out about past abuse, past trials. He's allowing me to get my anger out through tears. And so it's healing stuff. And then also just the presence of God. Like it's so overwhelming. All I can do is cry. And it's not because I'm sad or upset or angry. It's just because I'm flooded with something supernatural and something holy. It's like all I can do is just cry, but then also laugh. And it's just the color in my life ever since I really got to know God and trusted him to be my guide. Like, I handed him the car keys. I used to drive my car, and I drove it into a ditch. And now he gets to drive my car, and sometimes I'm yelling at him from the shotgun seat to turn left or to turn right, and he's not going to, and I'm mad about it. But then I still trust him, and I'm just like, okay, Lord, I'm just going to sit and let you drive because you're way better than I am.
I have an observation, and then I have a question for Kayley Bishop, our guest this morning. By the way, guys, go to KayleeBishop.com and become a bish. That's an important thing you need to do with your
You're
life.
such a bish.
Yeah, exactly.
Do it.
There's a wonderful play by Connor McPherson called The Seafarer, where it's a poker game on Christmas Eve night where the devil is battling someone for their soul, and they have a private moment between the devil and the main character. And when the devil tells him, he says, I'm going to let you in on a little secret because I don't think it's going to make any difference anyway. He said, he never gives up on you. Don't you get it? He never gives up on you. What happens is you give up on yourself, and then he can't find you. And he said, at that point, I've got you. And I keep thinking, it's chilling, and it's done in an Irish accent too. But I saw it on Broadway. I'm telling you, the whole crowd, you could hear that deep, long rumble of, oh, we get it. Where he's like, he's never going to stop loving you, and I hate him for that. He said, but you'll walk away, and if he can't find you, the sheep can't be found. At that point, you truly are lost because you've given up on yourself. By the way, I brought up a play because I wanted to ask you a question. Along with Scripture, along with your spiritual life, where do you draw inspiration that is not directly from music when you're creating your art, when you're finding the Spirit? Where do you go? What kind of things are you looking at? What kind of things are you kind of taking in the world around you to create this wonderful music?
Oh, wow. When a lot of it is like my personal revelation. I heard Tom, oh gosh, why am I blanking on his name? He wrote A House That Built Me, but he's got this documentary called Love Tom, and it's an hour long.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Story. It's one of the best things I've ever watched. And in that, he says, I may not know the best stories, but I know my stories best. And I love to write those stories. And I would say more so lately, I want to write music that encourages people to not give up, like you just said, to not give up on God, because God is always chasing them down. And I have found the times that I've given up on myself are the times that I believed what the enemy said about me more than what God said about me. Because the enemy wants to lie to you to get you to forfeit your faith, to get you to believe that God doesn't care or that God's not there for you. And those are the times that I walk away. But now it's like, if I go back to the Word, the truth is always right there in front of me, and I get to remember who God really is, and just completely like rebuke the devil and like all the ways he tries to like lie to me. But as far as inspiration goes, like sometimes it comes from my own quiet time, or sometimes it just comes from conversations with strangers. Like yesterday's song that I wrote with Autumn, she had this thing just hit her in the spirit, and she just wrote down like, Lord, do a new thing, Lord, do a new thing, like nothing we've seen, Lord, do a new thing. And she had this beautiful melody, and she just sent it to me, and I was like, how did you know that God's been telling me I'm going to do a new thing to me? Like, it's been in my prayer life, like on my spirit, Lord, do a new thing, and that he is going to be doing a new thing in my life. And then she sends me this idea without knowing anything about that. And so when those things happen, you just know it's Holy Spirit. And you're like, okay, well, obviously we're going to write that song because there's something supernatural about it. It's not just like a dumb idea that I have in my brain. This is something special. And then writing the rest of the lyric came from our own experience of the wilderness, of like, I know what it feels like to literally be in a drought in my life, and you're just dying of thirst. And how do we write that down so that other people who may have experienced the drought can also hear this song and be like, wow, I can have hope again. And so I do like to write a lot of restoration type songs for people.
Well, you do it so well and give so many people hope. Actually, so you know, Kayley, a few people commenting that are listening right now. Ed said, by the way, he says, hi, he's going through your hometown of Bristol right now, driving through. He's honking his horn to your peeps back there. And then Forat says that he constantly thanks God for saving him from himself. So you're resonating with our listeners right now as well. It's Tom Douglas you were referencing, by the way, who wrote House That Built Me. And that documentary is really great. Anybody who, Kayley, obviously, as you can imagine, a lot of our drivers, they send me stories all the time that are such inspiration for songs, because the things they see and hear and the people they meet on the road are pretty staggering. So truck drivers' lives are great inspiration for stories, by the way. And okay, so I want to shift a little bit. We had Mark Graney, who's a fabulous author and about the Gray Man novels as well. He's on the show quite often, and the Tom Clancy novels that he took over for. And I asked him, Kayley, about the idea of he when he was on the show, he was actually in DC at a hotel, looking over his balcony at the street that he was writing about in his newest novel. So he was he literally immersed himself into what was happening, method acting wise, method writing, I guess, if that's a term. And I said to him, I was like, I have this, being married with a 6-year-old, I have a total fantasy of going out to a cabin in the woods by myself and writing for a month, something that's probably not going to happen, at least until my kid is out of the house. And so we kind of laughed about the idea of that fantasy of the writer, the disheveled writer all by themselves looking for inspiration. And he's like, yeah, I mean, that doesn't exist though. He's like, I do my best writing in a coffee shop, looking at people with my headphones on, listening to rain. And I was like, that's really cool. But it's a reminder that we can't write, whether if you're a professional writer or someone that just does it to journal, to get your stuff out, which I'm a huge fan of, and think it's so important. But as far as where you write, and I know it's not one place, that it's just I assume if you're like me, you write wherever you're scheduled that day, or when the spirit moves you and wherever you are. But do you find your writing sort of changes, or even your recording, based on your environment where you are in that moment?
Well, of course. I mean, it's hard to write a song in a loud space, but I would say the biggest thing that has impacted my writing is actually stewarding the gift, which means I'm practicing writing. And as a songwriter, it's no different than going to the gym. Like, it is a muscle that you want to exercise. I did not start out as a fantastic writer. I didn't. I would say my brain probably was a little bit more mathematical than literary. And so here I am as a songwriter. Make that make sense, Mm-hmm. And so like you start really crappy. I was a crappy songwriter, but I wanted to be better. And I also had this deep desire and drive to learn how to write good songs, because I had a song to sing in my chest. Like, I wanted to sing those songs with everything. And I felt like that was a good steward of my vocal gift, to write songs that would be good for my voice. And then I discover a love for it. I realize it's cathartic, it's therapeutic. I'm writing these stories out, and it's not only cathartic and therapeutic for me, it is so for other people's stories that I'm writing for them. And, I've been commissioned by a few people to write their stories down, and it's like a gift that I can give to them now. And so stewarding that gift that I didn't necessarily think was natural to me has really developed a strong sense of understanding the songwriting craft. And you do that by sitting down on days that you don't have inspiration, you don't have good ideas, and you get in the room with someone. Maybe they're a great writer, maybe they're not, maybe you know them, maybe you don't, and you just work on the craft. But I will say, like, writing with Autumn, for example, like, we've really established a great friendship. And so sitting down with her, she knows my heart, I know her heart, we're really on the same wavelength. When we come together with an idea that's inspired, when I say that those songs have life, they have life. And I equate it to the idea of a draft horse. When a draft horse by itself pulls weight, it can pull about 2,000 pounds. No, I'm sorry. It can pull like 8,000 pounds. It can pull a lot of weight. When you put a second draft horse with it, it doesn't just double how much it can pull. It can actually triple it. And so when you have the right people in the room, you're not just doubling your horsepower. A lot of times you're tripling it, sometimes even quadrupling it, depending on how well you know the person you're writing with and how often you've written together. And so who you're writing with matters. And there are times that I write by myself and it's totally the Lord. And I'm like, okay, great, this feels good. And there are times I write by myself and I literally am, it's like scraping nails on a chalkboard. It's like nothing works, nothing sounds good. I'm hitting a wall. And that's when I'm like, I need a partner in the room. I just need a partner in the room.
And we're hitting a wall now because we are out of time. Damn it. We could talk to you and have you on forever, but the break's going to show up here and we have to say goodbye. Kayley, please come back. Jim, I would love to have her on. We're launching a show called We Should Write, where we really dive into the healing power of writing. And if you'd be so gracious, would love to have you back sometime.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. Anytime.
By the way, Lindsay, this wasn't the first episode of We Should Write because it sure as heck felt like it, by the way.
Save it for it.
Guys, go to shadyrays.com, by the way, and make sure you take advantage of their lost and broken protection plans. Big thanks to them. They got your back, and we got yours, and Kayley Bishop has yours as well, bringing hope everywhere. Go to kayleybishop.com and become a bish. Become a bish. Thank you, Kayley. God, sweet mother of pearl, by the way. Lindsay, this is one of my I don't have many Patreon accounts. I don't.
I only have one,
there are a lot
but
of people,
now I have two.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who are like, you need to get a Patreon account. I'm like, I don't need any more than I have. I only got a couple of Patreon accounts. This is my first Patreon account. This is the first account I ever got that was a Patreon account.
These boys, are you saying these boys popped your cherry?
Take it easy there, pal.
Ayo.
The war's over. We'll get new parts for our heads.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. By the way, each week they discuss a piece of classic genre fiction. Talented voice actors bring the text to life. Music and sound effects create atmosphere, while the occasional guest experts show up to make things classy. Of course, I'm talking about Strange Studies of Strange Stories, friends of the show, who we have managed to somehow get on the phone at the same time for the first time in a long time. Chad Fifer and Chris Lackey are both here. Good morning to you both.
Hey, we did it.
You made it.
Look at us. We're doing it. This is so exciting. And so, guys, during the break, Jim said to me, Lindsay, do you want to do the intro? And I'm like, these are your guys. Like, he loves you guys as if, he's 100% creeping in your bushes at all times. And we mean that as a total compliment. So I was like, you got to do this intro. I will come in with the absurdity. But we are so happy to make this work. And it was funny, Jimmy, I read into it 1,020% that we never were able to properly get them on together on that other platform. But magically, when we launch our own platform and take control of the situation, here we all are together.
Somehow making it work.
Achievement unlocked.
I know.
There it is.
It really is an achievement unlocked.
Congratulations on the new show, guys.
Thank you very much. We're really, it's been so much fun because we actually chat with people online on YouTube, on Facebook. All of it's happening simultaneously on a gazillion places, so it's like trying to keep up with stuff. You got a big hello from the Doodah Man, by the way. He's also letting us know he had a 63 Austin Healey, because we were talking about cars previously. Guys, by the way, welcome. I'm so glad to see that you guys keep on going. I'm really excited, though, because July is coming. I'm just going to say it right now. July is coming. And I want you to tell Lindsay what Julys are. Chad, we can start with you and then pivot to Chris.
We call it Fueli because we do fantasy fiction in the Conan the Barbarian tradition. And if you've ever read any stories about Conan the Barbarian, written by the author Robert E. Howard, he uses the word fuse a lot, which describes muscular stature.
T-H-W-E-W, yes.
Yeah, T-H-E-W. Conan's thews were poised panther-like before he dives in to fight a monster. And we do fiction like that all of July. And actually, we are going to do a two-parter on the Conan the Barbarian story called The Scarlet Citadel this month, which is sort of the first dungeon crawler story. It's where it was a big influence on Dungeons and Dragons. It's just Conan going through some pits, fighting monsters. It's going to be awesome.
How do you really feel about it, though?
There's no excitement at all.
I feel great about it.
I kind of figured that. Chris, can we kind of pivot? I said pivot. Let's turn to you, by the way. I always feel like when you guys do these through lives, you're almost kind of like having to contain Chad's enthusiasm. Is that? Do you feel like you're dampening your own by doing that, though? Because I really want your Robert E. Howard spirit to come out too.
God, no. Yes, I want my fuse to be rippling as well. I want to be out there, oiled up, tackling some monsters.
Okay.
Punching some judges. That's another thing that Conan did a couple of times. That guy doesn't play by anybody's rules.
I just want to
No, Conan, he hates civilization and all of its trappings. So oftentimes,
Same.
Robert E. Howard, he's a small town Texan guy who really hated the people in power, and it comes out in those stories. What Chris is referring to is there's one where Conan's in a court in the beginning, and he goes, "You know what? I don't want to deal with this," and he just splits the judge's skull in two and takes off and gets on a ship. It's great.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite moments in any story of all time. He gets sentence passed on him, Lindsay, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm not accepting that," and then just kills the judge. Yeah, that's enough of that. That's enough.
You guys are who? So I got to say, I did not know. I had not even heard of H.P. Lovecraft or and y'all's kind of work until I met Jimmy, and then he introduced me to this whole world, and then he introduced me to y'all and everything that you do. And it's funny, I have some friends staying with me right now this weekend, and I was doing, finishing up some show prep this morning, and they knew who you guys were and your work. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I love being introduced to something and then realizing, oh, shoot, I am too late to the party, but at least I arrived. But you guys are super fun. I want to talk about y'all's connection because I always say as a songwriter myself or anything I do creatively, I'm always looking for the director to my producer or producer to my director, however you want to say it. And I have that a lot in Jimmy Mack. He and I, our partnership really, I feel like balances out, and you guys do as well. And Chad, I know you're a musician, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do I have that right? Okay. And Chris, with your roots in with RPG writing, podcasting, and just how you, stylistically how y'all come together feels really cool and balanced. And I'm just curious how you if it's a ongoing conscious conversation when you're all like, okay, you do it, you do well, I do it, I do well, or did y'all kind of did that dance magically work itself out because you identify each other's strengths and, dare I say, weaknesses? Oh, we'll go to Chad first, or whoever.
Okay.
Or whoever.
Yeah, well, we've known each other for almost 40 years. We grew up together in small town Illinois, and yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can work together well. That does not mean you can work together well.
That's true, and you can have a friendship, but once you start getting into deadlines and getting things done, then things can get stressful. But we were also roommates for a while in our early 20s, and you work a lot of things out in that situation. So I remember that we used to fight a lot more, but at some point we were like, hey, the best way to deal with this is just tell me when you're upset, and then I'll try to make that okay, and vice versa. And I think we still kind of operate that way.
Yeah, we're pretty honest with each other about everything. So if somebody's doing something that's bugging the other person, just come out and say it. And there's never any I'm worried about what this person's going to say or think, because you'll know right away. So there's no second guessing. There's no doubt. It's just get it done and do your job and try not to mess it up.
Get her done. Get out of the way.
It's just aggressive. But Chris is an excellent illustrator and excellent artist. I have no ability in that regard, and then I do the music side of things, and so we do have complementary skills. But then we both love the material, and that's what really matters.
Yeah.
I wanted to let our listeners know, and I can take care of this in short order. This whole project began to simply go through every single one of H.P. Lovecraft's stories, just two friends getting together to kind of put it together. And if you guys go back to the beginning, you can hear that development. You can hear the podcast get slowly better and better technically, more confidence, more voices come in and all that kind of stuff. What it has turned into is something extraordinary that requires genuine programming. You can't just be like, okay, what did he write next? And I was kind of curious, Chris, if you could explain to our listeners how it is you go about the business of not only selecting the stories that you guys are going to cover. I know you have programming sometimes, but how it is you select those stories, and then how it is you pick the readers for them, because the readers tend to be exceptional.
Yeah, well, we've been very lucky that we know a lot of different performers and voiceover people that we've known since we're in LA and everything together. So that's great for the readers. Now, for the selection of the material, it's sort of become a bit of a feedback loop where we're getting comments and suggestions from listeners that they're saying, hey, you guys dug this story. You know what else you'd like is this other thing. Specifically, there's a story, there's the Simon of Gitta stories that we're covering in July. which is kind of a swords and sandals Roman Cthulhu sort of thing, which I never heard of before. But when we discovered it, it's totally fused all over the place. It's great. But I never would have heard about it if it wasn't for the people that listen to the show. So we've got this kind of great community that we've built. And from them, they're able to kind of point us in different directions. And then we check out the material. Not all of it is totally right for the show, but a lot of it is.
One thing that we respect as a rule is there's no living authors for the most part.
Yeah.
So we're always in the kind of classic people who, we're a few decades away from the present in general. So that is one guiding premise. But on top of that, we don't schedule too far ahead because it's kind of nice to just let the collective unconscious, whether it's the listeners or what we happen to be catching on television or whatever, sort of settle it for us as we approach those months.
Ooh, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. That keeps you on your toes, but you're also like, ooh,
Yeah.
you don't know what's coming next either.
But then things happen like, we just did an episode on the Universal Frankenstein films because we do bonus episodes where we'll talk about movies and that kind of thing. We dropped it, and then Guillermo del Toro dropped his trailer for the new Frankenstein movie the next day. And we didn't plan for that to happen, but little stuff like that pops up that's so fun.
It means you're right where you're supposed to be, guys, clearly.
Exactly.
I have a question, Chad, from a music standpoint. And okay, I'm going to see if I can make this question make sense. So as a, and as a songwriter, there's a big difference when I'm like writing for a project, like, okay, this is going to be used in this, or this is for this artist or whatever, versus just going in and free flowing writing one day when the spirit moves you, so to speak. But I'm curious how that translates in like your musical sensibility when you're building a sonic landscape or something for one of the shows, because when you're producing for mood, trying to create a score or something for the mood, how do you okay, how do I want to say this? How do you create not a new genre, but it's like without being like the cliche, okay, there's suspense here, so da 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 da, like right. Without making
Jaws
the cliche
today,
song. I know, I heard, that's why I threw that in. How do you like not do the cliche mood sound for, you know what I mean? Like, how do you think outside of the box to be like, I'm going to create a new mood for something that people already think they know what it sounds like?
It's a really interesting, because we will score generally underneath somebody reading. So the number one rule is stay out of the way of that. If anything's going to distract from the actual words, that's bad. So there's a lot of really busy stuff that I will have written for a film or something you don't want to use. For me, when I was doing early acting training, I was in the Second City Theater in Los Angeles. And one of the things we learned was that you don't have time to build a set. You don't have time to build a costume. So when you come out and you do a scene, how can you use the smallest bit of anything to indicate what the scene is? Can you just throw a scarf on and now you're a wealthy, patron of the arts?
Yeah.
And similarly, when I'm doing music for this, it might just be a low tone. Is there some tiny accent or some bit of creep that I can put in there to indicate that it's horror without, like you say, screeching violins or something like that?
Right.
It's just the sounds of leaves rustling going to set an atmosphere that then gets people in the mood to hear a Halloween story. Usually it's something like that. So I try to indicate with as little as possible and not get in the way of the reading, which is a little harder to do than you would think.
Oh, no, I think it'd be very hard.
I want to keep developing the theme, but you can't, because you're trying to just set atmospheres for folks who are listening in their car.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pivot to Chris for.
Pivot?
I'm gonna pivot. I'll pivot to Chris for a second. He got it. Chris got
Thank
it.
you.
Chris is there for us. I wanted to kind of ask this in kind of go in the other direction. So when you guys are picking the readers, and by the way, Lindsay, I'm constantly pitching us to read things for them. I'm not. Don't worry. They haven't.
Sign me up. Put me in, coach.
How do you guys go about picking?
Annoying cheerleader. I can play that role.
They got a couple of short stories that actually deal with that, by the way. Chris, how do you guys make sure you pick the right voice? How do you and Chad figure out how to pick the right voice for the particular story? Because more often than not, you get it right. You know what I'm saying? That it's like, somebody who reads Bradbury is not somebody who reads Shirley Jackson.
Yeah. Well, we've got a pretty good stable of consistent people that we can choose from, and it's usually a matter of us going in and looking at that and thinking, all right, who's going to be good for this? Occasionally we'll get new people that will submit stuff and be like, hey, I'd love to read for the show, and we listen to them, and then they might not be right for what's coming up, but right for something else coming down the road. And typically, I think one of us makes a suggestion, and usually the other agrees. Like it seems kind of obvious to who should be the reader. And also if they're available. That's another thing too. Sometimes we can't get the people that we want. You'll have to go with the second tier person, but they're still great. So, it's not that hard.
How'd you get the gig? I was available. Great.
So if I ever do a reading for you guys, would you promise me we'll say Jimmy Mack was our second tier choice? But
He was available. No, and you read everybody's long bios, and then Jimmy Mack, he was available.
He was available.
He was available.
What is it? I actually, guys, in a program for a play once, I had it written. I won't say my actual name, but Jimmy Mack is in this play. That was literally what my bio said. Chowda actually wrote to say Conan beat hack/comic, and Schwarzenegger was the best Conan. Just wanted to add that on our comments that are happening over on YouTube, by the way. I didn't realize that there's a lot of Conans to choose from, by the way. There are a couple.
Conan O'Brien is the only one I know.
Yeah.
You've got Conan O'Brien. But Jason Momoa played Conan in that newer remake.
Okay.
I believe there was a television series where they just went, let's just get another Austrian guy because he's available. And so,
he was available.
Yeah, he was an available Austrian guy with some muscles and very little acting talent. But the
oh wow, yeah.
Schwarzenegger's the best.
I wanted to tell Lindsay this too, because I don't know if I told you this, Lindsay, but what's funny is that the books Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft share the same universe. They share the same mythology. A lot of the monsters. I got that right, guys? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
They share the same universe. The difference is the joke I make is that H.P. Lovecraft's main characters faint, and Robert E. Howard say kill them all and let Cthulhu sort them out. Is kind of the difference.
Yeah.
It's a difference of tone.
Yeah.
And that's really the kind of thing here, because a lot of these books, and I don't mean they exist in the same multi-universes, but a lot of this stuff, a lot of people cover a lot of the same subject matter when you guys do these stories. It really is about tone and approach with a lot of the stories. Have you guys noticed recurring patterns that doesn't make the stories predictable, but they do they all begin to feel like they're set in the same universe after a while? Either one of you can answer that.
Because we cover the horror genre, we also do science fiction and we do fantasy where some more unexpected things can happen. But a lot of horror stories do follow a template of revelation and investigation. Somebody looks into something and it turns out it's real bad and there's a monster. And it can seem like the same story over and over.
It's trucking radio. Okay, I got it.
But yeah, well, what's going on with that author? What are they really trying to get across? Because generally horror is some kind of metaphor, whether it's for addiction or it's for race relations, or it's, there are so many things you could tackle with that metaphor. And so what we try to tease out is what was the author really going for here? Or were they dealing with something and didn't even know they were dealing with it? And how does this speak to the everyday experience? The reason we call it Strange Studies of Strange Stories is because we look for stories that estrange our own reality. It's very easy for us to get used to things and not be shocked by them anymore. And what a good story will do is take a normal thing that happens to you and put it in a fantastic setting so that you can kind of re-experience it and re-examine it. And so we look for stories that are going to do that, and a lot of horror does it very excellently.
I realized actually the other day how much being a country music writer, I think I talked about this in Country Music News or something, Jim, but the idea, I'm like, country music and horror actually have a lot in common with, as you just said, with addiction and struggle and suspense. And I put it together. So I'm like, I need to write more country horror songs. Sidebar.
By the way, there's a niche for that.
I know, right?
They will back me up here. If you write genuinely spooky, creepy, evil country Western music songs, there are people who would rally to your cause. I believe that.
It's going to get weird.
Well, my band, Pitch Black Manor, has a song that's in that vein, and I know that one of our biggest playlists on Spotify we get discovered from is called Goth Cowboy.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, well, there you go. I'm obsessed. Goth Cowboy. Yeah. I'll be checking that out. Okay, we have to, of course, talk about your Patreon. Everyone can find it. If you go to just to patreon.com, you can find them at /WitchHouseMedia. You can also find out everything you need to know about these guys at strangestudios.com. That'll take you to their page as well. But
Strange Studies.
Strange Studies. I'm sorry, strangestudies.com.
They have Strange Studios, by the way, though. They do.
Yes, I'm looking between the two. So strangestudies.com, and then on Patreon, you can find him /WitchHouseMedia. I'm so curious. These kind of things, because this is really, really cool what y'all do. You have one free episode a month for everybody. Anybody can partake in. And then you do 5 subscriber only shows per month as well. How do you guys, I I have yet to dive into that world because I'm this isn't the reason I've yet to do it because I'm lazy. But my real question is the idea of how you give enough to the free episode that people really genuinely get to have their gateway drug and dip their toe into who you are. And you don't want to dumb that down because you want people to fall in love with you. How do you give enough to the free episode, but that also that people also realize I gotta pay now to get the rest of the good stuff? Do you know what I mean? Like you don't want to give everything away, but you also are like, I can't make art that isn't all of me. So how do you balance that? That's the kind of thing that keeps me up at night.
I think for us, it's a little bit about our story selection. So when we are doing the free shows, we try and think of the ones that have the greater mass appeal, and we leave the more niche stories for the subscribing audience. So
okay.
If there's something that is popular or that's going on in the news, or something that we feel like can bring people in, we'll cover those types of stories, or by big name authors. And then we'll save the more esoteric stuff for the subscribers. So I think that's kind of the way that we tackle it, but we don't do it any different. It's the same level of enthusiasm, of work that we put into one episode that we do for the pay episode. So yeah.
So it's just you. Okay, no, that makes you explain that so simply, and I don't know why my brain never went that way. You're basically saying you get 100% who you guys are. You just get more of it if you subscribe. You get to dive in more. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And as a listener or consumer of things, I don't always do the deep dive. I appreciate it if somebody's like, once a month is fine with me. Okay.
Right, yeah.
You can have the free show then. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the way I listen to stuff too. So, I think that we'll sometimes sell sponsorships against that, but in general, it's just goodwill. You have to look for people to be, hey, you know what, I'm going to open my wallet and throw some cash these guys' ways. It's a donation, even if they're subscribing, because so many things you can get for free. You just got to say they like it enough that they're going to give us some cash, and how can we make this the best experience that we can?
I've actually asked this question before, but, Lindsay and I actually really understand this, is that we have parasocial relationships, of course, with so many of our listeners. Some of them are genuinely our friends. We've met them, got a chance to meet them and all that stuff. There's an episode very early on where one of your friends comes on, and he doesn't talk when you ask him a question, and it suddenly dawns on him he's not listening to the show. He's actually in the show, and it's a great moment. And in some ways, like I said, the first time I had you guys on by myself, I'm sitting there talking to you. It almost happened to me where I'm like, oh yeah, they're having a good time talking. This is really a wonderful. Wait a minute, it's my damn show.
This is a great show. Oh right, it's mine.
Can you kind of? I'd love. We haven't got a chance to talk about this. Can you talk about, because you said that great community over there? Because this is important. Can you talk about? And I guess we can start with Chris. The parasocial relationship you have with some folks, and the idea that it's like you almost feel like you know them in a way that you actually don't. Because, like I said, there's a really great groundwork for a horror story and has actually been covered on a few occasions. But can you talk a little bit about the relationships you have with your Patreon supporters, your listeners, your contributors?
Well, yeah, our comments, we have our comment section. That's kind of our main thing that we do on the show. Our interaction is through these posts that people do to each individual episode. And then every month we do what we call the feedback show, where we read selected ones, and then we can actually do feedback on the feedback show, so which we call the feedback loop, where we do feedback on the feedback show. So it can kind of keep coming.
A lot of feedback.
Coming back. It's a lot of feedback. And that's the way that, I do feel like we have common commenters that are every episode they've got something to say, and they're ones that pop up more than others. But I do feel like I genuinely know them, especially from their comments. And some of those I would love to meet. We've met a lot at Necronomicon, the convention that's in Providence, many years ago, but we keep getting new people. So there's lots of people I would love to meet because they just sound like really funny, cool people.
Jan.
Yeah, we've developed. The funny thing is, our audio engineer who helps us with some processing of audio, actually, we've never met because he was initially a friend of, or he was initially a listener of the show. Said, hey, I could probably help you guys clean up some of your plosives and and hiss and that kind of thing. So we said, all right. And I've developed a relationship with him. He reads for the show. He's one of my best friends. We've never met. It just developed over working on the thing. Every once in a while, I have to remind myself, I've never seen this person in person.
No.
Guys, I
Yeah,
kid.
we've talked. We've done Skype. And
Yeah.
well, not Skype, but I still say Skype. Skype doesn't exist anymore. But visually communicate with one another, but we've never met in person. And I've been so lucky too, where I've met fans that are now like awesome friends. Like my buddy Greg Johnson, when I moved to the UK, he lived locally, and he decided he was going to write me and say, "I'm a big fan of your show. I'd love to meet you." And like, he's one of my best friends in the world now. But our relationship started off where he was a fan of the show, and it was just, I think that people that listen to our show are like-minded, and they have the same sensibility and the same taste that we do. So it's very uncommon that any of these people that would be fans of our show we wouldn't get along with.
Well, and what I'd like to say too, even if you said like-minded, maybe perhaps like your content isn't something that I knew about or had interested me before, but why I came on board and got super interested in it, outside of Jimmy saying you should be interested in this, which also helps sometimes, but because you guys are that real. You're so likable, first of all, and everything's delivered with a good balance of both. It's funny, it's creepy, and it's also informative, which I've seen some of your fans comment on. Those are like why they keep coming back. So it's a good gateway drug, as well as anyone listening now. If you haven't listened to it, it's going to be something, whether it's your kind of content or not, you're going to have fun, I think. And then that's when you can dive into more and figure out, do I want to be a subscriber? How much more do I lean? Okay, guys, we've just got a couple minutes left, and we ask this of all of our guests because the Road Gang Radio, our new content, is about life on the road, both living, but whether you make your living on the road, but then also if you're a road warrior, you camper, RV life, whatever it is. So we'd like to talk about say it's your weekend, guys, coming up, because it is Friday, whenever your weekend starts. Well, both of you, to answer this question, we have 3 questions. If you could go anywhere this weekend, practically, or not, you can go to the moon if you want. If you could go anywhere this weekend, where are you going? How are you getting there? And what are you listening to along the way? Chris, you first.
Oh, geez. I'm going to Scotland, to the Isle of Lewis, which you have to take a ferry to get there, but it's getting warm here, and it's cooler up in Scotland, and it's beautiful. I would be driving, and what would I be listening to? Probably audiobooks.
Okay, perfect. Chad, to you.
Right now, just the way I'm feeling, I think I'd be in the Caribbean on a speedboat. Can I have a speedboat?
You can have whatever you want, Chad.
Damn, I want to change my answer.
You can go back.
No, I'm on a speedboat. I'm in the Caribbean, and I'm just playing Boston. Just really loud.
Oh my God!
But you know what? They're Boston deep cuts. Nobody knows who the band is.
Because you don't want anybody singing along and getting in the way of your vibe. I like that. I feel
Absolutely not.
You want to be humming the.
Well, head us down a rabbit hole and let's see where we come out.
Welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
We're going to go down the rabbit hole, Ashley, with Doug Smith, OIDA board member. You just heard him there. We'll hear from him in just a moment. Doug's been driving for more than 50 years, I believe it is. Yeah. He's obviously done a lot. Looking forward to talking with him. Always a good chat to be had there. And Ashley, I think you were introduced to him even before you started working here.
Yeah.
Kind of in a way.
Yeah. Big Jellystone Yogi Bear fan, because like to camp, right?
Oh, the camping. Yes, right.
And Shipping Wars.
Yeah, he appeared on
He was on Shipping Wars and was a big, always wore OIDA stuff. And so that's when I kind of first made the connection. And so anybody who's a fan of that show might recognize him. But yeah, we're definitely gonna have to ask him about that.
We will ask him about that for sure, and a bunch of other stuff as well. After we wrap with Doug, we're going to talk a little bit about phone etiquette based on a social media post about how Gen Z answers a phone call. I'm wondering, we talk about these kinds of things in the office with Tennille Flick, who's our Chaos
coordinator is her
coordinator.
official title.
Maybe
I think
we should bring her in for this
She'll
chat.
Probably
there.
have a good opinion about it.
Probably, I'm not sure it'll be a good opinion.
She'll
but
have an opinion.
She'll have
a
strong opinion about it. I
Yes.
think we can safely say that for sure. One item of business here, Ashley, before we get to Doug Smith. President Trump, as we know, campaigned on a promise to deregulate, and we've seen some of that taking place already for trucking-related matters. But there is a comment period right now that FMCSA opened up. It actually ends today on Tuesday. They're proposing 18 deregulatory actions. One would rescind the requirement that rear impact guards must be permanently marked or labeled with a certification from the manufacturer. That one has the support of industry groups like OOIDA. There are other proposals in there as well, including rescinding the requirement that you keep the ELD operator's manual inside your vehicle. Yes, that is a regulation. Having spare fuses, things like that. But if you want to comment and let FMCSA know what you think about these proposals, maybe you've got your own ideas. I'm sure you do about ways to deregulate the industry. Our friends at Landline Magazine have the full story, complete with links at landline.media. But please do, if you're going to do that, do it today.
Yes.
Because the
get it
comment
done.
period ends this evening for sure.
Yeah, super important to get your voice heard on many different things. And if you want other issues, bathroom access, truck parking, cargo theft, overtime pay, head to fightingfortruckers.com. You can get your opinions out on those bills at that website there. Let's get to Doug Smith on the line. He is an OOIDA board member and has led a very interesting life. Thanks for joining us, Doug. What are you up to today?
Well, today I'm going to go out to cell tower site, take the material to the top of the mountain with a smaller truck. They've been using a skid steer loader, and they want a truck to haul some stuff up there. So I'm going to go out there and see if I can climb the hill.
Is that a question of whether you're going to be able to do that?
Well, you think you can until you get there and you can't. It's happened.
Has it happened? Really?
Oh, yeah. But then we take haul a loader out there and drag ourselves up the rest of the way.
That sounds like a long day.
It can be, but it's rewarding, it's interesting, and it's different than swinging doors and counting pallets of frozen chickens.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
All about perspective, I guess, right?
Do you ever get stressed out over these things? Like, you don't really know what you're doing until you get there, right?
I'm sure I have. I just can't remember it.
That's probably good, though.
It's like, you forget the pain. I guess like being a mother.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very true.
I guess we should probably talk about what exactly you do, too, because, what you do is a very specific type of thing that I think a lot of people find interesting. Talk a little bit about that, and maybe also how you got into that, specifically.
Well, I started out with structural steel, and my father-in-law was a steel erector, and so I got to haul a lot of the bridges that are now part of I-15 and hauled beams that became part of skyscrapers in downtown Salt Lake, hauled a lot of construction materials that incorporated into the freeways and railroads and airports around here. We've hauled, thousands of tons of steel down to California to build cement plants. But for the last 25 years, I've just been hauling heavy equipment, and I find that helps to keep me limbered up somewhat. I won't go out and work out, but if somebody's paying a couple $100 an hour for a big truck, I'll go throw chains 10 reps.
Yeah.
And get my exercise that way.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. How did you get into trucking?
Well, I'm third generation, so that's how. But at age 16, my dad said to my mother, well, we might as well ruin his life too. And he sent me out with a driver to teach me.
Do you remember? I mean, I'm sure you do. I shouldn't say most. A lot of teenagers, look at kind of what their parents do and think to themselves, I do not want to do that. Like my father's a professional drummer, and I remember having that memory early on, thinking, that seems like a pretty cool gig, but I do not want to do that. Do you remember having any of those thoughts when you were younger, before they kind of dragged you into it at age 16? Early on, what did you think about it?
Well, I thought I was going to be a school teacher, and I got a few years in the university, and I kept running into the math requirement, and I couldn't get it. We were still using slide rules, and I just couldn't get past the math requirement to get any degree at all. So I just kept doing the summer job, but then graduated to doing it year-round, and here I am today. My dad died when I was 25, and so I was left at that time with a mother and some siblings to feed, and a brother who was also in the business, with working for Dad, and we ran his truck, my truck, and then my mother's trucks we ran for her, and it grew from there. But we were able to take care of Mom in fine order. And 25 is a little early to lose your dad when you're the youngest.
Yeah.
You're the oldest, really, and he was only 47 when he died. Wow. Chronic lung problems, but he never did smoke, and he got a lot of people to quit smoking. He would say, "I am fighting for every breath, and you are throwing yours away."
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Was that obviously that was a difficult time, but
yeah,
at that point, did you kind of, I would imagine, gain kind of a new appreciation for what your father had been doing and what he had done for your family?
Yes, because he was physically limited, yet he managed to, pay for a house by the time he was 47 and a couple of trucks. He'd had a partner that had stolen everything, and he used to have about 30 trucks. They hauled steel from the Geneva Steelworks, which is now gone, but it was a plant that was built in Salt Lake to be off the West Coast in case of Japanese attack in World War II. So we would haul steel to the West Coast, and his partner stole all that business and bankrupted it. And so we were left with 2 trucks. He decided to go back into construction, and that's where he was. We were doing that when he died. And I got out the yellow pages and started calling every contractor in the book. And one of the biggest contractors in the nation had a job going on at the Air Force Base here. And they said, "Yeah, come on up." And we put a couple trucks there, and we began a relationship that continues to this day. I mean, we are working for them this day. And it was just honesty is what kept you getting to the next job. You never double billed. You never cheated on your time. I gave them an extra 15 minutes a day because I didn't want to take 15 minutes a day. It took another half hour to make another trip. So I gave 15 instead of taking 15. And it has paid off well.
Yeah, that still holds true today.
Yes. You can only cheat your customer once, and then it's not your customer anymore.
Yeah. At what point did you realize, like, okay, trucking, like, this is what I'm going to do. This is my career?
I can't say when that aha moment was. That's kind of like you're saying, well, I give up. I'm going to be in trucking.
Well, yeah, no.
No, I enjoy it. I always enjoyed it. I enjoyed being good at it. And being able to back up at 25 or 30 miles an hour to a paver a quarter mile away. I really enjoyed that because people would look at you and like, wow, do you see that? He's grabbing gears in reverse. That's when we had, 4-speed Brownie.
Yeah.
Or you'd roll off a hill backwards, hit 30, 35 miles an hour thinking, man, if I screw up, it's going to be ugly.
It's going to be bad. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So you're talking a while ago. You've been in the industry now for, what is it? Is it 50 years? Is that right? Am I getting that right?
56. I'm going on 57 now.
Wow.
But that's because I started behind the wheel at 16.
Right. Yeah. What, and this is maybe a loaded question, but obviously a lot has changed in 56 years, just generally speaking, for all of our lives. But what do you see as maybe being some of the things that have stayed the same over the past 56 years, and maybe some of the things that have changed the most? And I think it's an interesting, I'm looking forward to your answer, because I think younger people these days, and I guess you could say this of every generation, don't fully understand maybe what it was like back in those days. And again, I know maybe I'm sounding old now too by saying that, but I think it's interesting, that perspective. What has changed, what has stayed the same?
Well, what has stayed the same is we are still treated as a default occupation by your high school guidance counselors. Even in musical lyrics, Rick Nelson saying, well, I'd rather drive a truck, rather than go to the garden party or whatever that song was about. Mm-hmm. But they still treat this as like unskilled labor. But if you are not literate, you are not successful. And if you see the English proficiency thing, that's almost like being illiterate.
Yeah.
Not being unintelligent, but you're really handicapped. Absolutely.
Why do you think that stayed the same all these years, though, that perception? I mean, you would think that by now people would understand what a difficult and, worthwhile career it is. You basically are saying that you don't think that feeling is I guess, universal or shared by a lot of people.
Well, we're looking at a career that spans the gamut from highly professional, technical work to can you hold the steering wheel and keep between the lines? And there's a broad range in between those. Now, you work all your life to get to a point where you're good enough at what you do that people call and say, are you available? Not how much will this cost? Because they want you to go do this, because they can check it off their list of things to worry about. They can count on whatever happens, you're going to handle it. And then there's can you take this box of furniture down the road 200 miles and back it up to somebody's front door? There's a wide difference in the skill levels of the different truck driving occupations, and we can't lump it all in one. So that perception of, the guys that can go do this simple task to the guys that everybody in the industry admires them for their skill. Like you see these guys moving a twin lane trailer with a 250,000-pound transformer on it, pushed by 4 other tractors and pulled by one more in front of it. And they take all day long to move 50 miles. Nobody looks at that guy and says, oh, he got his CDL yesterday.
Yeah. What's changed over the 50-plus years?
Equipment reliability and the complexity of it all. I changed an accessory drive at the side of the road, and now it'd take you half a day to get down to it. And that's the drives the belts in the front of the engine. You take the gears apart and put a new parts in there. My dad once changed 2 cylinders on the side of the rest area. And 85% of a towing company's business now is emission-related problems on new trucks. The old trucks didn't have that problem. You'd go along till a truck passed you, and then you'd pull over and change your fuel filter. That was about as complex a problem as you ran into. But the equipment has gotten so much more comfortable. My truck is built in the 90s, but it's been rebuilt twice, and I keep saying it's my last one. It's got to be my last one, but it's like driving a Winnebago. I'd rather drive it than a Cadillac Escalade.
Yeah.
And I lament the fact that my dad never got to drive anything this nice. We had a sleeper with a 24-inch by 15-inch hole you'd crawl through. Now you walk through or step over to the left and right and get into the sleeper. We had to crawl through a hole.
Yeah.
And when we were kids, my head was at one end, my dad's at the other, and we just lay there in the sweat for a few hours and get going again.
You've still got that 98 Kenworth, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 2 trucks. One's a double frame, tri-drive, heavy axles for heavy haul, and then I've got the one that's like spec'd for hauling bananas or something, but it can haul lighter weight, 80,000-pound stuff. Yeah. And it's like you have 2 horses. One's a thoroughbred for trotting and racing, and the other one's a Clydesdale for pulling the plow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in your 56 years, I assume you have had many memorable hauls. What's one that really stands out?
The Vietnam Memorial Wall. If I can not get emotional talking about it, I've done that 3 times, and I'm scheduled to do it again this year. That is by far the highlight of anything I've hauled. And I hauled a lot of the building material for a religious building that we have in Nauvoo, Illinois for our church. that was a special privilege to be able to haul that. And but that memorial wall is pretty cool.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit. And we're talking about, again, the Wall That Heals is that half-scale replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. It travels around the country. It really provides an opportunity for people to kind of visit, the wall without having to go to Washington, D.C. And, of course, recognizing and honoring those that lost their lives during the war there. Talk about, and you said it's an emotional thing for you. Take us back to it and how you got involved and kind of share that story, if you would.
Okay. The first time was we had a board member, Steve Davenport, and he was very involved with that project, and we were all impressed with his assignments on it and his dedication to it. He had the Gold Star moms. He had a truck painted with names of his Gold Star moms, his friends, and he died suddenly of a heart attack, and I was able to take his seat on the board. I was elected to his seat, and I also got to take the Vietnam Wall that he was going to take to his hometown. So I arrived in Texas and the night before, and I'm ready for the parade the next day. And let me tell you, I didn't have enough Kleenex in the truck. And it was a very tear-duct cleaning experience.
Yeah.
And the people of Texas, they claim they're Texans first and Americans second, but you'd never know it because the streets were lined with people waving American flags like none of the other states I've been to. None of them have had as thick a crowds as the Texans. I've been in Texas twice with the wall.
Yeah.
And I just love going there because those people, they get it.
Did that surprise you, the reception that it got? I mean, what were you expecting, I guess, on that first run through?
Well, I was expecting some of that, but not the crowd that I saw. We went past every school in a 5-mile area, and the whole school comes out on the front lawn to wave and cheer. And then moms and dads, little kids are lining the streets, through the city. It's just a beautiful experience.
Did you expect it to be such an emotional experience?
No, I wasn't. That really caught me. Got one high school acquaintance. We weren't close buds or anything, but one high school acquaintance. It's on the wall, and that's always an emotional experience to go up and see his name on that 3/4 replica.
Yeah.
And know that his twin sister, is somewhere without her brother. And look at all the names that of the families that were never formed because they didn't get a chance to live life like I have.
Yeah.
I was 1 year off of being called up. They started calling our numbers up. I had a high number in the lotto anyway, but they started calling us up, and then the war collapsed.
Yeah, you had called it, I know, elsewhere you had called it almost like a spiritual experience, hauling the wall for the first time. Obviously, you've done it, I think you mentioned a couple more times since. For those who do what you do and are hauling the wall, it sounds like something that really is worthwhile. And maybe I would assume for other people too, something that they didn't expect was going to happen too. And obviously people have different connections to the war itself, but a very, I don't even know the word, very fulfilling experience in a way too, right?
Well, it's not kind of spiritual. It is spiritual. You have a real connection with the sacrifice and every one of us has got an ancestor somewhere up the line that made a sacrifice, to keep their family going, to provide, to protect every one of us. And it's up to us to do the same thing for the next generation. And we're programmed to provide and protect and filling our obligations.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned you're going to haul it again coming up this year. Does it get any easier hauling it, or is it still, that emotional experience?
Well, it's a load that when you're pulling that trailer, you want to have a clean truck and a clean shirt, and you want to look your best to present a good image for that. But it is getting easier, but I can still get emotional when you head out and you've got the actual veterans in front of you on motorcycles and trikes, because as you get that old, you don't want to fall over on a motorcycle. So some of them have switched to trikes.
Yeah.
And then you've got all the rest of the world on their motorcycles behind you. And it's a little mini glimpse of rolling thunder headed right to the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. And the wall's actually coming through here, I think in a week or two, through Buckner, Missouri. And I know OIDA is going to have a contingent of people there as well for that event and welcoming people in. But yeah, it's certainly one of these things that if it's coming to your area, definitely check it out, because as you kind of point out, it's one of these things.
Yeah.
And I've been to the one in Washington, D.C., and it is a moving experience to walk along that wall and look at all of those names, which obviously, as you pointed out, represent, families and loved ones and friends. And when you put it all into perspective, it really is an overwhelming kind of experience.
Yes, especially the displays of things that have been left at the wall.
Yes,
they become part of the traveling exhibit, and those things are always changing with memorabilia from people remembering their lost ones. Put that stuff on display. It's very brings it to life, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's on its way to Emporia, Kansas, and that's probably when it's passing through Green Valley.
Yeah.
But then we'll take it from Emporia, Kansas to Spokane, Washington.
That's a haul.
Kind of a long drag.
Yeah.
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 And one thing that's been nice is that they've trusted me enough that they'll call me and say, the guy that was going to move this broke down and can't move it. Can you be here in 2 days? And I have deadheaded or bobtailed, 1,500 miles to go hook onto that thing and move it another 1,500 miles in the other direction.
Yeah.
And end up, east of Chicago.
Yeah.
And I'm based in Utah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's a testament to how much it means for you. Yeah, absolutely.
Another thing we wanted to talk to you about is shipping wars. I have to say, I think before I even started working here, when I had, heard about the association and the job opening, my husband was like, I think somebody on Shipping Wars is part of OOIDA. Talk to me about that opportunity, how that came about, and what you did on there.
Okay. I have a good friend. He became my doctor when we both grew up out of trucking, and he went to med school, and I carried on with the trucking. His daughter became an employee of a production company. And she says, hey, Dad, you know a truck driver? I'm looking for a truck driver for this show. And, gave him my number, and nothing happened. And then a few years later, they said, hey, are you still interested? And, yeah, I'll do that. And it took 3 months, and I did it mostly so that my grandkids and great-grandkids and those yet unborn will be able to go look on a CD or something and hear their great-grandfather.
We should explain probably for folks who maybe haven't seen it. So this is a TV show, reality show on A&E, the network. And I guess maybe the name kind of explains it, but explain the concept to folks out there, who maybe haven't seen it, and kind of what your role became in the show.
Well, on this season, they went to brokers. Instead of having a load show up on a board and everybody bid on it, they just had a broker that would call you and say, hey, I've got this load. You want it? Oh, yeah, I'll take that. And then they would give you a piece of freight. And some of the things were just impossible to move. They sent me to Chicago once to move a caboose with only a step deck. And I said, hey, I got to go home and get my double drop.
Yeah.
And that because that caboose will be like 17 and a half feet tall. And on the rusty side of the country, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Because the high bridge back there is like 14.6.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. When we left you, we were having a discussion with Doug Smith, OOIDA board member, about his career and everything else. We're going to rejoin that chat right now.
I'm curious, of course, with reality TV nowadays, we know that a lot of it probably isn't actually real. How real was this show?
The freight was real. The rates were not.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little bit contrived, but the actual, you picked up a piece of freight and delivered it to somebody who paid to have it there.
Mm-hmm.
And on time. And we always made the schedule. We didn't have any problems that way. But there were some interesting things, like an aircraft fuselage and an old sign for the Jesse James Motel. There was a guy in Chicago had quite the sign collection. He restored them. And, what was some of the other things? A jungle gym to be assembled, a workout station.
The one I saw was the Yogi Bear and the
that was the most fun.
Canteen,
that was it. Then that pirate ship about killed me when it started falling apart.
What was the Yogi Bear one?
It was for a franchise campground called Jellystone, and took a fiberglass Yogi Bear and Boo Boo and prefab cabin. Took that to a new campground being built. That was a lot of fun.
Kind of like you're talking about, Ashley, though. You're talking about like the Real Housewives, those shows where it's like there's drama and everybody's screaming at each other, and
Funny you should mention that.
Okay.
That's what makes good content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah.
If you don't screw up, that's not good content.
Yeah, and that's kind of Ashley's point. Were they kind of like throwing curveballs at you? Yeah,
I know in that episode it was like, are they going to drop it? And
well, here's what happened on this one. I'm walking around doing a load check, and I see the box containing Yogi is coming apart. I said, "Whoa! I got to shoot some screws in this thing here and put it back together because the staple's pulling out." I had grabber screws and a drill, and I was going to put the crate back together. And the producer says, "Let's get that at the next stop." No, this is an unsecured load. It'll put us out of service. It's dangerous. And so he begrudgingly let me get my drill and grabber screws and put the box together to save the day. Or they would have loved to seen it
fall
out on the highway.
Yeah. Well, and meanwhile, you go check the tape, and the producer is probably the one who was taking taking it apart. 30 minutes before that.
I swear, if you were backing over somebody, they would just roll film instead of yelling or something, because that makes good content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm curious, how much attention did this bring to OOIDA? Because I know I think in most episodes I've seen, you've always had your OOIDA hat on.
Well, I couldn't tell you how much attention or inquiries they got from that, but maybe the next time they saw an OOIDA ad or something, they paid more attention. And I've got that bug screen on my truck that's the OOIDA logo, getting kind of faded now, and there aren't any more of them. But I'd always stand in front of that to do, talk about.
Yeah. What about you? Do you still get recognized, or do you ever get recognized as, hey, you look familiar? Have I seen you somewhere or anything like that?
I was in Hawaii at the Dole Pineapple Plantation, and these people are kind of pointing at me, whispering their kids, and the guy came up and said, "Is that you on Superman?" Yeah, it was me. Did you want me to sign an action figure for you or something?
Oh, wait, is there a Doug Smith action figure out there?
A bobblehead,
can we, can we get those?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I signed off all the rights to that when I was in the movie Sandlot.
Is that the only time? There's got to be more times than that you've been recognized.
Well, there was another one. I was at the Greeley, Colorado. There's a big meat packing plant there, and I was there unloading a trackmobile, throwing chains and walking around. And the guy in the hostler comes driving by and looks at me. I don't think a thing about it. And then he comes back again and he yells, "It is you!"
That's got to be a weird feeling to be recognized like that.
It's kind of fun. I mean,
yeah,
nobody's come up and thrown red paint on me or anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess you're not a real housewife of wherever, and
No.
you're not,
Utah or anything.
yeah, you're not, throwing punches at anybody. So probably people are pretty happy to see you, I suppose. Yeah.
But the most fun I had on that was pretty fun. But I was in the movie Sandlot for 0.2 of a second. When you see the scene go to black and white, and you watch a crane lift the bathtub of water to feed the big monster dog over the fence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the crane operator, and I'm looking out the window at that crane right now. We still have it, and we use it for holding a flag most of the year. And for Christmas season, we have a Christmas tree on top of it. But
so you're in the movie.
when I tell people
briefly?
I'm in the movie Sandlot, they're really impressed. They don't believe it. I said, well, yeah, it's 0.2 of a second, but it's me.
But it's you. You're in there.
How did that happen?
My dad-in-law owned the crane, and they were looking for a period, crane of that period, and he put me under it.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, see, nobody's impressed with shipping wars.
Yeah,
Sandlot.
they're impressed with
Whoa,
that,
let's
yeah.
talk more about that.
Well, that movie's it's a cult classic, though, especially for baseball fans and people of a certain generation, for sure. I imagine that's a big part of it, too.
Yes, everybody loves Sandlot.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
They recently had their 30-year anniversary here in Salt Lake where it was filmed.
I saw that. Actually, I went to a Royals game a month or two ago.
The actors.
They had like
there?
3 of the actors there. Oh, maybe I think you were at that game too. Maybe there were like 3 of the actors on the jumbotron, and they talked about that. It was the 30-year anniversary of that. So yeah, it's pretty cool. They're still around. They're still making the rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about when they were having it here, I should take that crane down. No, that's too much work. Forget it.
Well, you could probably sell it on eBay now
Yeah.
for a pretty penny. Say, featured in the film Sandlot, and
yeah, I'm sure it's worth at least 2 cents a pound.
Probably, yeah. Well, hey, that would add up quick. Hey, Doug, real quick, I wanted to ask you too, and you were talking earlier about how you kind of got started in the industry and how you saw your father working hard and gained a respect for what he did over a number of years. We should talk about your family now too. Your son is also a truck driver. Kind of a full circle moment for that, I would imagine, in a way. How did that kind of come to be? And did you encourage him to go into trucking too, or did you discourage him, or how did those conversations go over the years?
Well, I've let kids go which way they want to go. I've got one son who's a tax accountant, has a very nice tax practice. Another son who started out in the trucking with us, but he is now part trucking, but also he's in rock crushing and has gravel pit and produces material. And then the youngest son is, he likes it like I do because it's fun. When people ask me, when are you going to retire? And I said, when it's not fun anymore. And most days are pretty dang fun. Sometimes they have to get after me to fill out an invoice for it. I got to turn in a ticket for that. Well, anyway, Harry, he's the son that likes trucking, and he has really got a good personality and with the customers, and they ask for him, and it's fun to watch him. He's on the phone all day long with a headset behind the wheel and organizing things and making things happen. And then he gives me my assignments. It's kind of the worm is turned, so to speak. I don't tell them what to do. They tell me what to do.
I'm curious now. You have 6 kids, right?
Yes.
In watching them grow up when they were kids, did you kind of pinpoint, like when you saw Harry, did you think, yes, this kid's he's gonna go into
there's
trucking?
There's the trucker right there.
I don't know that ever happened. It's like when you're 18, you're going to get your CDL. My dad said, I will make sure that you can feed yourself and not be a burden on society. And I did the same thing with mine. And even my tax accountant son, Dallas, still has a CDL. And Sam, runs the gravel pit. He has a CDL too. And then, so they all know how. It's just how far they want to take it.
Sure. Yeah, they've chosen their own paths.
Harry's. I had one low boy. Harry's got us up to like 6 or 7 of them now.
Yeah. When he was first starting out, do you remember giving him advice? And, this can go any number of ways. Obviously, as a father, you're kind of giving advice, even when you're not giving advice, just by kind of being who you are and your actions and whatnot. But did you give him any advice when he first started down the path? And if so, what was that?
Regular oil changes. No,
Hey, that's good advice.
Good life advice. Yeah, generally. Yeah.
I can't think of any particular, but there's decades of fathering and parenting as you go along and make minor course corrections. But my kids have been inherently good. I've got a sister-in-law she's never married, but she is like a mother to 3 generations. She is now taking care of the grandkids. I don't mean taking care, but she's giving them cultural experiences, takes them to plays, takes them to museums, and takes them to church and gives them, reads the Book of Mormon with them every day. And it's just better than a second mother. I mean, it's like you can't hire that kind of help. As she says, you can't afford me, but I'll do it for free. So that's one big reason my kids have turned out so good. The daughters are just wonderful, and Kate, she works as a dispatcher here. She tells me what to do. She'll call me at 2 a.m. and say, "Hey, there's a railroad derailment. Get going."
And you say, "Yes, ma'am."
And off we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a sign of intelligence, I think, Doug. And saying, "Yes, ma'am. Where do I go? Tell me where to go." Absolutely.
Well, if I want to start putting my 2 bits in, they always respond with, "You want to run this, Dad?"
I do.
No.
Definitely do not.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Yeah. We're talking about advice to your son. As we kind of close things out here in just a few moments, Doug, you've got so much experience. You've got, I think we can safely say, wisdom when it comes to, the industry and how to succeed in it. When you look at people now, younger people who are trying to gain a foothold in the industry, which I think at this point in time right now is pretty difficult for a lot of folks out there. Aside from, regular oil changes, what would you tell them about how to do that and how to navigate this world and eventually become successful in it like you have?
I would say find out where you want to plant yourself and bloom there. Every time you change, okay, I'm going to try dry van. No, that's not working out for me. I'm going to go do this. And I'm going to try that for a while, and then I'm going to pull tankers. No. Figure out what you like the best. Get there, find your entry-level position, and be totally honest and dependable. If you are those things, dependable and honest, people will notice. And any dispatcher or company that says, I can give that person this load or this assignment or this project, and I don't have to worry about it again. I know it'll be done, and I know it's going to be fair. And that's what you're working towards. And it takes a long time, maybe even a generation. It may not be you that realizes the fruits of your labor. It may be your children. And that's the case for my kids. Because I've gone through with my dad, picking through the garbage bin at Cummins to find enough pistons to overhaul an engine. And to go get a pickup load of pistons and sleeves and spend the Saturday cleaning them up to find 6 good ones that we could rebuild an engine with. My kids have never had to do that, where I've had to be in a truck all day long and be under it all night long changing a clutch and be back in it the next morning. But I've seen guys that would do 2 cylinders overhauled one night, manifolds off, head off, change 2 cylinders, back together again the next morning, and the next night do 2 more cylinders.
Yeah.
And on the 3rd night, he finished the overhaul. That's the kind of a dedication and suffering that we have done and make way for the next generation. And now my kids have no clue what that's like.
Yeah, which is the plan. That's the way you want it to be, right?
Well, yes, you want that's really that's what parents want, is to make a better life for their kids.
Yeah.
So you may not be working for yourself. You may be working for the next generation, but that's what we're programmed for. They say rich people plan for, let's see, poor people plan for Saturday night, and the rich people plan for the next generation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. And great advice, I think, generally. Yeah. Star of television and movies, Doug Smith.
Yes. I'm also the bus driver in the Hallmark movie. But we can talk about that next time.
Yeah, all right. That's a good tease for the next time we get you on.
Yeah.
And Doug, we do plan to talk to you again here. And I think we want to speak to your son,
Yeah.
Harry, as
Yeah.
well, too.
Reach out to him to...
We're going to fact check everything you just said with Harry here at some point in the near future. But Doug, appreciate you talking with us. Thank you for that. And, thank you for 56 years of time in the industry and obviously being a positive contributor to everything that's going on out there. We really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you. We appreciate OIDA, and that's why I'm a member, is because they fight for us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Doug.
All right. Have a great day.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back. Great talk with Doug, Ashley. Always good to hear from him.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy.
Interesting guy, interesting life. Again, star of television and movies.
Yeah.
He's got quite a story to share there. Speaking of stories to share, I saw this one, Ashley, a little while back about phone etiquette that I sent your way. It came from a post on X from a recruiter who said he does a ton of phone interviews and said he's noticed something about Gen Z and their telephone habits, that he calls a lot of them about job opportunities. And when he does, a lot of them don't say anything. Apparently, when he calls them, not even a hello. When they answer the phone, he can hear them breathing. He can hear some background noise. He knows they're on the line, but that many of them wait for the other person to say hello first, the person who made the phone call. This set off a whole discussion online, as these kinds of things typically do, and here in the office as well. Anytime we kind of see a story like this, Ashley,
we all congregate.
Yeah, we tend to congregate around the desk of one of our colleagues here at the show, Tennille Flick, who, is it safe to say she's got strong opinions, solid opinions?
Strong would be an understatement, I think.
Strong is an understatement. So we thought, why not share her with the world? You just heard her there. So here she is, world, Tennille Flick. Tennille, how you doing?
I'm good.
So how do you answer the phone?
Hello.
Right.
Like most people should.
Right.
Or, I mean, even yo. Something.
You
don't pick up the phone and then just wait.
Yeah. No, you have a very distinct phone.
Oh, does she?
Voice. Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, you're very pleasant on the phone.
Well, at work, my work phone.
Yeah.
The work voice.
Phone, yeah.
The work voice. Yeah. But when we had this initial discussion too, I think it set off this thing, because we have kids, and yours are, older, so they answer the phone, I would assume. But we had this discussion. You even asked them too, like, hey, how do you answer the phone? And they all said what you said, right? They all said hello. They all say hello.
Yeah, basically. My youngest, who is almost 13, she was confused by my question, for one.
I had to reread this as well, because I was like, wait, what are they saying?
Yeah. She was like, you mean, like, you're calling me and I answer, but I don't answer. I don't say anything. And I was like, exactly. And she was like, well, I wouldn't answer the phone. If I didn't know who it was, I wouldn't answer.
Right. That's what a lot of people do now with all the spam.
And rightfully so. That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't pick up the phone and sit
wait,
there.
yeah.
Well,
it makes it awkward.
Especially because this is a recruiter.
Yes,
and assume these people are looking for jobs. Like, say hello.
Well, not only that, but
it's scheduled.
They knew, exactly. They knew that this
They know
person
who's
was calling at this specific time,
That
and
is
they even
wild.
had this person's phone number, so they knew they could have put that in their
Yeah.
phone as like this person will be calling at this time.
I will say the only time I do this is when it does look like a spam call. And if I do answer it, I'm like waiting because then it's like the automated like.
Yeah. Well,
so I guess that's the only
You
time
can kind of hear that though. You can cut.
Yeah, there's like a
click or a
pause,
pause or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my question is it just habit for them? If they are anticipating this phone call, are they doing it intentionally, or is it just habit because they don't do it any other time?
Or is it that nobody taught them? I think I try to put the shoe on the other foot kind of thing, with these situations where I think these are people who grew up without landline telephones, without actually having to call people. It's all texting and Snapchat and all that kind of thing. So maybe they were never taught how to answer a phone. I'm
like
trying to give benefit
phone
of the doubt.
etiquette.
Yeah, phone etiquette. Yeah.
That goes back to parenting.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you think with a little rotary phone that is usually a toy that your kids have. Hello.
Oh, yeah. Do they still even make a rotary phone toy?
Yep.
That's interesting.
My kids have those, yeah.
That's like a relic of the past.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to the Gen Z, and Gen Z did kind of respond to this and defend themselves in some of these cases, essentially saying, we get so many spam calls. This is just kind of default on what we do. And then there were other ones too. And I don't know, you got to take these things, for what they are. It's are they trolling? I don't know. I mean, one person said, why can't you speak first? You literally called me, which
That's not a great mindset, but carry on.
And then somebody, the whole point of the word hello was to have a specific greeting to signal that you picked up the phone. So yeah, I don't get it.
No, and the fact that this recruiter, like, this happened so many times that he actually, like, made a post about it is quite telling, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's happening a lot. Exactly.
what was he recruiting for?
A job.
Do we know?
Just some sort of job. I don't think he gave specifics on it.
Apparently, it's work from home, don't have to talk to
Yeah.
anyone kind of job.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Not customer service,
No,
probably.
could you imagine picking up the phone here and being like, well, you called me, so
What do you want?
take it away.
Yeah.
I mean, I even take, what do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to just silence.
Nothing. Yeah.
Well, then it becomes a standoff too. You're just sitting there in silence. The two people who's gonna speak
gonna
first.
speak
Yeah.
first?
Yeah.
Well, I tested this with Chris.
Your husband.
Yes, my
Uh-huh.
husband. I called him. He answered, and Chesney was in the car with me, and we just sat there.
But you
Until
called him.
I called him.
Yeah. He said hello, I
No.
assume. Oh, wait, he didn't say hello?
Oh, no. No, you're right. He was calling me.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And I answered, and
But you
Chesney
didn't
and
say
I
anything.
just sat there. We didn't say anything.
Uh-huh.
And you could hear him like, what?
Try to process what was going on.
Well, then she and I start laughing, and he was like, what's going on? So I had to tell him the whole thing, and he was like, yeah, I mean, I was about to hang up. I thought something was wrong. I thought maybe your phone was trying to connect to the car, and something was not working right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what you think
People are
when they
gonna be
don't say
confused.
anything.
They're not
you
gonna
don't,
be-
You think something's wrong.
He didn't say anything before he hung up, or did he?
Well, he
did
heard, he heard them laughing.
Yeah,
So it's like,
yeah.
They're there.
We didn't do a very good job of testing, him,
Right.
but we tried.
Yeah. It's a generational thing.
It is, yeah. My kids, I don't think are Gen Z, but they're more like when I'm on the phone, they're like, why can't we see them? Because they're just so used to FaceTime.
Yeah.
Which is like, imagine that concept when we were kids.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like we were talking. Like I'm not a huge fan of actually talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Like I will prefer text. I think like a lot of maybe younger people. I'm not young by any means, but I do wonder too. Like as we go down the line here into the future, is it going to be just hologram? I mean, you see like Back to the Future or something. It's like a hologram call or something. Like what do you do then? Like you're gonna have to say something, right, when you pick it up.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I will always say something.
You will always say something. Yeah.
And if
just,
Gen Z's listening, say hello. please.
Yeah, it's like the thing. Like, I understand where they're coming from with the spammers and, like, you know, the fear of, like, having their voice stolen or whatever. But
I still don't understand that. Don't answer the phone.
Yeah, don't answer the phone.
Let
Just let it go to
voicemail.
voicemail.
It's as simple as that.
Yep.
If it's important enough, they will leave you a message.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved also, too, someone said, you mean there's an audio version of the Gen Z stare? Which I was like, that's pretty spot on. I kind of like that. Yeah, for sure.
That's funny.
Yeah. You know, as we've talked about before, if you do say hello or don't say hello, I guess, you know, give us
a good reason.
And have a good reason. Or if you have a reason or don't have a reason, you know, let us know. We do have a hotline. You can call in and you can say hello, 1-800-324-6856. You can also email us at podcast@ooida.com. So we've got a few ways to do that and to reach out to us. There we go. I think we hit it.
Don't just call in and breathe into the phone, though. Don't do that.
That's
That's creepy.
That's a different hotline.
Yeah.
We do not want those. We do not want those calls. You'll have to find a 1-900 number, I think, for that. Do they still have 1-900 numbers?
I don't think so, Scott.
What?
Do you even know what a 1-900 number is, Ashley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
There's a story there. Ashley just like, yes, I do know what a 1-900 number is.
I don't know because of you guys. Or like,
wait, no, time out. No.
No, just for your reaction. I know. But yeah, I don't know if those exist anymore.
I
You got
haven't.
the internet, Scott.
I haven't thought of that in a long time.
Well, you're welcome. I don't know. All right. Well, that's an awkward note to end the show on today, but we'll do it right now. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
This has been Trucking with OIDA. Tennille, we thank you for your time. We'll have you back soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Take care out there. Have a great day. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.